So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto had a powerful bloodline during Chunin exams. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 2. Comment down below. And let me know before I start, please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. This child will not be slain. The fox was gone, non-existent, like it had never been there. The yondaime was gone as well, his spirit departed for the belly of the Shinigami. He left behind a wife who followed him into the abyss and a son only a few hours old that he had entrusted to jail the most fearsome of beasts. Truly, it was a sad day in Konohagakure. Old Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, stood with a small blonde baby in his arms. The babe slept soundly, unmindful of the gathering of elders that were assembled to decide his fate. Sarutobi did not know why the fools had even gathered. The boy's fate was already decided. And Sarutobi meant to keep his destiny unaltered. He listened as the council bickered back and forth, some for killing the baby, some for saving it, honoring the wishes of their dead Hokage. This was a trying time for the village, and patience was running thin. Even for one of infinite patience like Sarutobi. He'd never had to raise his voice before to get a point across. One does not attain the title god of shinobi by being loud and spontaneous. Ninja are calm, collected, silent, and deadly. All these things encompassed what Sarutobi stood for. What set him apart from the pack was his high level of intelligence. And that intelligence would grant him a successor and save the village in this time and in future times. No one noticed as he rose from his seat, the babe still sleeping peacefully in his arms. Enough. Be silent. The room quieted immediately, and even the small bundle in his arms woke and stared at him reverently. But no sound did it make. He smiled down at the blonde wonder and then turned his gaze back to the council. I have sat and listened to your nonsense long enough. This child will not be slain. He will not be made into a mindless weapon. He will not be used. He is a child of Konoha and he holds within him the most powerful of beasts. He deserves our respect above all. A nameless council member, one of the civilians, rose. But Lord Hokage, the Kyuubi could break free at any moment. Knowledge of the seal says that its soul is bound to the boys and that upon the boy's death, it will die with him. Would it not be best to kill him now and avoid any future issues? Sarutobi narrowed his eyes at the civilian and spoke in a level voice. This child shall not be killed. His own life is a sacrifice. The yondaime chose him to hold the Kyuubi and he believed that his people would see this boy for what he is. And what is he? A hero. He is a living sacrifice and a living testament to a human's tenacious hold on life. I myself will ensure that this boy serves Konoha. I might love the people of this village, but if the leaders themselves can't tell the difference between a harmless child and the most murderous of all demons, then how can I trust the villagers to let him live a peaceful life? He lifted the child and held it out for all to see. The blonde babe giggled and flapped its arms merrily. Sarutobi allowed a small smile to cross his face. Now then. Look upon this child and tell me where the malice is. Where is the unbridled hatred and rage that the Kyuubi exuded? Where is the fear that should be present in all of you if he were the Kyuubi? But it could be a trick of the Kyuubi to lure us into false hope. It could be pretending to be harmless. Sarutobi frowned and wrapped the baby back up in its swaddling clothes. And how exactly is that child different from any other newborn? What newborn doesn't look upon the world with wandering eyes? This baby has been born into a cold, harsh world on the worst night of our village's history. For this, he will be ostracized and hated if he is allowed to mingle amongst the villagers, and I will not have that. I will ensure the boy grows to be a ninja of exceptional quality. I will ensure that he is pure of heart and loyal to the village. And how do you mean to ensure all that? Sarutobi smiled at the speaker. Of course, it would be the old warhawk Danzo. How he hated the man. What he said next would make or break the boy's future, but he would not back down. This baby, this small little blonde child you see before you, is my chosen successor. I will train him in the ways of the ninja and the ways of a Hokage. He will lead the village when I step down. Hyuga Heihachi rose from his seat and walked to stand in front of Sarutobi. The old man's grip on the baby grew tender as the pale-eyed man gazed down at the infant. The babe stared up into Heihachi's eyes with wonder and reached out with small hands towards the man's face. Heihachi's gaze softened and he stuck a finger out for the little child to latch onto. It gripped the digit and cooed happily. And Heihachi smiled, shocking those gathered. I see that you have chosen a strong child indeed to be your successor, Lord Hokage. I, Hyuga Heihachi, will trust your decision and will help you in any way I can. To Sarutobi's surprise, the rest of the clan heads stood and offered their support, all except Uchiha Fugaku. He voiced his opinion that he would not support such an endeavor and that the rest were fools. Seeing that he was outvoted, however, he went along with the decision reluctantly, but not without provisions. Should the child ever prove dangerous, I, along with the rest of the Uchiha clan, will not hesitate to bring him down. This I swear. The village must come before a man's wishes. Sarutobi nodded and Fugaku left the chamber without another word. He had said his piece and knew he was no longer needed. One by one, the leaders of the clans came forward to see the baby and offer their support and help should the child need training beyond what Sarutobi gave him. Once all were gone, it left just Hiashi, Hamura, Kaharu, and Sarutobi. The two elder advisors to the Hokage watched as Hiashi approached Sarutobi and gazed down at the child again. Do you really intend to keep him from the village? A child needs interaction with those his age, otherwise he will grow up too quickly. You've seen how those en route and how young prodigies like Uchiha Itachi act. They have no personality at all, they're like machines. Do you intend to send the child to the academy at some point? Sarutobi rubbed his chin and looked toward the ceiling, as if it would have the answers. I have not thought that far ahead yet truthfully. I will keep him in my household for the first few years of his life, giving him a family life and a stable environment. I will introduce a law that specifically states that those old enough to remember the Kyuubi attack will not speak of it to the younger generation, further giving him a chance at a normal life. We both know this child's life will never be normal. Sarutobi's eyes drooped and a small, sad smile came across his face. The bundle in his arms yawned and fluttered its eyes. I know that. But he deserves at least a happy home life. My family and servants will care for him when I cannot. He will at least know the love of family. He will know that, at least to a few, he is wanted. I, for one, will not let Yondame's wishes go unnoticed. Nor will I. If you need any help, just send it to me. Both men looked down at the small child and smiled sad, mournful smiles. Hiashi reached out and stroked the infant's hair. He looks just like him, you know. Yes, he does. I don't believe you ever said what his name was. Sarutobi's eyes twinkled and he pulled the baby back against his chest. His father named him Uzumaki Naruto just before he passed on. I intend to make it a name known throughout the nations. The will of fire will burn the brightest in this young one. Hiashi nodded and left to assess the damage done to his family. Sarutobi nodded to his advisors and left for his home. He nodded to himself as he walked. Yes, this child will be the living embodiment of the will of fire. I will ensure that, come hell or high water, this child will be a legend. Sarutobi sighed as he walked in through his door. Half of his compound was demolished. Miraculously, the living quarters were untouched and thus, at least his family and servants had a place to sleep. It would take a while to rebuild the village to its former glory, but that was for another day. For the moment, he had to introduce the family's newest member to them. He silently wished his son Asuma was there at the moment, but that was neither here nor there. The servant who ushered him in smiled and looked at the bundle in his arms. Sarutobi's eyes narrowed when the man's eyes widened and he waited for the servant to say the wrong thing. Is that him? Yes, it is. The servant got a speculative look on his face and then smiled at Sarutobi, disarming the old man's cold look. Yondaime wished for him to be seen as a hero, correct? Therefore, in my eyes, he is a beloved hero. You need not fear, master, I will ensure that he is treated with respect in this household. Sarutobi smiled at his most trusted servant and nodded. I thank you for that, Aoi. It is most appreciated. Do me a favor, would you? Gather the family and all the servants to the main room. I need to introduce our newest family member. Aoi's eyes widened and he stared awestruck at the babe. You mean? Yes, he will be raised in this household. Now go, hurry. Yes, master. At once. Sarutobi sighed and took a seat as Aoi rushed off. It wouldn't be long now till the family began to file in. He readjusted the baby, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He was old, getting on in years. He should be enjoying retirement now, not taking over the mantle he had given up only a short time ago. But there were none better qualified to take the job and better him than some young fool who would do something stupid. Or an old war hawk who would like nothing better than to try to invade another country even while the village was disabled. A small tear wound its way down the crevices on Sarutobi's face. It wasn't fair that one as young as Namikaze Minato had died. He was in the prime of life, a new father, a loving husband, and a damn fine Hokage. But fate is a fickle mistress, and the young man had everything taken from him in an instant. All in service of a village that would just as soon see his legacy dead, his family gone, all while singing his praises. Sarutobi wondered if they ever thought of the hypocrisy of it all. His eyes opened when he heard the shuffle of feet and opened his eyes to see the face of his son, peering down at the sleeping form of Naruto. His eyes softened when he saw his son's newlywed wife standing behind him. Hello, you two. Come to pay your respects to an old man. Sarutobi's son laughed and watched as his wife picked up the baby. He noticed that his father gave the child up reluctantly, no doubt because of the tension in the air surrounding the child's origins and identity. Don't worry, father. Eri will not harm the boy. In fact, she seems rather fond of him already. How could I not? He's so precious. And look at those cute little marks on his face. What are those, a birthmark? Sarutobi sighed and smiled at her. You could say that. They mark him as the container of the Kyuubi. And they'll stay with him for life. He watched as Eri tensed and held the boy at arm's length for a moment before taking him back to her breast and stroking his feathery soft hair. I don't care. He's just a small child that was born at the wrong time. If you need me to, I'll raise him as my own. It'll give me good practice for when Yahiko and I have our own child. Sarutobi smiled and allowed himself to relax in the plush chair as his son and daughter-in-law cooed and lavished praise over the baby. He watched with a bemused expression as the servants filtered in one by one and the females all took a turn holding him before he ended up back in Yuri's arms. The old Hokage grunted as his bones creaked when he rose from the plushy chair and put his hands behind his back. Now that he's been passed around a few times, I'd like to thank all of you for welcoming young Naruto to our home. He will be living here with us and will be raised among us. He is to be given the respect he deserves, but do not spoil him. Do not treat him as royalty. He is to grow to be a humble child, one filled with generosity and kindness. Hiko turned his head to gaze at the now sleeping baby in his wife's arms. So he is to be a Sarutobi. No, he is to be Uzumaki Naruto. I have decided that he will be my chosen heir for the title of Hokage. A small murmur swept the room and Aoi, ever the loyal servant, felt compelled to ask if this was the right decision. Sarutobi smiled at his most trusted servant and fished his pipe out of his pocket. Of course it is. The boy is destined for great things, so why not the greatest thing of all? The village may not like him, may even hate him, but they will respect him. Of this I swear on our clan's name. He will be the epitome of a ninja in every way, and when he rises to take the mantle I shall raise and train him to take, he will be the best. He will surpass us all. Eri smoothed the baby's hair and grinned when he fidgeted and turned his face away. Father, I want to raise this child. I want to show him that though the world may hate him, there are those who will always be there for him. That's very good, Eri. You and Yahiko, along with everyone else, will show this boy love and how to be a good person. And you father? What will you be showing him? Why Yahiko, I thought I made that clear. I will be showing him everything about being a Hokage. I plan for him to be helping me with sorting paperwork by the time he is 6 or 7, signing documents by 8 and perhaps assigning missions by the time he is 10. You can't be a serious master. He will be much too young to do such things and what of the academy? A boy should have friends his age. I've already thought of that Aoi. And he will have friends his age. I believe that Hyuga Hiashi has a child due to be born soon and it should make a wonderful playmate. The other clan heads all have children to be born soon or have already had children. Don't worry, he won't be a recluse. I'll make sure of that myself. Hiko, while happy his father had thought this through so far, was still unsettled by one detail. And the council. They are greedy, power-hungry fools and may attempt to harm the boy. Sarutobi's eyes flashed dangerously and Yahiko was somewhat sorry he'd spoken up. They will do nothing. If they know what is good for them, they will leave the boy alone and under my care. Minato would want his son to be cared for and damn it all if I won't see his wishes honored. All eyes in the household grew wide and Sarutobi cursed himself for losing his cool in an impassioned speech. Iri's eyes were the widest and most tear-filled. So, he is Yondame's son. He looks just like him now that I think about it. So tragic that this poor baby loses his parents and all that is entitled to him the day he is born. And I expect you all to keep that secret. You don't want to know what the punishment may be. His father had many enemies, outside the village and within, and I won't have him pay for his father's endeavors. She sat down in a chair and held little Naruto close to her bosom as the tears streamed down her face. It just isn't fair, father. And the fact that most of this village would rather see him dead. It sickens me. Eri, it sickens me too. But that is why we must work to make them see his virtues and not the sins that are not his own. His life will be a constant uphill battle and we must be there to help him every step of the way. Hiko sat on the arm of the chair and put an arm around his wife's shoulders. To think that we would help raise a national hero's son. It's like something out of a fairy tale. The tragedy of a lost prince, orphaned at birth, who comes to be found by kind, benevolent, childless people who only want to see him raised into a fine young man. Sarutobi smiled at his son's wistful thinking. Yahiko had always been the more studious and philosophical of the two boys and was sure to instill his knowledge and love of literature into Naruto. Not that Sarutobi wouldn't beat the finer points of linguistics and books into his head. By force if necessary. I'm happy to hear that you feel that way, Yahiko. Now, it is late and we must all retire for the night. Eri looked at her father-in-law with big soulful eyes. Father, may I keep him for the night? Sarutobi laughed as he headed for his room. Tomorrow will be an eventful day for Konohagakure. Of course you may, Eri. He's your son now after all. I'll have a crib commissioned in the morning. He didn't see the smile on her face when he told her Naruto was her son, but he could literally feel the warmth on his back. Tomorrow, I must face the council again and detail my plans. Soon, this world will see the will of fire again and will know its awesome might. Sarutobi awoke the next morning feeling just a little more lighthearted than usual. Despite the obvious difficulties he would face that day, he was happy knowing that the house was livelier than normal. One would be correct in saying that the small bundle of sunshine he'd brought home had been a shining spot in the bleak aftermath of the Kyuubi's attack. As he walked down the halls, he nodded and smiled at the servants, who returned both gestures with an unusual flair. He wondered about that until he came to the kitchen, where Eri was feeding the baby, and several bottles were stacked beside her. The poor girl looked dismayed and immediately looked to the old man for answers. She was no expert in children, but this wasn't normal. Sarutobi laughed as he took a seat and was served his breakfast. I see you've run afoul of the infamous Namika's appetite. Don't worry dear, it's perfectly normal for him. But father, it isn't normal for a baby to eat so much. Where is he putting it all? That old familiar chuckle rumbled in Sarutobi's throat and he wiped a tear away from his eye. Oh Eri, you just don't know yet. Wait until he learns to walk. You won't be able to keep up with him. Trust me when I say he's storing up energy for later. The girl looked skeptical but kept silent as the blonde finished off yet another bottle. She sighed as he whined, obviously for more. Sighing, she got up to make another. Hopefully, the newborn's appetite would abate with the coming years. She apparently had forgotten that the more you grow, the more you need to keep going. Sarutobi laughed with great vigor as he headed to his office. It seemed the grocery bills would be very high for the Sarutobi clan in the coming years. The old man sat eyeing them all warily as they filed in and took their seats. He glared at his unwanted rival Danzo and made a sign for the door to be shut. Standing before the assembly, he knocked out his pipe before putting in a fresh blot of tobacco and lighting it. Anything to help calm his nerves was appreciated. He took a deep draft as the smoke filled his lungs and exhaled slowly. The flavor was exquisite. Slowly, he opened his eyes and coughed to get attention. We are gathered today to address several issues. I realize that most of you have pressing matters with your clans and families, so I will not detain you long. I merely wish to say that until the village is back in order, we will suspend all missions for a while. Not for long though, we can't afford to look too weak. Now are there any concerns you would like to address? Then Yuzuka Tsume, ever the eloquent lady, voiced her opinion. Yeah, I have one. It concerns the young pup you were carrying last night. What became of him and what will become of him? Ah, straight to the point as usual, Tsume. I have told you already, he is under my protection and I am going to raise him to be a loyal Konoha ninja and my successor. As of now, I am instigating a law that will make it a crime punishable by death to mention that Naruto carries within him the Kyuubi. It will not be discussed and will not be tolerated. This will be released to the mass populace and made so that they understand the severity of the law. I will not tolerate attacks or unnecessary enmity against my apprentice. His eyes swept the room and he leveled a glare at those he knew to be problem causers. If there are any objections to my plan, then by all means, speak now or forever hold your peace. But knowing this, I will not change my mind. Your grievances are duly noted, but that boy caused none of them. And you won't have to face just me. My entire household has sworn to protect the boy and raise him as one of our own. Before any could protest, Hyuga Hiashi stood and bowed his head to the Hokage. I, Hyuga Hiashi, swear upon my clan that we will honor the Yandame's wishes and protect the boy. Any help needed we will offer. Yeah, I, Yuzuka Tsume, swear upon my clan's honor that the pup will be protected. We'll teach him whatever is needed. DCH, troublesome. We of the Ino Shikacho trio offer our protection of the boy. Sarutobi raised his eyebrow at Shikado and sighed. Do you really speak for all three of you Nara? Yes I do. Whatever one decides is for the best, the others will follow. And we always followed Yandame's wishes. Sarutobi nodded and watched as the Aburams swore to protect Naruto with whatever necessary means. The lesser clans followed suit until it came to the Uchihas. Sarutobi frowned, knowing that Fugaku was a foolish man and wouldn't offer anything. I, Uchiha Fugaku, will not offer my clan's protection to this thing. I have offered my views on this fallacy and will not offer my support to the cause. Hiashi turned cold eyes to Fugaku. So you would not honor a dead man, a Hokage and fellow ninja's last wish? That is troubling, Uchiha. Most troubling. And I say that letting that monster run loose is troubling Hyuga. We've never seen eye to eye so it is no surprise that we differ on this opinion. I choose to see the truth while the rest of you are blinded by this old man's optimism concerning a supposedly innocent child. But who's to say it's truly innocent? Danzo nodded to his fellow naysayer's words and gave Sarutobi a smirk. It would be tough to wiggle out of that argument. Sarutobi, much to his chagrin, didn't look rattled in the least. Tell me Fugaku, did you trust Yandame? Yes. Did you believe in him as a leader? Yes. Did you believe he was a more capable leader than me? Without doubt. Your time has passed. I see. So you believed in Yandame, followed his rule when he was alive, but failed to trust him in death. Fugaku looked confused and asked what Sarutobi meant. That seal was designed by our beloved Yondaime Hokage, and as such, it would fall to reason that you would trust in the man to know what he is doing. You have just contradicted yourself, Fugaku. You claim to trust the man and yet you don't trust him. Which is it? Fugaku was absolutely livid. He looked to Danzo for support but found none as the man was gazing intently ahead of himself. He gritted his teeth and bowed his head to the Hokage. I trust Yondaime, but my decision stands firm. I will not help this child further his development. You will receive no help from the Uchiha clan. As long as you don't hinder his growth I will ask for none. Now, are there any other objections to my plan? Yes, even though it's troublesome, what of the boy's social development? If he is to be a Hokage, he will need to interact with and develop bonds with people his age and earn the trust of the villagers. Nara, I will not lie. The villagers will be a difficult task. However, I would ask all the clans that have agreed to help to allow the boy into your homes and not to ostracize him. Allow him to play and interact with your children and allow friendship to blossom. Let him learn what he can from you, see the different ways of families, allow him into your hearts. My daughter-in-law has already taken him in as hers. He chuckled before speaking again. I would suggest you not to make her angry by being mean to her child. You all know how mothers get when their children are wrongfully abused. The gathered council members chuckled at the weak joke and Sarutobi clapped his hands, signifying the end of that particular business. Now that that's taken care of, let's move on to other topics. Such as the rebuilding of certain quarters. Sarutobi arrived home late that night, completely tired out. The populace had been ecstatic that he'd been renamed Hokage, as he was a familiar face, and they already knew how his rule would go. He was a kind, soft-spoken man, and had an infinite well of patience. He smiled when he saw Eri trying to calm a frantic Naruto, shushing him and cradling him. Hello there Eri, you seem to be quite distraught. What seems to be the problem? The girl looked up at him distressed. Oh thank goodness you're a home father, I can't get Naruto to calm down. He just won't quit crying. What should I do? Let me have him. Have you checked his diaper? Yes, it's dry. Has he been fed? She gave him an exasperated look inside. The boy eats more than half this household. I bet he went through a whole gallon of milk today. Have you tried to lull him to sleep? Father, please. I've tried everything. Allow me to try this. Sarutobi sat in a chair, cradling the hysterical Naruto in his arms and forming a few hand signs as Eri watched. She sat enraptured as wind picked up and began to blow around the baby, caressing his cheeks and hair, and a small whistling tune played around his ear. She watched in awe as his crying stopped and his eyes began to droop. He kept opening and closing his mouth until Sarutobi took a pacifier and popped it into his mouth. He grew concerned when he heard a slight popping sound and pulled it out of the baby's mouth and eyes it carefully. Puncture marks. He looked over at Eri and smiled. I believe he's teething. That's the problem. You'll need to invest in something for him to chew on tomorrow. Her eyes widened and she lifted his lips back to expose the tips of two pointy white molars where his canines should be. But father, he shouldn't be teething this early. It isn't natural. No, it's not. But neither is it natural for a baby to hold the most powerful beast ever. I can only imagine what surprises he'll hold in store for us in the future. This is just one of them. Perhaps. He will even manifest a bloodline not seen for centuries. A bloodline? Which one? Sarutobi turned his eyes to his daughter and smiled. One that is based entirely on stealth and is one of the greatest ever seen. I can only hope that the dormant genes required for it come forward in him. What did it do? Well, records are sketchy and I'll need to research to find out if it's even possible, but Minato's wife told me one time that her family had a most peculiar bloodline that went back to the beginning of the ninja. Wait, Minato had a wife. Aye, and she was most beautiful. But that is for another time. I do remember the name of the bloodline however. What is it? His eyes twinkled and he grinned at the baby sleeping in his arms. She called it the melt. Chapter 2. Is he supposed to do that? Naruto grew quickly and happily in the Sarutobi household and the family was better off for it. His mother and father were devoted to raising him right. At age 1 he was toddling around the house, getting into all kinds of trouble. To Eri's distress, his appetite only grew with his age, and there were several instances where she had to send a servant to the market while he was still being fed. The little boy's 2 teeth had come in fully at the age of 6 months, and at first, everyone was alarmed that they were fangs. Yahiko had put it best by bluntly spurting out. He looks like a goddamn vampire. Sarutobi could only guess that it was part of the influence of having the Kyuubi sealed within him, a defense mechanism that, even while he was still technically defenseless, if someone stuck a finger near his mouth, they'd be pulling back a punctured digit. The boy had quite the jaw power for a babe. Ear 2 saw the bundle of perpetual energy running the entire Sarutobi compound ragged. If he didn't want to be caught, he wasn't going to be caught. He didn't sleep, he took power naps and then was back on his feet. By then he had gotten all of his teeth and was eating solids, creating an even larger food bill. Sarutobi was just glad that his family was provided for by the village. If they were to ever wonder why his food stipend was so large, they'd be outraged. The boy ate like a horse. And what pocket dimension he stored the food in was beyond the aging Hokage. In his third year he had begun to meet the other children of the clans. As if by some miracle, or Kishimoto's plot-driven, backwards-ass Uchiha-loving mind, all the clan heads had produced heirs at around the same time. Naruto's first stop with his parents and grandfather was the Hyuga household, where he met Neji and Hinata. Neji was a polite little boy, always smiling, even though he had received the curse seal. His cousin Hinata was a shy girl by nature and had hidden behind her father's legs when the Sarutobus walked in with Naruto. Her world had been filled with dreariness and brunettes, pale skin and impassive faces. An inquisitive, energetic blonde-haired boy with tan skin and whisker marks was a wonder of the world to her. Sarutobi had ushered him forward toward the little girl and smiled down. "Go on, tell her your name." The blonde had smiled, showing off his fangs and making the little girl cock her head in awe. It was like the sun had walked in. "Nodo. Who are you?" She had looked down at the ground, finding her toes very interesting at the moment. "Hinata." Neji had approached him as well, out of curiosity. Hisashi had tried to catch him, but he was already too far gone. Naruto saw the boy approaching and turned to him with a million-watt smile. "Who are you?" "I'm Neji." Naruto squinted his eyes and pointed at Neji's bandaged forehead. "Boo-boo?" "No." Naruto grinned again and latched onto Hinata's hand. "Wanna play?" Sarutobi chuckled as the three toddled outside, throwing a ball back and forth. Hisashi attempted to apologize for Neji's abruptness, but was stopped by Hisashi. "Let them be children for a while, Hisashi. It won't be long until we won't be able to watch them play." To say Hisashi was stunned was an understatement. His brother was usually cold toward him and Neji. He'd expected worse. Sarutobi just smiled. Naruto had that effect on people. The other children were just as easy to get along with. Kiba was just as energetic as Naruto, and the golden-haired child loved going to the Inuzuka compound to play with the dogs. He'd vehemently decreed that he wanted A, but Sarutobi told him no. The boy had pouted for a solid week until his grandfather whacked him over the head with a rolled-up newspaper and told him to be a big boy. The Aburams were another interesting group to him. Shino didn't talk much, but Naruto did enough blabbering for both of them. The bug users were always happy to have him over. Especially since he sometimes brought them bugs he'd found. The Ino Shikacho trio were usually found together at one house or another. They loved having Naruto around. He was naturally inquisitive, and Shikamaru found him a natural for board games, even if they were child games. Chaoji was ecstatic to find someone who ate as much as he did. Ino was happy to have another boy to boss around. She enjoyed being the queen bee. Naruto's fourth year found a few changes in his carefree life, however. Hisashi, a man he had come to like immensely, was gone not long after he had met him. He had sacrificed himself to save his village and family, and several changes had occurred in the Hyuga family as a result. Neji, for one, had become introverted and never wanted to play anymore. Hinata had become shyer because of the pressure put on her, but whenever Naruto was around, she would perk up. He was her best and only friend in the world, and he never ceased to cheer her up. His other friends didn't have as much time to play anymore either, as their parents began to inundate them into their clans and training regiments. The last time he had seen them all was at a party to celebrate his grandfather's birthday. Imagine his surprise when, the day after his fourth birthday, his grandfather appeared before him, not with his usual kind smile, but that of a man on a mission. "Come with me, Naruto. Your training for your future begins today. I've waited long enough." Naruto stood and followed his grandfather without question. Once they were on the grounds behind the house, he felt compelled to ask why they were out there. Sarutobi sighed heavily and knelt down to eye level. "There are several truths that I will have to share with you at some point in Naruto, but I can't right now. You're simply too young for what I have to tell you. However, that does not mean I won't start preparing you for the task I have set for you. What am I going to be doing? I'm going to train you to be a Hokage, Naruto. I'm going to train you to take over my job when I'm done." Naruto's eyes went wide. He didn't know what all his grandfather did, but he was a widely loved and respected man. Everywhere they went, people bowed and spoke in reverent tones to the man. He couldn't do whatever the man did. He wasn't good enough. Sarutobi saw the doubt in the young boy's eyes and grabbed him by the shoulders. "I know you're young, Naruto, and you want to play with your friends, but this is a task you were chosen for. There is no one else more qualified to lead this village after my time is up. I know you can do it, Naruto, and I'm going to help you." The little blonde gave his grandfather a solemn look of determination and grinned. "Don't worry. I won't let you down. I'll do whatever you need me to do." Sarutobi smiled and stood back up. He had a rough time ahead of him. "That's good to hear about, Naruto. Now, tell me, what do you know about being a ninja?" Naruto's eyes lit up. "Ninjas are really cool. They can do all kinds of stuff and they're really strong. Ah. And who do you think is the strongest ninja in this village? Naruto put his finger to his chin and thought for a moment. I dunno. I really don't know. Sarutobi chuckled and patted the boy's head. I'm the strongest ninja in this village, Naruto. Naruto stared up at Sarutobi, completely baffled. But you can't be the strongest. You're. Well, you know. Sarutobi held in his laughter, already knowing what was going to be said. I'm what? Naruto shrunk in on himself, trying to make himself smaller. You're. You know. Old. Yes, I'm old, but that doesn't make me any less strong. With age comes wisdom, and while I'm not as physically strong as I was when I was younger, I have years of experience and cunning to draw on. I'm strong because of my mind, not my body. Digi, can you teach me to be strong? Hi, I can. And we'll start today. I want you to put on this suit and we'll get started. Naruto grunted as he shrugged on the bodysuit. It's heavy, Gigi. I know. That's a weighted bodysuit designed to improve your muscles. We'll work on your body during the day and your mind at night. Now hop to it and give me 10 laps around the yard. As Naruto struggled around, adjusting to his new weight, Sarutobi was having a mildly heated discussion with Eri. He's too young for this, father. He's only 4, he doesn't need to be learning everything you're going to teach him at this age. He needs to start now, Eri. The sooner I start, the sooner we can have a Hokage that can protect this village and put an end to all the petty and squabbling of the council and people. But he's so little. Look at him struggling. He's not ready. The old Hokage sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Eri, I love you like my daughter, but we've been through this several times since he turned 2. He needs to start now, while his mind is young and malleable. His face turned grim and Eri felt a little bit of fear. This was no longer her father-in-law, this was the professor. His life will not be an easy one. We've given him a home and love, yes, but outside these walls is an ugly, dirty, hate-filled world. I want him to be ready for that, especially when I turn the evidence of his birth over to the public. His mother and father had many enemies within the village as well as outside our walls. He has to be able to protect himself and strike down those who would do him or this village harm. His gaze softened a bit and his age began to show a little more. It wasn't supposed to be like this, you know. I'm not supposed to be Hokage and he's not supposed to be an orphan. His father was supposed to be teaching him right now, in between running a village and dealing with the neighboring villages. He was supposed to learn about his family from his parents' mouths, not from a dusty scroll or a surrogate grandfather. But either way, he is destined for bigger things than you or I could imagine. And that starts today. He turned to see Naruto huffing and puffing on his last lap, and when the boy had finished, he called him over. Drop and give me 50 each of push-ups and sit-ups, then do 30 jumping jacks. After that, we'll begin the fun stuff. Remember to stretch out once you're finished. Naruto nodded his head tiredly and began his exercises. If this was part of his future job, he wasn't very enthusiastic so far. Sarutobi, meanwhile, had ducked back inside, leaving a cage Bunshin to keep watch. He stood in front of Yahiko and Eri, outlining his plan. Now look. I know you two aren't very overjoyed with what I'm doing, but you'll have to get past that. I need your help as we mold him into a Hokage. Eri, your job is to make sure he eats more healthy things. You can spoil him every now and then, but his diet is going to have to make a drastic change. Yahiko, I want you to teach him to read. Instill a love of literature into him. I want the two of you to also ensure that he keeps up with his friends. Yahiko scowled and put his arm around his wife's shoulders. She was beginning to show her pregnancy and he didn't want her working too hard. I instill, you mean force. I don't like this, Dad. It reminds me of the way the Uchiha raised Itachi. Sarutobi glared at his son and held his hands behind his back. The one shining difference between the way Itachi was raised and Naruto is being raised is that I don't see him as a stepping stone to further my own ambitions. This is the only thing he can do in life. Do you think any civilians would hire him to work for them? No, of course they wouldn't. So, he'll be a shinobi, and I'm training him to be the best of the best. I'm not training him to be a normal ninja, I'm training him to be a Hokage. But what is the difference? Itachi was raised to be the ultimate Uchiha. The boy literally has no emotions. And Naruto does. I won't deprive him of his humanity, but I will not leave him to the wolves unprepared. Excuse me, my student is done with his exercises. Hiko and Eri watched in silence as the older Sarutobi walked out. I still don't like this. It's wrong to decide a child's future for them. Hiko sighed and pulled his wife in closer. He understood where his wife was coming from and he agreed, but Naruto's future was already chosen the day he was born. It is wrong. But the Yondaime sealed any of the boy's alternative paths by sealing the Kyuubi within him. This is the only path he can take, and Dad is just making sure he can walk it with his head held high. The only thing we can do is help and make sure he retains his humanity. Eri rubbed a small bulge on her tummy and reached up to kiss her husband on the lips. As long as he never loses that brilliant smile of his, I'll be happy. Sarutobi came out to a wide-eyed Naruto standing quietly in the yard. Digi, how did you do that? You turned into smoke and disappeared. Excellent, an inquisitive young mind. That is part of what I shall teach you in the years to come. That was a kage bunshin, a form of clone used for information gathering and fighting. It will be an important tool for learning later. Right now, you need the basics. We're going to learn how to mold chakra. What's chakra? Sarutobi smiled and put himself into professor mode. He loved to impart wisdom to the younger generation. Chakra is made by meshing together spiritual and physical energy. You just have to unlock it so we can begin to mold it into something else. How? Concentrate on a force inside you. A stream that seems to flow through you and try to guide that stream somewhere outside its natural flow. That should unlock it. He watched as Naruto sat down and began to concentrate. Sarutobi was practically giddy with excitement. Here he was with another student about to begin the lessons that would last a lifetime. He watched hopefully as Naruto's face crunched in concentration and struggle. Slowly, but surely, the chakra began to trickle out. Sarutobi was happy for his student and was about to tell him to stop when he felt the flow of chakra increase and his eyes widened. Naruto, you can stop now. The boy apparently was in too much of a trance to hear him. His face was still screwed into that look of utter concentration. Sarutobi began to sweat when the blue chakra started to be easily seen. It shouldn't be possible for a child to produce that much. Naruto. Stop now. Naruto still didn't hear him and the chakra flow was so powerful now that it attracted the entirety of the Sarutobi household. Yahiko and Eri stood in wonder as the boy was bathed in the ethereal blue glow. Eri, who was a civilian, could even see it. Father, is he supposed to do that? No, he's not. Naruto, stop this at once. The small blonde was now shaking from the force of chakra being expelled and Sarutobi did the only thing he could think of to stop it. He chopped Naruto on the back of the neck and watched with bated breath as the blue chakra receded. Well, at least he unlocked it. But what awesome power. Sarutobi turned to his family and servants and put on his most intimidating face. Whatever you just saw here never leaves here, understood? Aoi, despite the fact he might get in trouble, decided to ask the unspoken question. Master, is it normal for a child to have such power? Sarutobi frowned and looked back at the Kongtao child. No, it isn't. But then again, we all know he isn't normal by any conventional means. With chakra that powerful and at such a young age. It'll probably take quite a while to train him to use it effectively. I hope not, but that is usually the case with those with power. Mihiko picked his son up off the ground and started back toward the house. I think that's enough physical training for today's dad. I'll start him on some history and theory tonight. Sarutobi smiled and cracked his aching back. Yes, that might be an ideal thing for today. I have a few things to tend to at the tower. Tell Naruto we'll start again tomorrow. Naruto had not been happy with his schedule of learning. He remembered letting his chakra go and it flaring wildly out of control as he tried to rein it in. He remembered getting chopped in the neck and he remembered getting fussed at by his mother once he awoke. He remembered reading about the history of Konoha and starting on a book of theory with his father, which he found utterly boring. His father had bopped him over the head with a book and told him that he needed to know this. When asked why, a contemplative look came over his face. Because knowledge is power, Naruto. Let's say you're fighting someone. You know what your opponent is capable of. He knows what you're capable of. But neither of you have any updated information on each other for the past 6 months. If he tries a move you've never met before, what will you do? Get away. Wrong. That's what normal people do. It might be that it spreads out as it goes, covering more area, but losing power. It might be a straightforward shot. You need to be able to analyze these things and choose your path accordingly. Then why am I reading this? Why can't I just train? This is training soon. You're training your mind to know what to do. The body can't react if the mind doesn't know what it's doing. Naruto nodded slowly, letting the information seep in. So if I read everything I can, I'll get really smart and be able to figure things out more quickly. In a nutshell, yes. It's more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. Naruto silently picked up his book on history and started to read again. Yahiko had never been more proud of his son, but soon, he had to help him again. Hey Dad, what's a kawarimi? And so began their nightly sessions. Currently, Naruto was lying in bed asleep. Not that he knew it, but his alarm clock said 4 o'clock and a sinister figure stood beside his bed. The figure lifted its hand, with possibly a weapon, and began to tilt it downward. Then Naruto was introduced to the concept of a cold glass of water in the morning if he didn't wake up when he was supposed to. Sarutobi watched amused as his grandson spit and sputtered and thrashed around on the bed. Once he was finished, Sarutobi cleared his throat and threw the training suit at him. Get dressed and meet me downstairs. We're going on a run. Naruto grumbled as he made his way downstairs, the suit seeming to be heavier than it was yesterday. He looked around for his grandfather and found him outside, standing with his hands on his hips, twisting and bending in several directions. Naruto walked outside to find the old man in a black ninja outfit, totally contrasting his usual white robes. "Ah, good morning. Awake now are we?" Naruto mumbled under his breath and nodded. "Good. Now we're going to run one lap around the village. Every 2 weeks we'll increase it by 1 lap, keeping with the same time limit. But Gigi, I can't run that fast." "You don't have to run fast, you just have to complete the task. We'll worry about speed later. Right now, I want to condition your body so that you can complete whatever I give you to do. Now let's go." "But Gigi." Sarutobi turned a stern eye to his grandson, and Naruto cringed under the glare. "During these times, I am your sensei Naruto, and I expect you to show me the proper respect. You may not like me sometimes during our training, but you will respect me. I may love you like a grandson, but that does not mean I will tolerate insubordination from you." Naruto's eyes widened. "What do you mean like a grandson?" Sarutobi cursed under his breath. That had been an unwanted slip of the tongue. He put on a smile and patted the boy's head, diffusing the situation. "It was a slip of the tongue, Naruto. Now let's go." The boy nodded his head and they jogged off into the morning. Naruto lay on his back panting. His run had turned into quite a spectacle when they'd run afoul of a certain green-clad. Naruto had been fascinated with the man's eyebrows, but had remained quiet as Sarutobi and Guy spoke while running. I had been impressed that a 4-year-old was out on a run with the Hokage and had voiced his pleasure at having found one with great flames of youth. He had offered to help train Naruto whenever he could in Taijutsu and Sarutobi readily accepted. He couldn't be around all the time. Naruto was happy when their run ended. He might be an endless bundle of energy, but he was still a child and his muscles were not yet developed fully. Before he could enjoy the respite, Sarutobi called him over to begin his morning calisthenics. By the time they got around to it, Naruto was nearly empty. Until Sarutobi told him they were going to be manipulating his chakra. Naruto had studied the previous night with his father on some of the things that one could do with chakra, and right now he was like a kid with a new toy. Which he essentially was. Sarutobi was quick to remind him of the seriousness of their training with a bop on the head. "We're here to train your body, Naruto, not waste energy. If you have time and energy to jump around, then you have time to put more effort into learning." "I'm sorry, sensei. I'm just excited about some of the things I read I could do with chakra last night." Sarutobi smiled and put his hands behind his back. "That's all well and good, Naruto, but I need to get you to the point where you can actually mold the chakra into a. You're still young and therefore your control won't be all that great, but that's where this comes in." He held up a leaf and Naruto's face scrunched in confusion. "That's a leaf, sensei. What does that have to do with anything?" "I want you to be able to hold this leaf to your forehead using only chakra before I'll teach you any kind of. Once you've mastered this exercise, we'll add more leaves to different parts of your body and let you climb trees." "How long will this take?" The old Hokage shrugged and grinned at his student. "That all depends on your skill, determination, and mindset. If you set out to do something, do it. Don't half-ass it. Don't skip out on this training either. I won't teach you anything until you learn it. Now try to imagine your chakra as a suction cup to keep the leaf to your forehead. I have some things to take care of at the tower, but I'll be back soon to see how you're progressing." Naruto nodded and picked up the leaf, settling into a cross-legged stance against a tree. Sarutobi watched with pride as he put the leaf on his forehead, only to huff in agitation as it blew away. He turned in the doorway to find his son staring at him. "Well? How's he coming along?" "He's impatient and brash, but then again, he's 4. I've never taught a student that young. He has promise though. He kept up with both me and Guy on our morning run with us at a quarter speed." Hiko's eyes widened and he smiled. "That's my boy. He'll do just fine. I'm going to make him start on the next chapter of theory tonight." "That's good. I think we should designate a day or two where he can go and play with his friends though, especially Hinata. He brightens her and the rest of the Hyuga's day when he visits. That family needs a good dose of cheer." "I agree. I'll arrange a playdate later. Hinata will be ecstatic to see him." "Indeed. Well, I must be off. Someone has to kill the paperwork after all. Keep an eye on Naruto for me. Make sure he's doing that exercise right." Hiko nodded and went back inside the house. He found her sitting in a chair, lightly rubbing the small bulge in her stomach. "Are you still fretting over the baby?" "Don't worry about it." "How can I not worry about it? Naruto is still a handful and has another child running around." Hiko sighed as he sat on the arm of the chair and kissed her on the forehead. "You have to remember that not all children are like Naruto. This one will be a cakewalk compared to him when he was a baby. It won't eat as much. Hopefully." Sarutobi sighed as he walked back through the gates of his home. He had taken longer than he thought and had missed the rest of Naruto's training. He regretted that, but knew the boy would understand. He was thoroughly surprised to find that Naruto didn't greet him at the door. He searched for a while before finding the boy reading the theory book with Yahiko, a leaf stuck to his forehead. He smiled proudly. Things would go more smoothly from here. Chapter 3. Childhood Friends. Naruto panted as he rose from the ground. He'd been thrown there quite harshly by his sensei and it had hurt. A lot. This particular taijutsu style was hard to learn and required concentration from him on several levels. Sarutobi insisted on teaching him Shaolin monkey style, since it was a fast-paced, acrobatic style that promoted counters and quick strikes. He grunted as he stood upright and settled into the crouching stance again. Good. That was very good, but you need to be more flexible and not rush headlong into things. Again. Naruto grimaced and analyzed what he saw before him. After almost a month, he was making considerable progress. He had the leaf exercise down to a fine art and constantly had a leaf affixed to his forehead, even as he sparred. The only time it fell was when he was unconscious. He'd begun to work leaves onto other parts of his body while he read with his father. His chakra control was excellent considering he started with nothing. He rushed forward, low to the ground, and swept at his sensei's legs. Sarutobi picked his left leg up and sent it crashing back toward the ground. Naruto used the momentum he'd built up on the sweep to jerk himself into a handstand and lash out with a kick aimed at his mentor's chest. Sarutobi grabbed his foot and flung him toward a tree. Naruto caught himself at the last second by latching onto a branch and swinging up and over it, only to stop in a squatting position. Sarutobi wiped his brow and watched his student with interest. Naruto had come quite a ways in just a month. For a 4-year-old he was quite the astute learner and grasped things easily if given an example. Written word was even easier for him, as he could conceptualize what he had to do and figured it out for himself, usually bending it to accommodate certain aspects he found either uncomfortable or impossible. That's enough for today's Naruto. It's almost time for you to go visit Hinata anyway. I have to go to the tower and fight a losing battle against paperwork. Be sure to get home in time for your evening lessons. Naruto swung down from the branch and landed in a crouch. He stood upright and bowed toward his grandfather. Of course, sensei. I'll do as you say. Sarutobi smiled and waved him away. That signaled the end of their student-teacher role for the day, and both were glad for it. Good. Now go have fun with Hinata and don't get into too much trouble. Alright Gigi. See you later. Sarutobi grinned as the blonde made his way inside to take a bath before going to the Hyuga household. He and Eri had begun to beat manners into the boy's head along with his training, and he was pleasantly surprised to see that Naruto was well behaved. When he wanted to be. The boy was a natural-born actor. If he didn't want to be seen as a child, he could imitate his grandfather to a T. Just like his birth father. Sarutobi shook the thought from his mind and went inside to change into his Hokage robes. He hated having to cut the boy's training short, especially since his stamina increased by the day. Perhaps it was time to have Guy intervene. Taijutsu was Guy's speciality, and he could always keep Naruto's and ninjutsu to himself. They'd have to find the boy a weapon soon too. He himself was more situated to Bujutsu. And perhaps he'd introduce him to Enma. See what the old monkey thought about a possible new summoner. But that was all for later. Right now he had to prepare himself to stamp his name over and over and over. And over. Naruto hummed happily as his mother escorted him to the Hyuga household. He loved to visit Hinata, she always made him feel wanted. It was the walkover that unnerved him. Whereas the clans welcomed him with open arms, the civilians sneered and made rude gestures toward him. Eri scowled at those who did so and they quickly turned away. She hated that they treated her son like this. They still held the Sarutobi's in high regard, but Naruto was treated as a pariah. And one day they'd have to explain why. She dreaded that day. Naruto just thought that they didn't like him because he was treated well. Perhaps they didn't like that he was being trained by the Hokage. Maybe they thought it was favoritism above their own children. He just couldn't figure it out. He'd asked one of them before what he did to make them angry, and the woman had given him a look that, had daggers come out of her eyes, would have killed him. You know what you did. And they treat you like a king for it. He didn't know what she meant by that. He'd asked his grandfather what she meant and the old man's face drooped and he clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. One day soon, I'll tell you the story. But until then, trust in me that all will be well. And he did. He did trust his grandfather, but the looks were becoming more and more baleful and hateful, searing into his memory. He was always happy when they arrived at one of his friends' houses. He couldn't wait to see Hinata again. Hinata was in her own little world. Her mother was pregnant with what she hoped was a little sister and she was currently rubbing her tummy, trying to get the baby to kick. Her mother chuckled and pushed her tiny hand away. Hinata, the baby won't kick if you poke at it. Besides, it hasn't grown enough to do that yet. But I wanted to play with my baby sister. And how do you know it's a little girl? Because you can choose the baby you want. Right. Miko's laughter rang out through the room, sounding like 100 merry bells. She truly loved her innocent little daughter. That's not entirely the way it works, Hinata. Suddenly they heard the sound of pounding feet and the door slid open to reveal a burst of sun-dropped hair. Hinata-chan. She barely had time to turn around before she was tackled by her best friend. Eri sighed from the doorway and picked him off the poor dazed little girl by the scruff of his neck. "What have I told you about attacking Hinata like that?" Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and looked down. "Sorry, it's just I haven't seen her in over a week. I was just excited." "It's okay, Eri-san, he didn't hurt me." Hinata's soft voice came from the floor as she picked herself up. Naruto turned to her and flashed a megawatt grin. "Wanna go annoy Neji? He's such a stick in the mud nowadays." I don't think we should bother Naruto-kun. He's not nice to be around now." Naruto sighed in defeat and immediately put his smile back on. "Wanna go see what Kiba's doing?" Hinata turned to her mother and found her smiling. "Go on, you two, have fun. Just take a guard with you." Naruto grabbed Hinata's hand and ran out of the room, dragging the helpless little girl behind him while shouting thank you over his shoulder. Eri sighed heavily and took the cup of tea offered to her from Himiko. "Thank you. He is such a handful sometimes." "Yes, but he brightens Hinata's day so much. He Ashi's too, even though he won't admit it. She needs to be around people like him. Our clan is too rigid and stoic. Neji isn't a good influence on her either. Has he gotten any better?" Himiko sighed and rubbed her stomach absently. "No, he hasn't. He's become even more withdrawn and sometimes I see him staring at Hinata with disdain. I just hope he doesn't become bitter toward her." Eri nodded and took another sip of tea. "So do I, because Naruto wouldn't stand for it. He's quite protective of her. Yes, he's like the big brother that Neji should be. If only our clan did things differently." The unspoken words hung in the air. Then everything would be better. Naruto raced through the streets of Konoha, a puffing Hyuga behind him, carrying Hinata. The poor little girl just couldn't keep up with her more energetic friend. He stopped outside the gates of the Inuzuka compound and turned around to see a scowling, red-faced branch house. "Naruto-sama, I would like to request once again that you don't run off and leave Hinata-sama like that. It's very rude." Naruto grinned sheepishly and bowed. "I'm sorry, Hyuga-san. I'll try to be more careful next time." The Hyuga mumbled something under his breath that sounded like "I'll bet" and sat the Hyuga heiress down. Hinata tottered for a moment and then stood upright. She huffed indignantly and walked up to Naruto. She might be shy around people she didn't know and was quiet and gentle by nature, but Naruto's influence rubbed off on her after prolonged exposure. "You left me again." "I'm sorry." Hinata sighed and bowed her head. She just couldn't stay angry with him for more than 2 seconds. He was too kind-hearted and apologetic. "Just don't do it again, please." Naruto stood upright and grabbed her hand. "Okay. Let's find Kiba." The two children walked through the grounds with their escort quietly, searching for their missing friend. Several dogs walked up to them, but when they smelled who it was they simply wagged their tails and left. Naruto was on good terms with most of the dogs in the kennel. "And what have we here?" The gruff voice came from behind them, and Naruto immediately recognized it as the voice of one Kuromaru, the only dog that was indifferent to him at best. The dog seemed to keep shut of him if it could, but today he had come forward. Naruto squeezed Hinata's hand, and she squeezed back for reassurance. She smiled slightly since it was very rare for her to reassure him. Kuromaru made his way in front of them and sat on his haunches. "What are you two doing here? What is your business?" Naruto put on his best possible impassive face he was learning from his grandfather and spoke softly. "We're looking for Kiba. Have you seen him? He's busy. Go home." "Well, if we could just talk to him for a second." "Leave." Hinata saw that the dog's eyes were hardening slowly and that Naruto wasn't having any luck. Time to call in her trump card. Her inability for anyone to truly hate her. "Kuromaru-san, if we could just speak to him for a second." The one-eyed dog turned its gaze to her and she shivered. The thing was more like a wolf than a dog. "I said he's." "Kuromaru, what are you doing?" "Hello Naruto, Hinata." The two bowed as one and spoke together. "Hello, Tsume-sama." Tsume eyeballed the two and her companion. She'd overheard everything but wasn't about to give it away. She wanted answers for her companion's abruptness. "How can I help you two youngsters today? Can Kiba play today?" Tsume smiled at them and pointed in the direction of the kennel. "He can now. He's being punished for messing up one of his sister's things, but I'll let him go for now. He can finish cleaning out the pens later." Tsume smiled as the two ran off to the kennels and turned to Kuromaru with a hard eye. "What was that all about?" The dog had the decency to look ashamed. "Forgive me, Tsume, but I can't help myself sometimes. He reeks of foxes all the time." Tsume sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "You know he's not the fox, Kuromaru. Don't be that way toward him. One day he'll be strong enough to call you on your behavior, and where will you be then? Where will those ignorant villagers be then?" She left the dog to ponder that as she went back inside. Naruto and Hinata tried to sneak up on their friend but, as always, he smelled them coming. "You two really shouldn't try to sneak up on me. I'll always smell you." Hinata giggled as she watched Naruto sulk. He really was too funny when he was around Kiba. One day, I'll find a way to mask my scent and then you'll be sorry. Kiba turned around and grinned at his friends. I doubt it. You smell like a fox. It's pretty hard not to find you. Naruto put a finger to his chin and thought. I wonder why I smell like a fox. Mom got me a stuffed fox as a present one time and I slept with it. I don't think that's why you smell like a fox, Naruto-kun. Kiba grinned at Hinata and threw an arm around her neck. No one can explain why he smells like that. I asked Mom about it and she just told me that people smell differently. He took an experimental whiff of Hinata and she blushed. You smell like flowers. And cinnamon rolls. Hinata pushed him away and hid behind Naruto. I do not smell. Naruto frowned at Kiba and turned away. We were gonna ask you to play and help you get out of trouble, but since you hurt Hinata's feelings. Kiba immediately went on the defensive. But Hinata. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Please forgive me. You smell really nice. Hinata smiled and turned around. Being around Naruto also gave her the courage to be playful. But you were being a meanie. The Hyuga watching sighed and looked up at the sky. It should have been another 15 minutes before they left for the park. The kids always did this. When the three arrived at the park, they found the other children there as well. Shikamaru and Chaoji were lounging on the grass, watching the clouds and sharing a bag of chips. Shino was watching a mound of ants intently, and Ino was playing with a pink-haired girl. Shikamaru and Chaoji waved at the three, and Kiba bounded over to them. Hinata turned loose of Naruto's hand and padded over to say hello to Shino. Naruto watched them go and turned his attention to Ino and the girl she was playing with. He watched with careful eyes as the civilian parents gathered up their children and began to leave, but shook it off. He strode towards Ino, flashing a brilliant grin. Hey Ino-chan. Whatcha doing? Ino smiled up at her friend and turned back to Sakura. I'm playing with Sakura. I met her a while ago and we're friends now. Sakura, this is Uzumaki Naruto. My mommy said he's a bad person. Ino frowned at her new friend and looked back at Naruto. Well, I don't think he's bad. He's a little loud, but he's not mean. Sakura glanced over to where her mother was sitting and noticed the subtle motion for her to come. She stood and said goodbye to Ino before running off. Ino turned to Naruto and frowned at him. Now what did you do to her, Naruto? His eyes widened and he put up his hands in defense. I didn't do anything, Ino-chan. I just met her today. I don't know her. Ino glared at him and stood up, huffing. She walked away toward her mother. I bet you did something mean to Naruto. You ran off one of my new friends and I'm not talking to you. Naruto watched her go with tears in his eyes. He didn't like it when people were mad at him for no reason. He lowered his head and sniffled, trying to keep the tears from falling. But I didn't do anything. Hinata watched Ino leave and comforted Naruto by sitting on the swings with him until they left to take Kiba back home. Her day with Naruto was ruined and she felt bad that Ino had been mean to him. Kiba didn't know what to do once they dropped him off, so he just mumbled a goodbye and walked inside. The Hyuga knew that he had to take Naruto home now and as they walked, he reflected on what he had seen. It happened every time the boy tried to make new friends and now it appeared that he had lost one. Being every bit as sheltered as Hinata, Naruto had very few chances to interact with children his age and he treasured the friends he had. Losing Ino would be a big blow. Hinata stood silently with her head bowed as they stood before the gates of the Sarutobi compound. Naruto looked up to see his best friend's downtrodden gaze and silently berated himself for bringing her day down. He put on a big grin and gave her a hug. It's not your fault, Hinata-chan. I know what you're thinking. Don't be like that. Ino-chan is just being a dummy head. I'll see you next time, okay? Hinata gazed up into his eyes and gave him a small smile. She was glad he was strong for both of them. His strength was beginning to rub off on her. I'm sorry about Ino-chan, Naruto-kun. She shouldn't have said such mean things. It's okay. I'm fine. Don't be sad, Hinata-chan. Smile for me. She gave him a big smile and he grinned as he gave her another hug. With a wave he was gone inside the compound and she and the Hyuga guard began the trek home. Hinata gave another glance back and smiled. Naruto-kun will be fine. The Hyuga guard smiled when he saw her perk up and walk a little straighter. He chuckled in his mind. Kids. Naruto frowned as he walked inside the house. Those words from Ino still hurt and he still didn't know what he had done. He nearly ran into his father as he rounded a corner. Hello son. How was your day? Bad. Why is it bad? Naruto looked up at his father with the beginnings of tears in his eyes and Yuhiko mentally sighed. What happened now? I don't think Ino-chan likes me anymore. Yuhiko scooped his son up and walked toward the study that they used for their nightly lessons. Yuri was sitting in an armchair with her feet up, sipping a glass of mint tea. She liked to listen to them as they studied. Plus, she learned things too. Her gaze hardened when she saw Naruto's semi-wet cheeks and she raised an eyebrow at Yuhiko. Tell your mother what you told me, son. Naruto sniffled and buried his face in his mother's dress. She rubbed the top of his head affectionately and spoke to him softly. Well, sweetie. What's wrong? I don't think Ino-chan likes me anymore. We went to the park and she was talking to a girl named Sakura and she said I was a bad boy and now Ino-chan says I'm mean and ran her friend off. Iri let the information sink in inside. Apparently, this Sakura girl was from a civilian family since the only children Naruto had regular contact with were clan children. The only clan children he didn't play with were the Uchihas and she was happy for that. Sasuke was a pleasant child when you first met him, but he idolized his cold, emotionless brother and was sure to turn out like him. Not a choice playmate for either of her children, born or unborn. Honey, Ino-chan is just a little girl and she doesn't know what she's talking about. This Sakura girl doesn't know you and she doesn't know what she's saying either. Everything will be fine. Naruto sniffled and nodded his head, turning to face his father when he heard a book hit the table. Yahiko grinned and patted the chair beside him. Come on boy, we're studying the theory behind Henge tonight. And you'll be keeping leaves on your forehead and elbows as we read. Naruto groaned as he sat in the chair. He loved spending time reading, but theory was so boring. He'd much rather learn than read about it. But he'd promised his grandfather he'd learn from him and resigned himself to that fate. He just didn't break promises if he could help it. He started on the page assigned him. Henge is the ability to change the appearance of a person into something else entirely. The size and shape can be anything, but there are several theories that weight can also be distributed or even negated. What's distributed? That means it can be put elsewhere to even it out. Oh, okay. What's negated? That means it's cancelled. Oh, what's? That means it's not there. Oh, okay. Iri giggled into her teacup and Yahiko glared at her. It was his responsibility to teach the boy, not hers. He wanted him taught right. He grinned mischievously and paid attention to Naruto. They'd add, what's eyes manipulation? Yahiko smirked and cut his eyes to Iri. Something pregnant women wish they had control over. The growl was his answer. What was that dear? So totally worth it. The next day found Naruto out on his run with Sarutobi again, but this time the green spandex ninja was nowhere in sight. He sighed in contentment until Sarutobi cleared his throat, a sign he was about to talk. Yes sensei. Naruto, from here on out, Guy will be your taijutsu instructor. I'll teach you when you master the next level of chakra manipulation, but I have to start attending to other duties as Hokage. But sensei. No buts Naruto. I don't like it any more than you do, but Guy is an excellent teacher and you'll go far under his wing. He'll have you breaking bones in no time. I hope he means other people's bones. As they came back to the house, Sarutobi took on a serious demeanor when he saw Guy doing vertical push-ups, his loud boisterous voice carrying the number he was on over the grounds. The old Hokage knelt beside Naruto and looked him dead in the eye, as serious as could be. Naruto, I'm deadly serious here. Guy is a wonderful teacher, but if I ever catch you wearing a spandex bodysuit, I'll disown you. Am I clear? Naruto gulped and nodded. He didn't know what disown meant, but he didn't like the sound of it. He'd ask his father what it meant later. Sarutobi smiled and patted him on the head. Good boy. Now, I'll be helping you with some advanced chakra manipulation soon, but for now, listen to Guy. He'll help you when he's not on missions. When he is, he'll give you a detailed guideline to follow, and I expect you to treat him with the utmost respect. To you, he is Guy-sensei, understood? Hi, sensei. Excellent. Good morning Guy. Guy leapt to his feet and the morning sun pinged off his pearly whites. Ah, Hokage-sama. A most splendid morning it is. And how is my new pupil on this most youthful of mornings? Naruto never got to answer since they heard a window slide open and a coffee mug came hurtling out. Guy never saw it coming. It collided with his head and he hit the ground like a sack of potatoes. Iri leaned out the window looking bleary-eyed and both Naruto and Sarutobi cringed at her voice's volume. The woman, while a civilian, had an aim that would make Mitarashi Anko jealous. Lido Guy. There are people trying to sleep. Keep your damn voice down. The window slammed shut and Guy leapt to his feet as if nothing ever happened. His voice was considerably lower though. Ah, I forgot Iri-san was sleeping. Pregnant women need all the sleep they can get, you see Naruto-kun. It helps the babies grow up strong and healthy. I've also heard however that walking in the morning before sunup can help them as well. Perhaps we should invite your mother to join us on one of our runs. Yo. Before he could get going, Sarutobi clapped a hand over his mouth and put a finger to his lips. Now Guy, I know how excited you are to have a new student, but you must be quiet here. Iri needs her sleep, so keep it under 100 decibels all right. The eccentric nodded and Sarutobi sighed before standing back and addressing the newest master and student. Well, I'll leave you two to it. Naruto, make me proud. Guy, keep it down or your flames of youth will suffer. Yosh. I shall. And if I can't. The swift sidekick from Naruto to his shin quieted him and Guy looked apologetically sheepish. Sarutobi smiled as he shunshined to his office. Those two will work out fine. Guy turned to his student with a twinkle in his eyes. He hadn't had a pupil in quite a while and wanted to enjoy the experience, at least until he took a team. Tell me Naruto-kun, have you ever enjoyed the wonders of spandex? Naruto just sweat dropped. This was going to be a long day. Eri sipped her morning coffee as she sat on the porch watching her son and Guy spar. She had to admit, the man knew his stuff. Once he entered into his teacher mode, he was serious to the point of being scary. His eye was overly critical and he tore the boy's taijutsu apart. No, 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 Naruto-kun. Extend the leg just a bit more to distribute the weight. Cock your elbow more. Don't bend that knee. Let the body flow. You're too stiff. She giggled when she saw the sour look on Naruto's face. He was trying hard, but even Sarutobi was not this hard a taskmaster when it came to the martial arts. Guy thought nothing of shoving the boy's body this way or that to straighten him up, but even she could see his expertise shining through. Already, Naruto's body was remembering the stances and katas. Suddenly Guy appeared beside her. She blinked and looked back out to the yard. Of course. Kage Bunshin. Eri-san, I hope I didn't disturb you on this most youthful morning earlier. I was merely excited about my new pupil. Eri smiled up warmly at him and shook her head. No, I'm sorry Guy. I'm a little more cranky than normal in the mornings nowadays. I hope father forgives me for breaking his favorite coffee cup on your head. Guy's laughter rang out over the grounds and she cringed. He was a nice man, but she was getting to her limit. Not that I mind talking to you sensei, but why are you over here? Guy quit laughing and his face dropped to impassiveness. I just want you to know that I am utterly overjoyed that I can help teach your son, but I have to know. How is it that he is still standing after his workout this morning? Eri cocked her head and looked at him quizzically. Whatever do you mean? Eri-san, he is just a 4-year-old boy. I know he is a ninja in training, but even so, his muscles have begun to develop faster than any other child's, and his mind is further cultivated. He is developing faster than other 4-year-olds, and that worries me. I know. It worries me too. But father insists that he needs this. You know of his burden Guy, you know of what it entails. The villagers shun and hate him, and he doesn't know why. We haven't told him yet. We think that his tenant is helping develop his body while we cultivate his mind. Did you know he had fully developed sharp canines at the age of 6 months? I did not know that. But it doesn't matter. The boy's stamina is otherworldly. No other student has kept up with my regimen as well as he has. I can only hope that my next genin team has half of his youthful vigor. Excuse me, I have to go. With a poof, the guy beside her disappeared and the guy in the yard stiffened for a moment and nodded in her direction before going back to the task of correcting what Naruto was doing wrong. Naruto stood with his hands on his knees after a grueling lesson on Gokin-style taijutsu. He liked it better than the monkey style, it was more rigid and allowed for more advancement than waiting, but Guy-sensei hit hard. And he was much more critical than his grandfather. The man was critical of how he stood or held his hands or looked at him sideways than Sarutobi could ever be. But that was why Guy was a taijutsu master and Sarutobi was the professor. Sarutobi had forgotten more than they'd ever learned, Guy had beaten the memories into his body so he wouldn't have to remember. Alright Naruto, let's call it a day. You've done very well on this youthful morning. Now come over here and we'll outline your training schedule. Naruto beamed at the praise and immediately bounded over to his sensei. He didn't notice Guy's wide eyes as he flopped down cross-legged before the man. His stamina. It's like he never did anything today. I'm very impressed by Naruto. You learn quickly and you don't object too much to what your sensei tells you. That is most admirable in a student. But that attitude should only apply to learning and the martial arts. Never let your true self be swayed by someone else's ideals. What do you mean sensei? Don't let anyone tell you something that you don't believe in. Don't allow others to mold your mind for their benefit. You'll find in this world there are those who will hate you for no reason other than you're alive. You must be able to rise above them and be the bigger man. Let your senseis mold your body. Use your mind to decide what is right and what is wrong. Naruto nodded slowly. He didn't understand everything that his sensei was telling him, but his father could explain it in detail. Naruto stood and bowed to Guy. Thank you for your help sensei. Guy smiled and handed Naruto a tiny scroll. He flipped it open to reveal his training schedule. Of course we'll have to get some better weights for that suit you're wearing, but that can come later. Our lives will be very busy from here on out Naruto-kun, but you and I are going to face this together. I've never trained a future Hokage before, so this is quite an honor. Naruto looked toward the ground and his hair overshadowed his eyes. Guy-sensei, what do you think of me taking the title Hokage? I've read about what it is, but I don't know if I'm the best one for the job. I mean, I'm not strong or smart. Guy knelt down and put his large hands on the boy's small shoulders. He looked him right in the eye and smiled. You're not strong right now Naruto, but you will be. And you are very bright for your age. You'll make a splendid Hokage one day, and I'll be happy to serve under you. My only request when you reach the office is that you never let your flames of youth die. Naruto smiled at his teacher, and Guy was pleasantly surprised to see the sun gleam off his fangs. Don't worry sensei. My, flames of youth will never die. Yosh. And if they ever do, I will carry a boulder between my toes from here to Suna until your flames return. Yes, sorry Eri-san. Well, I must be going to Naruto. Continue your studies in the evenings and make your mind as strong as your body. And don't forget about your friends. Even a Hokage needs friends. It is lonely at the top. Naruto watched Guy's sunshine away and snatched up one of the leaves from the small whirlwind. I have to learn how to do that one day. Sarutobi sighed happily as he entered his house and hung his robes and hat on the hook by the door. It was always pleasantly quiet now that Naruto had begun his studies and he had time for a decent smoke. He'd watched the new student and teacher through his crystal ball and was surprised to see that Naruto was coming along quickly in Goken, a greater surprise that he wasn't affronted by Guy's personal style or speeches. He'd chosen wisely for Taijutsu, but Nin were up to him. As he walked by the window, he noticed that Naruto had a leaf on his forehead and one on each elbow and kneecap. Sarutobi smiled and stopped by the window looking in. While the leaf exercise was not an overly difficult one, especially compared to tree climbing or water walking, it was essential for the young ones to know. He'd begin the boy on tree climbing in another month or so. Naruto saw his grandfather at the window and waved to him. Yahiko looked up and gave his father a broad smile. That is, until Naruto asked him another question. Hey dad, what's disowned mean? Why, who told you that word? Digi said he'd disown me if he caught me wearing spandex. Yahiko growled and looked toward the window where the old man had miraculously disappeared. He turned to his son and smiled. Remember some of those words I said I'd tell you about when you're older? Yeah? Add this to that list. Now you keep reading, I'm going to go find your grandfather and have a talk with him. Naruto nodded and turned back to his book. This Kage Bunshin sounded pretty cool. He wondered why it didn't have any more information on it though. Chapter 4. Learning. It was now into Naruto's 5th year and he had grown much. He was a bright and sunny child, always in the middle of things when he wasn't training with his senseis. Sarutobi had taught him Henge and Kawarimi and he was using them effectively to mimic passerby and swap with random items. Sarutobi insisted he be grounded in the basics before he was taught the more advanced things. And because he was starting so early, there was more than enough time. I had given up on the weights after a month. Sarutobi had been puzzled when the green-clad man presented him with Naruto's bodysuit and said it wasn't working. Okage-sama, I can't train Naruto with weights anymore. They simply aren't helping. Sarutobi gave Guy a hard look and took a drag on his pipe. Explain. I nodded his head and sat the folded bodysuit on the desk. His body is adapting to the weight of Hokage-sama. His body is doing things that normal bodies just don't do and the weights are not helping, they are hindering his progress. Sarutobi frowned and shook his head. I don't understand what you're telling me, Guy. Okage-sama, as I'm sure you're aware, the human body's muscles break down and rebuild when they are stressed with weights and weight training. The same is said for gravity seals since stress is being put on the body. Yes. Naruto's body is not breaking down Hokage-sama, it is adapting, adjusting to the weight. His muscles don't break down and reform, they merely adjust so the weight isn't a burden and he doesn't notice them anymore. Sarutobi drew on his pipe and closed his eyes. I suppose you've experimented with this? Of course Hokage-sama. I raised the weights by 5 pounds each day and by noon, he had adjusted so that they didn't bother him. He never fatigued, he just adjusted. That's the best word I can come up with. He adapted. I'll allow you to take the weights away and we'll see what happens from there. These developments are somewhat troubling and yet they are most fortuitous. My grandson will be a very powerful warrior when he grows up. I smiled and bowed. And I couldn't be prouder to know I have a hand in that. Currently Naruto was working on the Bunshin, but he just couldn't get it right. He had expressed his doubts to Sarutobi about his ability to perform and had been told to keep at it until he got it. But 5 months and no better results. That was pushing it. Naruto grit his teeth and tried again. His control was what Sarutobi called adequate and he knew he should be able to do it, but it was like he had a mental block. Most of his friends were practicing the basics of their families, but Naruto's family, having no specific core, was stuck with working from the ground up. He liked Henge and used it often. But his version was a little different. Naruto had finally gotten the Henge down to a more than acceptable level and could change into anyone or anything he imagined. Sarutobi noticed that the boy was quite skilled with it and not only changed his shape but weight as well. In fact, he completely baffled his senseis. Sarutobi had called Guy in to be his witness to the wonder that Naruto had created and they both watched as he performed his Henge into Guy. Guy nodded his head in approval. Same height, same build, same facial features. He was about to ask what the problem was when Sarutobi changed into Guy and beckoned him over. Tell me Guy, what are the basics of Henge taught in the academy? Well, the basics are that it allows you to transform into anything or anyone within reason. The body cannot be that much bigger than yours, and the weight cannot be changed, but it is basically an illusion that is easily broken. Very good. Now, if one were to pump more chakra than necessary into what would happen? I don't know. Touch my shoulder. I touched Sarutobi's shoulder and saw the illusion waver slightly, as most illusions are wont to do when disturbed. Sarutobi released the technique and pointed at their young charge. Now touch Naruto's shoulder. I walked over and poked Naruto in the shoulder, and his eyes widened when he realized that the illusion did not waver in the slightest. In fact, the illusion felt solid. That wasn't right. Henge was a low-level technique that required great mental effort to keep up constantly, and it wasn't a solid technique. True, the older you get the better with the technique, and there were even variations used that multiplied kunai and shuriken by hardening chakra to resemble the objects, but that's all they were. Chakra. This shouldn't be possible on a child's level. Naruto whipped his head back and forth, trying to decipher what made the two so odd. Sarutobi merely smiled at the boy and patted him on the head. Don't worry about it. We'll tell you what I wanted to show Guy later. Of course, later, more often than not, never came and Naruto was always left with questions. He rarely ever got answers to any important ones, only receiving the vague answer "we'll tell you when you're older." As he walked up and down the tree, leaves stuck to various points of his body, he thought about his friends. Ino still hadn't talked to him since that day, and the little blonde went out of her way to ignore him if possible. It hurt to lose a friend, but Naruto learned a valuable lesson out of that. When someone wants nothing to do with you, cherish what you have and move on. Hinata's baby sister, Hanabi, had been born and their family was doing fine so far. Hinata's mother had contracted an illness though and was constantly bedridden, leaving the little girl without her merry voice or kind words. She'd also been taken by Hiashi to begin the learning points of Gyuukin. A straightforward taijutsu style was an affront to Hinata's gentle nature, but she was trying her hardest not to disappoint. Hiba was spending more and more time becoming acquainted with in hopes that he would receive his soon. His mother insisted he still had a few more years, but he held out hope. Shino had begun to cultivate his colony and communicate with them and had become even more withdrawn. If Naruto wanted to see his silent friend, he had to make an effort to go to the Abiram district himself. And he didn't get to go often because he was busy himself. Shikamaru and Chaoji were both as lazy as ever, their fathers not seeing the need to begin training them yet, insisting that kids could be kids for a little while longer. He didn't know how Ino was doing, but he hoped she was doing alright. Naruto sighed as he sat at the bottom of the tree. Guy had insisted he begin to meditate, and he found it boring. He was way too active a person to sit and hum for hours on end, but he had been told to do what his sensei said and he did. Or pretended to. Naruto's only true concerns at the moment were his taijutsu and his bunshin. He was okay with monkey style and average with Goken, but even Guy acknowledged they weren't fit for him. He couldn't bend enough with monkey style, and he wasn't fit for Goken and its hard as rock punches. I had sworn to scour every library he could to find an appropriate style, but it was taking too long for Naruto's taste. He huffed as he stood and walked inside to get lunch. Today, Guy was on a mission and his grandfather was stamping papers and more than likely going stir-crazy. Perhaps he'd visit and break the monotony. Naruto said hello to his mother, who was busy feeding his new little brother, Konohamaru, way too long a name in his opinion, but they'd asked his grandfather to name the kid. Eri smiled as she watched him bug the cook for ramen and get bopped on the head with a wooden spoon. The old woman said he'd be getting a healthy lunch and not that slop he ate at Ichiraku's with his grandfather. Naruto pouted and sat on a stool at the table, his feet swinging off the side. So what are you going to do after lunch, Naruto? He looked at his mom and put a finger to his chin, a habit he had picked up from somewhere. I don't know. I was thinking of going to see Gigi and bug him for some help on the bunshin. I can't get it right no matter how much I try. I know I'm pouring too much chakra into it, but no matter how much I try, I can't get the right amount. It just takes so little. Eri sighed and readjusted Konohamaru to her other arm. Naruto, most ninja don't use the bunshin once they're out of the academy unless it's to set up a trap. It's a very basic form that is almost worthless to a high-level ninja. It's only taught at the academy to show the students the basics of more advanced techniques. Naruto stared at his mom open-mouthed and gawked. Mom, I thought you weren't a ninja. How do you know all that? Eri rolled her eyes and laughed. Sweetie, I'm married to a ninja and I married into a ninja family. They talk like normal families talk about sports. It's impossible not to pick up on some things. Naruto had taken on an introspective look and the gaze in his eyes somewhat worried Eri. So? Are there more powerful versions of bunshin? There are more powerful versions of everything, honey. I'm not helping you though, you should ask your grandfather or Guy-sensei. Naruto nodded and ate his lunch slowly, thinking it over. He remembered reading about it. What was it? Cage bunshin. Yes, cage bunshin. But adequate information on it had been conveniently deleted from the scroll he had been reading. He was fairly certain it was a powerful technique and he had his reasons for learning it. He'd studied theory with his father every night since he learned to read until he was sick of the word theory. But, he had to admit, learning it was a help. He knew that the more chakra it took, the less control it demanded. Anyone could use a high level if they pumped enough chakra into it. Control was what helped minimize the amount needed to its finest degree. If Bunshin took such a small amount that he couldn't attain it, he would hone his control finer and find either information on the or find someone who could teach it to him. His grandfather loved it when he learned new things, so he wouldn't be mad for too long. Although he'd probably get punished. It'd be worth it if he could just get past the Bunshin. He said goodbye to his mother and made his way toward the Hokage tower to visit his grandfather with a warning to be back for dinner. Naruto kept his leaves attached to his head as he walked and he was glad that he had to concentrate on them somewhat. He hated walking through the village. It was the stairs, those god-awful stairs and the whispers. He could hear them sometimes, like they spoke just loud enough so he could hear them. Demon brat. Look at him, walking like he owns the place. I wish he'd just disappear forever. Okage-sama must be under the demon spell. Yondaime-sama must be rolling over in his grave right now. SHHH, he might hear us. He hated them somewhat. They talked bad about him and sometimes said mean things for no reason. They never hit him or beat him, but emotional wounds go deeper than physical wounds. Even though he had friends, even though he had a family, he couldn't make new friends, he couldn't play with any other children. It was like he had the plague. He waved to the guards at the door and they smiled down at him. At least the ninjas looked upon him kindly. At the worst, they were indifferent or cold, but never spiteful. He had several that he liked. Anko was always fun to play with and she had those really cool snakes. Genma was fun to be around and one time Naruto had imitated him by leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets and in his mouth and the ninja had laughed long and hard before ruffling his hair. Heiei was a kind man, but he was sickly and Naruto shied away from him. The Anbu however, were the weirdest of the bunch. The masks freaked him out sometimes since he couldn't see their expressions, only the soft voices and slight breathing. Speak of the devil. He grinned and waved at the gray-haired Anbu standing by the Hokage's office door and the man turned to face him with his dog-faced mask. Inu never talked to him much, but he was okay. He guessed. Hello, Naruto. The Hokage is in a meeting right now, so I have a seat. He should be through shortly. Inu was one of those who was indifferent at best. His voice never raised and from what Naruto could tell with his limited dealings with those outside of his small circle, Inu was a very sad man. He seemed to live for his job and not much else. Naruto hopped onto the bench outside the door and swung his feet in time to his heartbeat. Inu sighed behind his mask and prepared himself for the onslaught of questions about to come. Quiet time simply wasn't possible with an inquisitive Naruto around. Hey, Inu-san. Do you know how to make bunshin? Inu's answer was to form the needed hand seal and a copy of himself appeared. It disappeared just as quickly and Naruto nodded before going back to being silent. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Inu-san. Do you know a more powerful version of that? Inu raised an unseen eyebrow and shuffled his feet. He'd heard from several people the boy was an information sponge, always soaking up what he could. However, he also knew that Sarutobi had forbidden anyone to teach the boy ninjutsu and he wasn't getting in trouble over a curious brat. He wanted to know what the boy was digging at though. It would help pass the time. Why do you want to know? Naruto frowned and kicked his feet back and forth. He didn't think it would be as easy as asking. I can't do a simple bunshin. I just can't control the amount of chakra needed to make one. I've read before that the more power it takes, the easier it is to make. That's it. Not entirely true. You need control as well. That's why it's necessary to learn the academy bunshin, no matter how useless it is. It promotes control. Yeah, but it shouldn't take such a long time to learn. How long is long? 5 months. Inu whistled low and nodded his head before standing bolt upright again. He could hear the people in the office moving around. Well, that's too bad, kid, but I can't help you. Your grandfather has forbidden anyone from helping you. You know that. Naruto sighed and put his face in his hands. Yeah, I know. I just thought it couldn't hurt to ask. It never hurts to ask Naruto, but trying to get Inu in trouble. I'm disappointed and ashamed. Naruto grinned at the voice and looked up. But Gigi, it was just a question. He can't possibly teach me anything anyway. All he ever does is stand there. I can hear you, you know. Now, Inu, you know he didn't mean it. Did you? I'm sorry. Sarutobi sighed and opened the door more, letting out the man standing behind him. Thank you for coming. I will have an answer for you in the future. That would be most appreciated, Hokage-sama. Naruto watched as the man walked down the hall and was ushered into the office by a slightly annoyed Inu, who shut the door behind him. Naruto sat down in the chair before the desk and looked over the veneer at his grandfather. So, Naruto, what brings you here today? I want to learn something more powerful than bunshin. Sarutobi sighed and readied himself for the battle. Naruto, you know what I said. I know. But Gigi, I have a theory. Sarutobi was always happy to listen to a theory, even if he knew he was about to blow holes in it. He bridged his hands and puffed on his ever-present pipe. Alright. Convince me. Okay, you know how the less chakra uses, the more control you have to have, right? Sarutobi nodded his head. Well, then on the other hand, the more chakra it takes, the less control it takes to bring them into existence. You still have to have control, but only to fine-tune it so it doesn't require so much chakra. I can't seem to get the control enough for the regular Bunshin, so would you please teach me a different one? Sarutobi sat back in his chair and puffed away on his pipe. He was impressed with his grandson's argument. The boy was 5, but he had been taking his studies seriously. He wanted nothing more than to make his family proud, and that was a boon. He had been ecstatic to learn henge and kawarimi and was fast on his way to mastering them. His solid form henge was a wonder as well. That would require more research. But teaching him a more powerful Bunshin. He was only 5. Could he handle the power? Well, of course he could handle the power, but could he handle the responsibility of that power? Would he flaunt it or would he be prudent with it? Sarutobi sighed, a cloud of smoke billowing from his mouth. What would you do if I taught you a better Bunshin? Naruto was ecstatic. This was as close as he'd probably get, but he had to take that leap. I'd work with it until I mastered it and then I'd ask for another. Sarutobi smiled and clenched the pipe in his teeth. He remembered another child who wouldn't rest until he had mastered a lesson taught to him. Jiraiya had been a stickler for learning. He didn't just learn, he bent it, tweaked it, perfected it. He didn't rest until he had made it perfect and then, he asked for more. Perhaps, it would not be a bad idea. 5 months was a long time not being able to use a Bunshin after all. If I do this, you are not to let others know about it except me and Guy. Understood. Naruto nodded vigorously and grinned happily. Sarutobi grinned back and waved his hand. Now go home, scamp, I have work to do. I'll show you tonight. Naruto practically flew home. Sarutobi sighed as he walked inside the house. He could see Naruto in the backyard, balancing on one foot on a tree branch, sticking leaves to multiple parts of his body. He hung his hat and robe on the hook by the door and walked out back. Naruto saw his sensei coming and leapt out of the tree, trembling with anticipation. Sarutobi raised his hand, signaling for silence. The Bunshin I will show you is not to be shown to anyone else, I want to say that again. When you get older, I will tell you when it is okay to use it outside of training. Now then, watch what I do. This will help you form the Tsuchi Bunshin. Sarutobi ran through the hand seals slowly, Naruto mocking him, trying to get them right. Once he was comfortable that the boy had it down, he dropped his hands to the sides. As time goes on, you will find that things such as these will become easier to use, and eventually you will be able to use only one seal or none at all. You will know how the chakra is molded, and it will help make you a better, unpredictable ninja. Now try to mold the chakra correctly. It took 7 tries, but finally Naruto was able to form a Tsuchi Bunshin. He leapt this way and that, cheering loudly, before he was smacked on the head and stood quietly again. That was very good, but now I expect you to train with this until you have it down. I hadn't meant to teach you this advanced this early, but it was necessary I suppose. Practice it more until dinner time. I will come to fetch you. Naruto nodded and flipped through the hand seals again as Sarutobi walked inside. The old Hokage flopped into an armchair and sank back into the aged leather. Here, amongst his sanctuary of old scrolls and books, he felt safe and at peace. No one bothered him here and he was free to research what he pleased. Currently, he was flipping through some scrolls from Whirlpool Country, trying to find anything about Naruto's distant family. The Uzumakas, so named because he didn't know any other surname for Naruto's mother's family, were reclusive and private family, but they left good records and detailed birth certificates. He was looking for anything on the melt, the bloodline he thought the child might have. He read that it only manifested once every 10 generations and only in the strongest of the children. There weren't many details about it. The Uzumakas didn't want their children used as breeding fodder for that wasn't guaranteed to manifest or to be in danger of being kidnapped by neighboring villages. What he did find was intriguing and raised more questions. The bloodline was actually a genetic defect that made itself known a few years before puberty in most. One child had been documented as manifesting as early as 4, but Naruto was past that. The infuriating thing was that they made no mention what the damn thing did. Calling it the melt left so many open possibilities. Based on stealth and helped form the ninja world. He found another scroll and curled an eyebrow. Uzumakas were natural-born assassins, and there were several documented episodes of their assassination skills. If Naruto manifested this bloodline, there was no reason not to teach him the ways of the assassin. He would need to learn to be quiet somehow. Sarutobi put the scrolls back and looked at the grandfather clock in the corner of the room. He needed to gather Naruto up and head for the table. Eri would be angry if he kept the boy outside all night. As he walked down the hall, he thought toward the future. Assassination was a skill the boy would have to learn. That meant that he would have to make a kill someday, and the idea pained him that the innocent child would have to take a life. But to truly understand the fragility and precious quality of a life, you must take one so you can protect those you love. A ninja's trade demanded no less. His eyes widened as he stared out into the yard and saw Naruto running through the seals, 10 copies of himself standing around, loitering. Sarutobi walked up and they all turned and smiled, speaking in a collective voice. Hi Gigi. Naruto, dispel your clones and come inside. Dinner's ready. The blonde let his buncheon sink into the ground and stood up, the exertion clear on his face. But a trace of pride was there also. He had proven that he could be more powerful and, even though it might be a while before he learned another, he had time to perfect this one. He followed his grandfather inside wordlessly. Sarutobi walked in front, his hands behind his back. He didn't look back as he spoke. I'm proud of you, Naruto. Chapter 5. A trick of the eyes. Naruto groaned and banged his head on the table before him. His grandfather had thought it would be a fine time to introduce Naruto to the joys of paperwork, and the little boy had been ecstatic to learn more about being Hokage. Until he met the mounds of parchment. He sighed and looked over to where Sarutobi was signing away at whatever was in front of him, his pipe billowing like a smokestack, small curses coming from his lips. He turned to the small blonde sitting at the table next to him and took his pipe from between his teeth. Looking at the clock, he groaned. That's it. Come on Naruto, we're going for a walk. I'm sure you're tired of sorting those papers. Hi, sensei. Sarutobi nodded to the guard at the door and they walked out into the street in front of the Hokage tower, stretching the kinks from their bodies. So Naruto, where shall we go? I don't know sensei, you're the one who wanted to leave. Sarutobi laughed and shook his head. It was true, he hated being cooped up for long. Well, let's go do a little shopping, Perhaps we can finally find you a weapon that would suit you. I don't know sensei. Nothing sticks out and I'm not tall enough yet for a staff. The old Kage sighed and nodded to people as they passed. The ones with harsh glares for Naruto received a dose of his killing intent. Naruto. I believe we've established that, as unfortunate for me as it is, you simply aren't built to use most of my styles. Bujutsu just isn't you. Neither is monkey style Taijutsu. And Guy was heartbroken when he found out you weren't a match for Goken. But, on the other hand, that leaves several possibilities for you. You don't have to follow our paths, instead you can beat out your own. Yeah, but. It's hard learning from someone when they are learning along with you. Guy sensei and I have tried several different styles and none have worked. He learns just as much as I do. I'm supposed to be a student. Naruto. One universal truth you must accept is that you never stop learning. The day you stop learning is the day you die and disappear. Knowledge is like a mighty river, always flowing, and you can't help but be swept up by its current. You can safely drink from it at times, but the true thrill is diving in and letting it take you away to unknown territories. Sensei, you're preaching again. Sarutobi laughed and ruffled the boy's hair. So I was. But you have to understand that I learn something every day. Life is learning and you never stop. He let Naruto think about that as they continued their walk. Before long, they had arrived at the weapons shop. Sarutobi loved to come here and walk amongst the weapons, testing the staff and flipping the kunai back and forth. He hadn't allowed Naruto to use anything more than blunt kunai for target practice, and the boy had proven a dab hand with throwing weapons, but he still needed a melee weapon for those up-close and personal encounters. They stepped inside and Sarutobi nodded to the owner before walking to the back and weighing the staff in his hands. He disliked many of them, but then again, most weapons were poor when compared to Enma's staff transformation. Sarutobi snatched a heavy oaken staff from the display and twirled it in the air before settling it behind his back in a crouch. One reason he loved this particular store was the large areas between the weapons and the high ceilings, allowing you to try out your future purchases. Naruto wandered around the racks, running his fingers over the staff before shaking his head and heading for something more pointy. He picked up a sword but quickly put it back. He wasn't big and strong enough for swords yet. Instead, he meandered over to the daggers and kunai. Somewhere in Naruto's mind, he just got tickled looking at knives. It was like he had a genetic predisposition to them. He knew soon he would have to start training with weapons for real, but he still had as of yet to find one that suited him. Kunai were used by everyone. Shuriken was used by everyone. He wanted a unique weapon, one that would make him stand out. There were several masters, and his grandfather was renowned for bujutsu. His uncle Asuma, who he had never met, was a master with trench knives. Naruto vaguely heard Sarutobi chatting with the proprietor of the establishment and went back to his browsing. The knives here were either too ornate or too plain. None had that edge he wanted. He frowned and turned away from them. Perhaps he should look at knuckle dusters. He sighed as he quickly brushed away that thought. Way too plain and brutal. With knives there was a subtlety that was close to poetry. He'd watched Anko play with hers often enough as she waited in the Hokage's lobby that he knew they were a force to be reckoned with. But knives also had a drawback. They were good at throwing weapons, but they demanded that you be up close and personal. Swords gave you a little bit of distance, knives demanded that you be close as you took a life. He picked up a plain-looking dagger and twirled it in his hands like Anko had shown him. It lacked balance for throwing but felt pleasant in the hand. He put it back with a shake of his head. He still couldn't find anything that suited him. Sarutobi frowned as he spoke with the owner. They had both been watching as Naruto rummaged through the weapons, and he was still quite dismayed that Naruto didn't like any of them. I don't know what to think of Kawis. He just can't seem to get comfortable with any weapons. Most children his age think any kind of sword or sharp thing is cool. Naruto just looks upon them with disdain. Okage-sama, perhaps the child just isn't ready yet. I've heard of the training regimen you and Gai-san put him through. He has a lot on his plate. And you said earlier he had started helping you with your paperwork. Hi, I did. And he is a big help, even though I have to catch him sometimes putting things in the wrong pile. He has his own ideas about what is important and what isn't. You know, his 6th birthday is coming up in a few days. Ah, of course. The day of the festival. Will you be attending? Sarutobi frowned and knocked his pipe out against his leg. I'll give my yearly speech, but after that I shall retire to my home. We have a party planned for Naruto and all his little friends. The celebration is mostly for the civilians anyway. The clans will be attending Naruto's party. It's an occasion for them to catch up with each other and watch the children be children. Plus, Eri makes the most delicious cakes. The owner of the shop laughed and slapped his hand on the counter. Imagine the Hokage of all people being weak-kneed for his daughter-in-law's cooking. Sarutobi chuckled along with the man and patted Naruto on the head as he wandered up. Find anything to your liking? Naruto shook his head in a negative way and Sarutobi sighed heavily. Don't worry. One day, you'll find the weapon you want and I'll train you to the fullest in it. We can't do everything at once. Naruto nodded and they said their farewells to the owner of the shop. As they walked back to the tower, Sarutobi smiled down. What do you say to lunch before we go back to our dreary job? The small blonde nodded vigorously. Sarutobi smiled as he watched Naruto and his friends play in the yard. Kiba and Naruto were entirely too energetic and it showed in their game of tag. Hinata and Shino did their best to keep up while Shikamaru and Choji sat to the side, too lazy to do anything but watch. He looked over to the adults and smiled at their obvious comfort. They were enjoying themselves as much as the children. Noticeably absent was little Ino, though Inoichi had seen fit to come. Sarutobi sat back again with his notes on the Uzumakas and read a little more. Naruto's father had been an absolute brute on the battlefield, the ultimate frontliner. A few special kunai were thrown around the battlefield and he could decimate an army. Little was known about his better half, although from what he'd read so far, he would guess she was an assassin like the rest of her relatives. He couldn't be too sure though. He heard Naruto laugh and lifted his head to see Kiba sprawled out on the ground, holding his nose. The boy had run headfirst into a tree and now everyone was laughing. He ran to Tsume, who gave him a hug and told him to be a big boy about it and sent him back out to play. Sarutobi shook his head and sighed. It wouldn't be long before playtime would be over and they'd be sent out to act in honor of their village. He stiffened a little when he read a particular excerpt from the scroll he'd found. He hadn't noticed it or had thought it inconsequential at the time, but it caught his eye now. Those born with a defect can allow nature to swallow them whole. He didn't know what to make of that. They were assassins of the highest caliber and now. Ugh, it was too frustrating. He sat the notes down and watched the children play some more before he felt someone standing at his side. Okage-sama. Ah, Guy. What can I help you with? I just wanted to drop in and wish Naruto-kun a happy birthday. It isn't often he gets a day like this anymore. I agree. I keep the boy quite busy when you're not teaching him. How is he progressing by the way? Quite well. He isn't a master, but he won't be helpless when it comes to Taijutsu. He showed me his Tsuchi Bunshin the other day finally. He is quite proficient with it. I am quite proud of him for learning it so quickly and improving himself with it. He's come far in 2 years. He has. Excuse me, Hokage-sama, I'm going to give Naruto his gift before I have to go. Sarutobi nodded and pulled his pipe out but found his hand suddenly full. He blinked at the little bundle shoved into his arms and found himself looking up at a fuming Eri. Hold him please while I go inside and change. What happened? Your grandson thought it would be a good idea to upchuck all over my new dress. I'll be right back. Sarutobi chuckled and bounced Konohamaru on his knee while the little boy squealed with delight. You shouldn't have done that, you know. Now your mother will be upset with you. Konohamaru just giggled. The 4 children lay on the ground panting from their efforts to catch one another. Kiba and Naruto had finally called a truce and decided to relax. Shikamaru and Choji ambled over as they all sat in a circle and chattered. Mom says that I might be able to get one in a couple years, but I want one now. She just doesn't understand. Kiba-kun. Maybe you just aren't ready yet. Kiba gave Hinata a pouting look and she giggled into her hand. Naruto grinned at his feral friend and fanged fellow. Maybe you aren't Kiba but don't worry. When you get one, I'm sure it'll be really cool. Shino pushed his miniature shades up his nose and nodded. I Kiba, but having a companion is also a large responsibility. My Kikai bugs require constant watching, and father has told me that the older I get, the larger the colonies get. They will require even more care. Kiba hung his head lower and sighed. He hated the word responsibility. Before any more conversation could start up, the group heard footsteps and turned to see a very muscular man clad in green. Naruto beamed and leapt to his feet. Sensei. Yosh. Hello, Naruto-kun. I hope you are having a most youthful birthday. The collective scream of his name from the adults made Guy wince and rub his head sheepishly before turning to a group of wide-eyed youngsters and one grinning. He knelt down in front of Naruto and produced a scroll from his belt. Naruto cocked his head to the side and pointed at the scroll. What's that, sensei? This, Naruto, is a sealing scroll. Inside of it is your birthday present. Tell me, have you studied seals yet? Naruto shook his head and Guy sighed. I would suggest you study them then. There aren't many seal masters in the world and it is a sorely needed skill in this world. I'll show you how to use them and you can keep the scroll as well to study, okay? Naruto nodded and all the kids watched as Guy used his chakra to unseal Naruto's present. Out from the scroll popped 2 books, 2 bags full of what looked like game pieces, and a double-sided game board. Naruto looked at his teacher, his eyes asking the unspoken question. This, Naruto, is a game board for playing shogi and go. These games have been revered throughout the ages as helping to hone awareness and strategy for the battlefield. I want you to learn how to play them and when you do, we'll play a game. A healthy mind is just as essential as a healthy body. Never let it be said I have a totally one-track mind. Naruto hugged his sensei's neck and thanked him for the gift while the others looked strangely at Shikamaru. He was looking hungrily at the game board as if he wanted to claim it as his own. Once Guy left and Naruto sat back down, Shikamaru pointed to the game board. Are you going to learn to play? Naruto shrugged and grinned. I intend to. If Guy-sensei says it will help me, then I'll learn. Shikamaru grinned and flopped down in front of Naruto, the board between them. I can show you how to play. I love having someone to play board games with. You know how to play these? Shikamaru nodded his head vigorously and flipped through the book. These are basic books on strategy, but you like them. When you want to learn to play, come find me and I'll set up the game. Okay. The rest of Naruto's birthday party was typical of any young boys. They had cake, played a few more games, and then he opened his presents. Most were typical of a little boy, a few games, some clothes. Hinata had gotten him a necklace depicting a fox chasing its tail. He hugged her neck and thanked her. She smiled at him shyly and said he was welcome. The adults all congratulated him and patted him on the head or slapped him on the back. He finally came to his grandfather, who stood with his hands behind his back. Sarutobi had remembered from a previous shopping trip what they called getting the hell out of the office when paperwork became too much that Naruto had admired some hats he had seen and had gone back to have one commissioned. He smiled down at his grandson. I hope you've enjoyed your birthday this year, Naruto. Today was a free day, you know. Tomorrow, it's back to business as usual. Now, I have 2 presents for you. Naruto's face lit up and he literally bounced on the balls of his feet. He hoped it was I'll be teaching you. Yes. At our next training session. It's a D rank, so don't expect anything spectacular. Naruto's smile slipped a little, but quickly came back. At least he was learning something new. Now, as for your other gift, well, it's easier just to show you. From behind his back, Sarutobi presented Naruto with a copy of his Hokage's hat. The little boy laughed happily and sat the hat on his head. On top of it was the kanji reading Shadow of the Shadow. Naruto loved it. Sarutobi laughed and clapped the boy on the shoulder. You can't take mine yet, but that should tide you over for now. I expect you to wear it when we're in the office, of course. Naruto nodded his head hard, causing the silken hat to bob up and down. Everyone laughed at his enthusiasm and Sarutobi clapped his hands together. Now, how about we get some ice cream before everyone leaves? Naruto grumbled to himself as he separated the papers into their respective piles. He hated this part of the job and doing it by himself was a chore. But he knew it was part of what he was learning, it was all a part of being Hokage. He heard his sensei sigh as he stamped another form and let his head fall to the desk. Desk jobs were so boring. Naruto. Keep separating those papers. The sooner you get them separated, the sooner I can sign them, the sooner we can go home. Naruto nodded and picked up a document, skimming over it. Some farmers in the southern part of Fire Country wanted a ninja to come and kill a pack of wolves that were terrorizing the livestock. Sweet Kami, don't these people know how to fend for themselves? Find one of interest to Naruto. He turned to his sensei and shook his head. Sensei, why are there so many worthless missions? Killing wolves. Grubbing potatoes. These are things that anyone could do. Hi, they are. But these are missions that are used to promote teamwork among our genin teams. That's why I need you to separate them by urgency and difficulty. I know, but it seems so stupid. Well, I wasn't going to say that, but yeah, it seems stupid. It does to me at times too. Now then, let's get those separated and we'll go home to work on that I promised you. Naruto flew through his paperwork like a man possessed. Naruto stood before his sensei practically giddy with excitement. He was going to learn another technique. He couldn't even guess what this one could do. Sarutobi stood before him with a smile on his face as well. He loved having a young, willing student. The I'm about to show you is, as I told you before, a D rank and while not useful on the battlefield, is practical for getting around quickly outside of a fight. Naruto cocked his head to the side, wondering what it could be. He watched as Sarutobi formed a single hand seal and poofed across the clearing in the blink of an eye. He disappeared from the spot beside Naruto in a swirl of leaves and reappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto watched as he formed the hand seal again and reappeared back in front of him. That was the Shunshin Naruto. It is used to go short to medium distances in the blink of an eye. It is great for getting around at fast speeds in daily life but isn't very useful on the battlefield. Truly skilled ninjas can sense chakra and the Shunshin is a dead giveaway that you are approaching. It emits a level of chakra into the air that creates a small vortex that raises sand, leaves, or any debris off the ground. It is, however, fun to use. Now, try. Naruto concentrated on the hand seal, molded the chakra properly, and promptly smashed into the tree before him. Sarutobi roared with laughter and helped the boy to his feet. That was a good first try for Naruto, but you need to visualize where you're going. You can't have too broad an area, otherwise that happens. Now envision yourself on the roof of the house and place yourself there. Naruto nodded his head and concentrated. He imagined himself standing on the roof and felt a tingle as the chakra wound its way through his body and wrapped itself around him before yanking him upward and onto the roof. The entire process took less than a second and Naruto opened his eyes to find leaves swirling around him. He waved down at his sensei. Sarutobi smiled and waved back. That was very good, but once again, you need to practice to make it useful and to make it easier to use. Work on it until supper and I'll come fetch you again. Naruto nodded and Sarutobi watched as he shunshined across the yard and into the side of the servants' quarters. The old Hokage shook his head and chuckled under his breath as he walked inside. Hiko watched as his father taught his son the Shunshin and nearly died from laughter when the boy crashed headlong into a tree. Watching Naruto made him wonder about his brother, Asuma. He watched his father head into his private study and followed in behind him. Sarutobi glanced up when he saw his son enter and swung his head back down to continue reading. "Father, have you received any words from Asuma lately?" Sarutobi sighed and closed the book he had been reading before rubbing the bridge of his nose. "No, there has been no word from him since he left to join the Guardians. I don't know if we'll ever hear from him until he wants to come back home. I wish he would though." "Why?" Another hand in Naruto's training. The aging Hokage frowned at his son and leaned back in his chair. "Not just that, no. I miss my son and I'd rather not see him off getting killed for something I don't believe in. We didn't part on the most amicable terms, you know that. I just want my son back home. Forgive me father, I didn't mean to be rude. No need for apologizing. I admit sometimes I am hard on Naruto and he needs more training than you can imagine. There have been many prodigies younger than him that have become full-fledged ninja you know. I know, but it doesn't change the fact that he is my son and I don't want his childhood to evaporate. It won't. I promise. You have to trust that I'm doing what's best for everyone, Naruto included. It's been 2 years since he began to learn and so far, he only knows 4. That's pitifully low for one of his abilities and I'm going to have to start upping his ninjutsu training. I'll have to try to find a master though. It takes time to explain the nuances and requirements for those and I don't have the patience or time. I don't know what else to do. The boy is abysmal in the area. He can't even recognize one half the time." Sarutobi lit his pipe and took an extra long drag. He let the smoke envelop his head and closed his eyes. "How are his studies coming along?" Hiko ran his hand through his hair and exhaled. "They're coming along splendidly, although, after Guy's little show with the ceiling scroll at his birthday, he wants to learn more about them. He seems to think there are possibilities there that he can explore. I began to teach him how to play Go and Shogi last night as well. And he's learning slowly. Naruto learns by doing, so it will take several tries before he learns all the nuances and subtleties that make up the games. He tries to be too forward when he plays. Well, he is only 6. He'll learn quickly though. Hi, but the thing is, when he's backed into a corner, he can pull off brilliant moves that I never would have read or thought possible. But it only comes in small flashes. Perhaps we can cultivate that mind to think more outside the box. Perhaps." They sat in silence for a while until Sarutobi suddenly perked up. Hiko, tell me what you think of this. The younger of the two read the small passage and handed the parchment back to his father. I have no idea what that could mean. Do you still believe that Naruto might harbor some kind of? I do. He's been nothing but one surprise after another, so it would stand to reason. A knock at the door made them both turn and Yuri popped her head in. Dinner's ready. If one of you would round up Naruto. Sarutobi stood, cracking his back and groaning. I'll fetch him. I want to see how he's doing with the Shunshin anyway. Hiko nodded and followed after his wife, leaving his father to walk outside. Sarutobi hummed to himself as he paced toward the door to go outside. He silently wondered if the boy had come along with them or not. Knowing Naruto, he had probably figured it out finally and was teleporting back and forth across the yard, coming dangerously close to tiring himself out. He opened the door and came face to face with a Shunshin using Naruto. Hi Gigi. I think I got it down pretty good. That's very good Naruto. Show me. Naruto nodded and walked back to the middle of the yard. He formed the needed seal and was gone in a swirl of leaves to appear on the roof of the adjacent building. Before Sarutobi could call out, he reappeared again on the tree out back and disappeared one more time before reappearing in front of his grandfather, smile blindingly obvious. That's excellent Naruto, but you have to be careful not to overexert yourself. Using that many times in succession could have ill effects on the body. Probably not yours, per se, but I'd rather not find out. Okay Gigi, I'll be careful. Can I use this to get from here to your office from now on? I don't think you can reach from here to there. What if I push more chakra into the move? Theoretically that would work, but I don't know that for sure. How about letting me see if it's possible before you try that okay? Okay Gigi. Good. Now, supper's ready, let's go eat. Several weeks later found Naruto back in the office again, sorting papers as Sarutobi grumbled and grunted as he stamped and signed away. Naruto was frantically sorting the papers into piles and shoving them onto the desk where they were looked over quickly and then put into the outbox. Sarutobi looked over at his grandson and smiled discreetly. The hat had become a permanent fixture on the little boy's head and it never ceased to amaze him how much he looked like Minato, especially since he had insisted that Naruto wear robes while he tended to his duties. The blonde had protested loudly that he hated wearing robes and wanted to continue wearing his shorts and t-shirts, but a powerful glare from his grandfather made him hush. In that office you are to look respectable and dignified. This matter is not up for negotiation. Is that clear? Hi, sensei. He hadn't meant to sound so harsh, but Naruto's head was notoriously thick if he didn't want to do something. A firm word was usually all that was needed to put him in his place. He watched as Naruto skimmed over the documents and threw them into an appropriate pile before paper clipping them and shoving them onto the desk. He couldn't ask for a more able helper. Although, it was free labor for the village, a training mission if you will. Sarutobi suddenly remembered that he had left an important document at the compound and needed it signed by that day. He couldn't leave. But he could send Naruto. The boy would be grateful for the opportunity to leave for a few minutes. Naruto, I need you to run an errand. The boy didn't even look up, just kept sorting the papers. Sarutobi smiled. At least he was learning to multitask, a vital skill for a seasoned Hokage. Hi sensei. What do you need me to do? I forgot an important document at the house. Could you run fetch it please? Naruto growled and pushed back from the desk. He was so close to finishing before lunch too. Without thinking he formed the seal for Shunshin and disappeared, leaving a wide-eyed Sarutobi in his wake. Naruto swept into the study of his grandfather quickly and acquired the document before making the seal again and poofing away. Sarutobi had been counting on the clock how long it took for the boy to get back. Walking was a good 15 minutes away, at a ninja sprint a good 5. Naruto was back in 3. The old Hokage took the paper offered to him and watched as his apprentice went back to his sorting like nothing had happened. A child shouldn't be able to Shunshin that far. Most adults couldn't make it more than a couple hundred yards if they were in top shape and grade A control. Naruto. How did you get this? He didn't look up from his sorting. I used Shunshin to get into your study. How? The boy looked exasperated. Sensei, I did it just like you told me. I used the seal, molded the chakra, and applied control while envisioning where I wanted to be. Naruto, do you know how far away the home is from here? Not very by Shunshin. Naruto's home is over a mile away. You shouldn't have been able to do that. Especially while distracted. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, I promise. No. It's not that. You just surprised me. Once again. Naruto nodded and went back to doing his paperwork. Sarutobi kept his eye on the boy for a moment and nearly had a heart attack when he witnessed what he thought was a miracle. Naruto wasn't paying attention and had grasped for another paperclip on the desk but couldn't find one. He wondered why his hand felt weird, turned his head to see what was the matter, and found his hand sunk into the desk. He gasped and jerked it out quickly, holding it by the wrist with his other hand. Sarutobi watched out of the corner of his eyes as the boy knocked his fist into his hand, making sure they were corporeal. He didn't say anything though, just observed. Naruto, satisfied that his hand was whole and that he wasn't crazy, chalked it up to doing too much paperwork. His mind was starting to play tricks on him. Just to be sure, he touched his hand to the desk again and found the surface solid and smooth. Sighing in relief, he returned to his sorting. Sarutobi was nearly hyperventilating. He had just seen his grandson put his hand not through the desk, but into the desk. If this was what he thought it was, the boy had so much potential it wasn't funny. He didn't say anything about what he saw and went back to writing, but he cut his eyes to Naruto every so often and found no change. The child must have thought it was a trick of his eyes and played it off. But Sarutobi knew different. The boy's hand had actually gone into the desk. It had melted into the desk before his very eyes. He had a gem in his office, and he now fully intended to polish it until it shone brightly. He returned to his paperwork with a flourish. They needed to get out of this office as soon as possible. Chapter 6. The Vanishing Act. It was now 5 months after Naruto's 7th birthday, and he had developed his Shunshin so that he could teleport both him and his grandfather to and from work. But using it like that drained him considerably when Sarutobi traveled with him. Just one of the limitations that he had found out as he went. It didn't bother him much though. He knew from how his grandfather talked that it was pretty impressive. He'd had his mental regimen upped in the past few months and routinely spent a few hours each week playing shogi and going against Shikamaru and Guy. Yahiko was more prone to playing puzzles and had passed on a love of them to Naruto. Before he went to bed at night, he usually tried to solve a few brain teasers. His father said it kept his mind sharp. Naruto just knew that it helped his brain go to sleep at night. He hadn't had anything happen like that one day ever again. He thought it was a trick of the mind that he had seen his hand disappear into the wood of the desk he sat at. But in the back of his mind, there was something that told him it had been real. He had watched as his hand sank into the veneer. If only there was some way to be sure. Currently, Naruto was on his way to the Aburams district to see Shino with a butterfly he'd caught cupped in his hands. "Hello Naruto. It's been quite a while since I last saw you. Hey Shino. Gigi keeps me really busy, so I don't have time for fun stuff as much anymore. I caught this butterfly and wanted to know if you guys already had one like it." Shino looked in between Naruto's laced fingers and pushed his sunglasses further up his nose. "I believe we already have that species, but another is always a welcome addition. Come. We'll see if father has a pot to put it in." Naruto nodded vigorously and walked beside his friend. Shino was never one much for conversation. He just said what needed to be said and then shut up. But Naruto was always able to drag a few extra words out of him somehow. Mostly because he wasn't afraid to discuss insects with him. "So, how's your colony doing? They are currently at an optimum level of efficiency. I have begun to converse with them and have been making strides to facilitate a bargain so that we can work together." Naruto blinked at his friend and sighed. If the others had been here, except for Shikamaru, they would have been so lost. Shino was raised on logic and the application of such. "Shino, you really need to learn to use more common words when talking to others. If our other friends were here, they wouldn't have understood you." Shino turned his head slightly and poked his glasses again. It was a habit he'd picked up from his father over the years when he was either annoyed or explaining something. "But you do understand me. There is no logical reason for me to change my speech patterns at the current moment. Geez Shino, just act like a 7-year-old once in a while. You talk like a grown-up all the time." They continued on for a few feet before Shino spoke again. "My family believes that logic rules all Naruto, and therefore I am expected to speak in a logical and mature manner as befits an Aburam. I cannot help it that you still deign to speak like a common street thug when your upbringing dictates otherwise." Naruto put a comical scowl on his face and puffed his cheeks out. "I'm not a common thug. I just choose to speak in layman's terms, so I am easily understood by everyone. Now you're speaking like an Aburam. Only because I have to rise to your level to actually get a conversation out of you. You're such an elitist." "I'm not an elitist. I just converse with more flair than the rest of you. It's not my fault I make you keep a higher standard." Naruto sighed and shook his head. "At least you're not a stuck-up jerk like that Uchiha kid. What was his name again? I believe his name is Sasuke." "Yeah, him. He's such a jerk. I introduced myself to him and he turned his nose up at me and called me a demon before walking away. His father said that I was a demon among men. That is illogical. My Kikai are sensitive to chakra signatures and they have not detected anything demonic about you, only that you have very high chakra levels for a kid our age." Naruto grinned and they turned a corner to Shibi's office. "Yeah, I'm awesome like that." Shino turned to look at him as he knocked on the door and waited for his father to call for them to enter. "They also say you have the scent of a fox, but give no explanation." Naruto shrugged and grinned again. "That's what Kiba tells me. No one can give me an answer." Shino nodded and pushed the door open. "Hello son, Naruto-san. What can I help you with? Father, Naruto has brought a butterfly to us. I believe that we already have one in captivity, but it is always good to have more. Do we have a pot to put it in? Shibi looked at the butterfly in Naruto's outstretched hands and nodded. Yes, I believe the pod by your aunt's house will accept it. I'm sorry Naruto-san, but I need to teach some things to Shino today. I can't allow him to play. It wasn't apparent if Shino was frowning or not, but there was a slight buzz from his Kikai bugs. Naruto smiled and bowed to Shibi. That's alright. I was on my way to meet Guy-sensei for another taijutsu lesson. I just stopped by because I caught the butterfly. I apologize if I interrupted anything. Shibi raised his eyebrows slightly and pushed his glasses up his nose further. It's quite alright. There was nothing interrupted yet. Good luck with your lessons Naruto-san. Naruto nodded and left out the door, shutting it behind him. Shibi turned to Shino and rolled his shoulders slightly. I'm glad that you associate with that child Shino. He is a good influence on you and you on him. How's father? You influence Naruto to act rationally and in your presence he is not as rash as he is with, say, Kiba. In addition, he is someone that you can identify with and spend time with as a friend. It is beneficial for both of you. Shibi stood and walked toward his son. Now come. I wish to test your progress with your colony. Hello Naruto-kun. Are your flames of youth ready to shine brightly today? Sure Guy-sensei. Are we going to try a new style today? So quite Naruto-kun. But yes, we will try a new style today. I hope that this one will fit you, but we'll have to see. Have you succeeded yet in defeating Shikamaru and Shogi? Naruto shook his head no. Do not worry. One day you will defeat him. Shikamaru is a sleeping genius that is not to be taken lightly. When you finally defeat him, it will shock him and he will redouble his efforts to beat you the next time, making you redouble your own efforts in a never-ending whirlwind of youthfulness. Yo. Ai-sensei. Can we please just do today's lesson? I sighed and stood straight again. I suppose we can. You need to let go of your youthful self sometimes Naruto-kun and not be so serious. It isn't conducive to a young boy's growth if he is so uptight. Gigi doesn't like it when I'm loud Guy-sensei, so I kind of like to keep it down. I put his thumb to his chin and closed his eyes, as if thinking. He suddenly sprang into his nice guy pose and let the sun glint off his teeth. Yosh. Then if you cannot show your youthfulness through the raising of your voice, I will do it enough for both of us. Guy-sensei, I don't think you should do that. People get mad when you get too loud, remember? Ah yes, that's correct. Well, we'll let youthfulness slide for a moment and get on with your training. I found a style known as Calripade, a style that promotes disabling strikes and elevates the strike's intensity as the fight goes on. It's very ancient and very complete. I settled into an unfamiliar stance and Naruto mimicked him. Just follow my movements and flow through the kata. After a couple of hours of getting used to it, we'll try to apply what we've learned. Naruto nodded and fell into the pace, letting his arms float back and forth and placing his feet with care. A couple hours later, Naruto was moving slowly through a practical application of the art with Atsuchi Bunshin when Guy called a halt to the procedures. I'd like to try it with you now, Naruto-kun. We'll start slow and progressively get faster. By the time we're finished, hopefully we'll be going at about half speed. Ready? Ready sensei. I moved in slowly and the two began to exchange a series of blows and kicks, bowing and ducking out of the way. As they became more comfortable with the style, they began to speed up until the sounds of fists on flesh echoed across the clearing. They weren't hitting hard enough to hurt one another too seriously, but the blows still brought winces. They were enjoying themselves immensely and as time passed, it became less of a training exercise and more of a spar. Guy, in a moment of pure youthfulness, kicked Naruto a bit harder than he meant to and watched as the boy sailed toward a tree. He knew he couldn't catch him in time and watched as Naruto tried to halt his flight. Naruto had known the exercise was becoming a bit more heated as they went on, but hadn't expected his sensei to kick him so hard. He had turned so that he flew face first toward the tree and tried to duck to protect his face. When he didn't register hitting the tree, he opened his eyes to find himself looking at the world in a totally different way. Guy stood with a slack jaw and his hands at his sides. His student had just disappeared. As he hit the tree, the boy just went poof, gone, bye-bye. Guy let out a bellow and ran for the tree, searching all around it frantically. Naruto watched the world in shades of black and white. His sensei was frantically checking everything around the tree and Naruto couldn't figure out why he could see as if he was inside something. He moved his arm around and found that he could see an outline of his body, but not the actual skin. It was alarming. Guy-sensei? I heard the muffled voice and stopped running around. Naruto? Where are you? I don't know. But you're right in front of me. Hang on, let me try something. I stood stock still and watched with great fascination as Naruto's tanned hand emerged from the tree, the rest of his upper torso following. Guy began to hyperventilate as Naruto raised out of the tree as if he was part of it and eventually settled back on level ground. Naruto, what just happened? What did you do? The blonde recoiled from the sudden seriousness and backed against the tree. I don't know. I was heading toward the tree and thought about how much it would hurt and I closed my eyes and when I opened them everything was black and white. I could hear you and I could feel the vibrations when you touched the tree, but everything was in black and white. My body was only an outline, but nothing hurt. I kind of felt at peace. I stood upright and grabbed Naruto by the shoulder. Naruto, take us to the Hokage. He needs to hear about this. Ha. Hi, Guy-sensei. Naruto formed the needed seal and they disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sarutobi had been trying to relax in a rare moment of peace and quiet. He had the door locked, the windows drawn closed, and all the paperwork was, for once, caught up for the most part. He had just opened up his favorite little orange book and was just about to start on the third chapter when he felt the telltale signs of a shunshin coming and slammed the book into a drawer. When he saw who the two in the middle of the whirlwind were, he sighed and put his head in his hands as he shook his head. Alright, what the hell have you two blown up, destroyed, or broken this time? Hokage-sama. The serious note in Guy's voice was virtually unheard of by Sarutobi, except in the direst situations. He immediately sat up straight and waited for whatever was to come. Report Guy. Hi, Hokage-sama. We were sparring, trying out a new taijutsu style, when I accidentally kicked Naruto too hard. He flew towards a tree and disappeared into it. Sarutobi's eyes widened slightly, but he remained calm. This was bound to come one day. Better in front of Guy than someone else. Explain. Naruto stepped forward slightly and told Sarutobi what he had told Guy about being inside the tree. The old Hokage sighed and fished his pipe out of his pocket. A moment please. They watched as he packed his pipe slowly, lit it with a mild kaiten, and took a long drag on it, letting the smoke plume around his head. He turned his eyes back to the two finally and nodded to himself. You two, come with me. We have something to discuss. They walked out the door and Sarutobi waved to his secretary. I'll be out the rest of the day in an emergency. All meetings are cancelled. But Hokage-sama, what about the meeting with the council? Tell the council I am not at their beck and call, they are at mine. The ninjas on the council will understand. Tell them it is about the future of the village. That is all. After you notify them, take the rest of the day off. Ha. Hi Hokage-sama. He nodded to the two behind him and continued on towards his house, Naruto and Guy following silently. Sarutobi stood in the middle of his yard, his robes fluttering in a small breeze as sensei and students stood before him. He turned toward the tree that Naruto had supposedly gone into and puffed on his pipe again. Show me. Naruto looked toward the ground and shuffled his feet. I don't know if I can sensei. It was the spur of the moment. Sarutobi faced his grandson and knelt in front of him, putting his hands on his shoulders. Naruto, if you did what I think you did, it is nothing short of a miracle. Now please, show me what you did. The boy nodded his head and approached the tree slowly, as if it would attack him. As he got closer his breath began to hitch and he reached out with great hesitation, only to sigh in relief when his fingers did not sink into the bark when he touched it. His senses, however, were not amused. Naruto, I want to see what you did. Concentrate on going into the tree. You have to want to go into the tree. You said you felt at peace in there, right? It won't hurt you. But sensei. Sarutobi steeled his expression and stood to his full height. Naruto, this is serious. You may have a power that has been dormant for centuries. We need to know if it is manifested. Now. Do as I say. Ha. Hi, sensei. Naruto turned around with a stoic expression on his face. He had been ordered to do this by his sensei, and while he hated to be ordered, his senseis were not to be disobeyed. He approached the tree one last time and let out a shaky breath as he concentrated and closed his eyes. I want to go into the tree, I want to go into the tree, please, don't let me fail. Sarutobi and Guy watched as the boy opened his eyes and began to melt into the tree hands first, until his whole body disappeared. Sarutobi stepped forward and rubbed the tree where his grandson had disappeared. Naruto. Can you hear me? A disembodied voice answered him. Hi sensei. I can hear you. You know, you look even older in black and white, every wrinkle is shown clearly. Sarutobi smirked and smacked the tree hard. What was that for? The tree didn't do anything to you. That didn't hurt you, did it? No, it just sent vibrations through me. Hey, let me try something. I'm gonna try to move around. Sarutobi stepped back and waited for the results. Guy merely stood agape. He had never known this was possible. Sure, some ninjas could move through the ground with chakra, but to be able to just phase into something without a conscious thought. It was unheard of. Naruto stared with wonder again as he played around with his new ability. His grandfather had taught him to analyze things when he found something new and he was currently checking out everything about his body in this black and white world. His clothing, or anything that was an extension of himself, came with him. He turned his hands this way and that, looking at them from every angle before smiling. He'd heard from his grandfather that there were certain Doton techniques that allowed one to move through the ground by displacing the earth around them with chakra. After all, a ninja couldn't truly dematerialize. That would mean they weren't corporeal at all, but instead, were a ghost. He'd heard that Kakashi was fond of the headhunter jutsu and used it to confuse his enemies. A thought came to Naruto suddenly and he called out to his grandfather. "Hey Gigi. Can you sense my chakra signature?" Sarutobi listened to the disembodied voice and concentrated on where Naruto was. He couldn't detect even a faint trace. "No, I can't. It's almost like you're truly part of the tree." Naruto emerged from a branch above them, his face visible. "This is pretty cool. But how did I get such power?" "You don't have it and neither do mom and dad." Sarutobi winced and Guy looked anywhere but Naruto. The boy frowned. They were hiding something from him again. His grandfather's voice came slowly but steady. "Naruto. That is something we will discuss in the near future, but not right now. You aren't ready to hear such things just yet. Please trust me." The boy's scowl deepened further, but he nodded in consent. It wasn't the first time secrets had been held from him. His face melted back into the tree and Sarutobi and Guy searched for his chakra signature again. Naruto slid his way through the tree towards the ground at a somewhat moderate pace. He wanted to see if the tree was the only thing he could disappear into or not. As he approached the ground, he felt a slight resistance before his body adjusted to the new substance and he continued along, underneath his two senses, before rising slowly behind them. Sarutobi and Guy were concentrating on the tree and not paying attention to what was behind them when they felt Naruto's chakra behind them and turned to face two kunai to their faces. "You'd both be dead right now if you hadn't been searching for me." I smiled largely and so did Sarutobi. This was the greatest stealth technique ever. Before Naruto could try to melt into something again, Sarutobi told them both to follow him to his study. Student and sensei did as told and made their way to the front door, following behind the now light-footed Hokage. Sarutobi beckoned both of them to a seat and took a chair in front of them. He thought it might take a while and have several interruptions from an overly excited Naruto, so he packed his pipe with a little extra tobacco. After letting the plumes of smoke encircle his head, he eyed the two before him. "Naruto, Guy, what you just witnessed is an S-class secret. Neither of you are to discuss it with anyone but me until I deem otherwise. Naruto, what you hold is of a most unusual and coveted nature. You have the ability to melt into any substance you wish, hence why it is known as the melt. I don't want you flaunting it to others, am I clear?" Naruto nodded and became serious himself. "Hi sensei. But how do you know about this when no one else in the family has it? It's not something that just pops up on its own." Sarutobi sighed and decided to try to defuse the situation. He didn't want to explain to a 7-year-old that he was adopted. In a couple years, yes, maybe, but not now. One revelation at a time. "Naruto, as I've said before, I'll tell you in due time. Now, we're going to conduct several experiments. I want you to take this book and try to melt into it while holding it." Naruto took the thick tome offered to him and his hand began to melt into it, stopping at the elbow. He looked at the book quizzically and tried to force more of himself in. "No go." Sarutobi nodded and took the book back, Naruto's arm emerging as it left. "It seems that the object has to be able to hold your mass for you to melt completely into it, but even that is a most advantageous skill to have. You could avoid and strike very easily if applied correctly. Now, let's talk a little about your training from here on out. We'll have to change things up slightly so that you can train as well." The two before him nodded and Sarutobi turned to Guy. "Is there anything you'd like to add to Guy?" "Hi Hokage-sama. Naruto-kun, I expect you to train twice as hard since you now have an advantage over other ninjas, but I don't want you to abuse it. You must not become a sole practitioner of one skill like those of the Byakugan and Sharingan. Do not let it define you." Sarutobi nodded and clapped his hands slightly. "Very well put Guy. I agree with Naruto, you should not rely on this new power solely because you have it. It would only limit your growth. Instead, learn when to apply it and let it be a trump card. Flaunting it will only bring your ruin as everyone will know what to expect of you. Don't be afraid to show your true power when necessary, but do not flaunt that power. Don't be a show-off is what I'm trying to say." Naruto grinned and rubbed the back of his head. "But sensei, when have I ever been a show-off?" "Whenever you're around Kiba." The boy turned away from his senseis and slowly melted into the floor. Sarutobi yelled at him before he disappeared completely. "We're not through here, I'll have you know." That strange disembodied voice answered him back. "I know, sensei. I'm just seeing what I can do inside the house." The two adults watched as he popped in and out of the walls and ceiling for several minutes before erupting from the ground quickly and reclaiming his chair. "This ability is pretty cool. I'll have to work on it a lot." "Hi, you will. Now let's discuss your new training regimen. We're going to have to completely overhaul it to make room for everything plus your duties at the tower." Naruto groaned and hung his head. He hated paperwork. Guy slapped him on the back and grinned at the boy's misfortune. Now, Naruto-kun. It's not so bad. Tell you what. Since today was our day for Taijutsu, we'll take the rest of the day off and just relax. You can do whatever you want to do. But next time we'll redouble our efforts. The light suddenly seemed to turn on in his head and Guy beamed down at his young student. I believe I have a style for you. Excuse me, I must go and study it. If you can make it work, you will be extremely powerful. Yosh. I must go now to prove Naruto-kun's springtime of youth. He took off out of the room like a shot, leaving a wide-eyed Hokage and Naruto. Did he just make up a new way of expressing his youthfulness? Sarutobi reached over and whacked Naruto on the head with a book before leaning back again. I won't have you speaking like that in this house. Naruto apologized and hung his head. He'd just realized what he'd said out loud. The next day was a busy one for Naruto. Sarutobi told Guy to take him out to one of the remote training areas and practice his new ability. Guy had taken them for what seemed like miles before stopping beside a river. Guy turned to Naruto and grinned. Yosh. This is where we will train you in your new skills today, Naruto-kun. I have here a list of everything to have you try and we will start now. Guy-sensei, you scared off the wildlife for over a mile. It doesn't matter. They'll return once they recognize my flames of youth will not harm them. Now, I want you to melt into the ground again here and try to make it to this marker I'm going to set up as fast as you can. I raced over 100 feet away and jammed a flag in the ground before standing upright with a stopwatch. Ready? Go. Naruto melted into the ground as quickly as possible and sped as fast as he could toward the flag. He emerged from the ground beside the flag and, once his feet were solidly above ground, Guy stopped the watch. 10 seconds. That is not very good, since I know that you can run much faster than that. Well, this technique is very stealthy, it does not contain speed yet. We'll have to work on that. But do not be discouraged, my pupil. For I have a secret weapon to help that will mesh well with your. Naruto perked up upon hearing this and looked at Guy with hopeful eyes. Perhaps, this would be the one he could use. But it won't be very useful unless we increase your speed and strength. This style will use a lot of agility and strength, not to mention dexterity. You'll have to learn to grapple. But that will all come in due time. Now, my student, you will continue to train in your ability. You have shown that you can melt into solids, let us now try liquids. Stand on the water and try to melt into it, become one with it, let your springtime of youth shine. Ai-sensei, don't be so loud. I nodded and watched as Naruto walked out into the middle of the pond with little effort, concentrating for a bit. And fell into the water. Guy bellowed with laughter as his pupil climbed out of the water, soaking wet. It appears that liquids are beyond your ability, Naruto-kun. Solids are the only friends of your uniqueness. Let's try to beat your time as we move on to different grounds. I want to see how you can move in solid rock. Naruto nodded and melted into the ground again. He needed to get this down to second nature. 6 months can change a lot of things. After several experiments at their unofficial training ground, Guy and Naruto found themselves now tasked with integrating Naruto into his. His speed with the melting ability was, as Guy said, adequate for the moment and they now were concentrating on other things. Guy insisted that basic karate would work fine until he found a style that he could work into everything, but for now, they'd work on grappling. What Naruto didn't know is what that would entail. Currently, they sat with Sarutobi in the Hokage's office with a TV in front of them. I, ever the epitome of seriousness, stood to the side of the device while holding a remote control. I want the two of you to keep an open mind now. I have an idea that this could work wonders with Naruto's ability. Just keep an open mind. Naruto and Sarutobi exchanged a confused look and turned their attention back to the TV as Guy slid a tape in. The eccentric had thrown virtually every fighting style possible at Naruto. What could possibly be so silly that they would ridicule it? But then again, they were dealing with Guy. An hour later, Sarutobi was puffing away on his pipe, watching Naruto jaw with his teacher. That. Guy-sensei, you want me to learn that? That's it. It's stupid. Yeah. It's stupid. That stuff is fake. There's no way it would work. I nodded and stood up, ejecting the tape. Okage-sama, I want the two of you to follow me to your yard. I don't want anyone else to see this. Naruto swallowed hard, thinking he had made his sensei angry. Sarutobi merely curled an eyebrow and nodded to Guy, following him out. He seemed to be following the strange man a lot lately. Guy stood with his hands on his hips, his face a note of pure seriousness. Okage-sama, please produce a few cage buncheons for me. I want to demonstrate something. Sarutobi nodded and made 5 buncheons, which all encircled Guy. Naruto swung his head back and forth between his two senses. I've read about that before. What is a cage buncheon? I'll explain later. Pay attention to your sensei. Naruto nodded begrudgingly and turned to Guy. This, Naruto-kun, is most definitely not fake. The moves I'm about to perform are extremely dangerous and, when used right, can be debilitating. Now watch. Naruto watched in silence as the first clone approached Guy, only to suddenly look about as the man disappeared with pure speed. It found itself hoisted into the air, Guy's arms locked around its waist from behind, and its head and shoulders impacted with the ground as the green-clad man bent backwards. Guy leapt to his feet and ran at another clone, jumping into the air and drilling into its chest with a dropkick. Naruto's jaw was slack. The moves had appeared so fake on television. The men would get back up after moves that would most certainly kill a normal human and kept on fighting. It was choreographed and yet. Ninjas did the impossible all the time. He watched as Guy grabbed another clone's neck in a headlock, threw its arm over his shoulder, and lifted it into the air before bringing it back to the earth, the top of its skull planted to the ground. Guy locked his legs around another clone's neck before swinging backwards and dragging it headfirst into the ground with his weight. It disappeared and the last clone eyed him warily. It flashed behind him, but Guy leapt into the air with a backflip and brought his foot down onto the clone's neck at the base of the skull, dispelling it. He turned to his slack-jawed student and gave his good guy pose. Yosh. You see. You should never mock another man's skills, no matter how choreographed they seem. Those moves are just as deadly in a real fight as they are on TV. You just have to know how to apply them. Naruto's brain finally caught back up and he ran in front of his sensei, wide-eyed and hungry for knowledge. Sensei, what were those moves? When can I learn? And how will I apply them with the melt? Haha, my adorable student. Those were professional wrestling moves. The first was a move known as a German suplex, a move that concentrates on an opponent's skull and shoulders. The second was a simple dropkick, the third was a brainbuster, self-explanatory, and the fourth is known as a move made popular in Libra. The fifth is a personal favorite of mine. It is known as the Pele and can be done anywhere at any time. Now, I still don't want to learn. Sarutobi laughed at the two's enthusiasm. It was quite contagious. It was now Naruto's 8th birthday and all his friends had attended again. He and Shikamaru were engaged in a battle of wits in shogi, and he smiled as everyone watched. After almost a year of trying, he had Shikamaru backed into a corner. Unfortunately for Naruto, he had forgotten about the boy's thinking pose and soon found himself handed another loss. Damn, I should have remembered to tie his hands. Good game Naruto, but you still haven't got there yet. I had to use my pose 3 times though. Naruto accepted his loss gracefully and sat down beside Hinata to enjoy some cake. His thoughts went back to the past year. First and foremost in his mind was his. He still had a lot of work to do on it, but he had time. He was only 8 and yet, with the workload he had, he felt so much older. He'd learned so many things and then again, he hadn't. He'd been so preoccupied on the melt that he hadn't learned more than a handful of new things. He had begun to learn a bit of the moves Guy-sensei had shown him, but they were coming along slowly. He simply wasn't fast enough or strong enough for them to do any damage. He did incorporate the Pele into his repertoire though. It was beautiful in its simplicity and usually was a knockout blow. He had become faster with the melt and could now move from one substance to another with little difficulty. They'd found that it did indeed not allow movement through water and other liquids, but then, everything has its limits. While inside whatever he was hiding in, he had virtually no chakra signature. The Hokage had even brought in a Hyuga to scan the room while he hid, and the man had detected no additional people in the room. The melt was indeed a strong asset, but true to his promise, Naruto focused on other things. He increased his speed and strength training regimen, trying to get up to his and his sensei's high standards. His workload at the tower had increased, and it wasn't strange to see him and Sarutobi working late. His studies under Yahiko had suffered, but Naruto made up for it by reading in his spare time. The low point for the entire village had been the massacre of the Uchiha clan by one Uchiha Itachi. Naruto felt sorry for the only remaining survivor and had prayed that the souls of the Uchihas go to heaven, even if they didn't like him. He tried to get through to Sasuke, but the boy had only grown colder toward him, as if he was to blame. Naruto would never understand it. Sarutobi had tried to get the boy a caretaker, but he had vehemently denied that he needed one. As an Uchiha, it would be shameful for him to rely on anyone else, he had said. He had only grown more introverted and angry as time passed. Ino still hadn't spoken to him. Her father apologized profusely, but Naruto waved him off. If Ino wanted to be difficult, then she could be difficult. It was her loss. He hoped one day to get his friend back though, even if she was bossy. To Naruto, his life was good, but full of responsibilities, and he didn't have nearly as much fun as he would like to have, but then again, that made the times he was able to play all the more special. If only he was able to play with his friends more often. The party soon ended, and Sarutobi approached Naruto with his hands behind his back once again. I hope you've had a happy birthday Naruto, because tomorrow you have a new duty at the tower. Our duty? No. You'll be helping me with my paperwork. Personal scale. Naruto frowned. But Jiji, I already help with your paperwork. And that's where your present comes in. Sarutobi produced a rubber stamp and an ink pad from behind his back with a devilish grin. Welcome to your first year of stamping documents, Naruto. To make up for this new workload, I'll teach you something that you've been craving to learn. The boy leaned in eagerly, the smile on his face brightening the whole house. Sarutobi smiled and stood back upright, his hands behind his back again. I'll be teaching you Kage Bunshin. As soon as you learn the theory and all applications behind it. Naruto couldn't have cared less what he had to learn to get them. As Naruto lay in bed, melting in and out of the mattress out of boredom, he wondered what the next year could be like. Konohamaru was starting to get to the point where he wanted to be like his big brother, and it annoyed and made Naruto happy at the same time. He loved Konohamaru, but he was such a brat sometimes. With a sigh, he picked up a book on ancient weapons and began to flip through the pages, looking at the pictures. His grandfather had said this was meant for spies and assassins, and while the thought should have revolted him, it didn't. The melt was a part of him, and if that was its purpose, then he would use it to its full potential. The only thing he was apprehensive about was his first kill. He didn't know how he'd take it, and that worried him. He didn't want to break down and blubber like a baby, but Sarutobi had told him not to worry about it. His first kill wouldn't come for a few more years, the old man had said. Naruto blinked as he ran through the pages, searching for inspiration for a weapon. He needed something that would suit him and help with his taijutsu. He needed something simple, yet elegant, deadly, yet subtle. Kunai weren't meant for slitting throats from behind, and as an assassin that would be paramount. He'd been allowed to read up on the melt a bit and had found that it had originated in the now-defunct Whirlpool country. That only raised several more questions. His parents were Sarutobis, and his name was Uzumaki. He'd never really thought about it till now, but it was starting to bug him. No one in his family looked like him. Hell, he looked more like Yondaime. Before his brain was about to explode from too much thought, he stopped on a particular page and photo. It was his weapon. A slim, matte black blade almost 8 inches long with one razor-sharp edge, serrated near the hilt. Leather-wrapped 4-inch handle that screamed, "Hold me." That blade was made for him. It was deadly. It was brutal. It was sublime. It was him. He put his hand over the photo and ran it across the page. This was what he'd been searching for. This was his weapon. He earmarked the page and put the book on the nightstand. He'd need to visit the forge the next day to have it commissioned. Chapter 7. Revelation. Sarutobi glanced over at his grandson as they sat on their lunch break. The boy hadn't even touched his sandwich, opting instead to slip through a scroll and a book. His curiosity got the better of him, and he sat his sandwich on the platter and turned to Naruto. "What exactly are you doing over there? Your lunch is going to go bad." Naruto looked up from his scroll and grinned. "I'm trying to. What was that word? Oh yeah. Multitask. I'm multitasking." Sarutobi curled an eyebrow and rolled his hand in a continuing gesture. "And? On what?" "I'm reading up on the Kage Bunshin and its applications and abilities, while also reading up a bit on a certain weapon I've found interesting." Sarutobi perked up instantly. "And that is?" Naruto opened the book up to the page the knife was on, and Sarutobi looked hard at it. It was so plain looking, and yet. It was exactly what he had imagined the other Uzumakas might have used. Perhaps it was ingrained in the boy's blood. He tried to read the excerpt under the picture, but found it was in another language. "So, what is it?" "It was called a field knife, I believe. The blade is about 8 inches, and the hilt is 4. Sarutobi nodded and sat back in his chair. "That's a pretty big blade, especially for someone as small as you. Do you think you can handle it?" "Aw, come on, sensei. Swords are way bigger than that, and I can hold a sword easy." "Hi, but knives and daggers are one-handed use, and that is a foot-long knife. Knives also require a subtle finesse that is usually not found in swords. To use a knife, you have to be willing to get in close and get in the enemy's face. Swords allow a bit of distance still, but with a knife you are almost guaranteed to be cut." Naruto frowned and went back to reading his scroll. "I don't care. That knife is the only thing to catch my attention, and I'm going to have one commissioned. I think I'll do great with it. Mine is bred for stealth and assassinations anyway, so I need something that can do the things I need to do. Such as?" Naruto sighed and looked back at his grandfather with a sad look. "It's not something I want to do, but I've come to the realization that I'll have to kill at some point. It's unavoidable. It comes with our profession. I need something that will help me kill my enemies quickly and as painlessly as possible, and I think that this knife will do it. I'd rather my enemies not suffer if possible." Sarutobi nodded and took a sip of tea. That is a good attitude to have in Naruto. No one wants to kill, except the depraved and the bloodthirsty. It's good to seek other solutions before you have to fight, but realizing you may have to kill is a start toward maturity. It's hopefully something you'll never come to enjoy, just something that, as a ninja, you learn to deal with. Naruto nodded and turned back to his scroll, but Sarutobi wasn't through yet. "What have you learned so far about Kage Bunshin?" "I've learned that it splits chakra evenly between bodies. It has many functions, the least of which is multiple bodies, turning a ninja into a one-man army. But the chakra cost is high, so not many can do it effectively or to a degree that makes it worthwhile. The information gathering aspect of it, though, is what catches my attention. Sarutobi folded his hands and leaned forward on his desk. It always brought him joy when Naruto learned by himself. It says in the notes you gave me that a Kage Bunshin, once dispelled, returns its memories and anything learned to the maker. It's great for spying and that has been documented. But the learning aspect can also be applied to training apparently, and that is what makes me eager to learn it. Why? Sensei, imagine it. I have a larger than natural chakra pool to pull from. If I could create a lot of Bunshins, then I could learn faster, read material more quickly, and study faster all in the same amount of time. It has unlimited potential. The things one can do with this, and yet the only drawback is an unnaturally high draw on chakra. But my level negates that, and Sensei, you have to teach me this. Sarutobi nodded and puffed on his pipe. I'll show it to you this evening when we get home. It would be a boon to your studies very greatly. Speaking of which, how are your studies at home going? Slowly. I've been reading up on seals in my spare time, but the literature on them is sparse and limited to sealing scrolls. I've made a couple myself, but I know there is more to it than that. You've been making seals unsupervised. Naruto, that is extremely dangerous. If you mess up even one, there's no telling what could happen. Hi, I know. But I have to try it. Sealing interests me and I'd like to learn more. If Kage Bunshin works like the theory says it will, then I can learn more and become more diverse. I want to learn. Sarutobi stared at his grandson and puffed on his pipe long and hard. I'll allow you to look a bit more into sealing, but only if I'm present. There aren't many seal masters in the world of Naruto, and it is a very dangerous, but very fulfilling art to pursue. You must promise to be careful. I promise. Good. Now, what about your training with Guy? How is that going? Naruto huffed and sat back in his chair with crossed arms. Remember the wrestling Guy sensei showed us? Well, most of it isn't practical in a battle. I'm not nearly as fast as he is, so doing any of those moves leaves me open to attack. Hand signs are still doable if the hands are left unchecked, and a kawarimi is possible if the ninja can do it seamlessly. I have incorporated a few of the more unorthodox strikes into my repertoire, however. Ah yes, Guy said you had perfected the peel into an art form. He said it is poetry in motion when you do it. I think that's taking it a little far, but it is a move I enjoy greatly. No one ever expects it. I have taken to Kalaripeadu, and it has been the easiest jutsu to accommodate me. But wrestling, unless I get taller and stronger, will be beyond me. Grappling is still a part of both the taijutsu and the melt, however. Yes, well, we can't all be freakish physical specimens like Guy. Don't worry, you're young yet. Now, show me that knife again. It intrigues me. Naruto shunshined the two of them home as quickly as possible and was practically bouncing up and down as he waited for his lesson. Sarutobi stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. It was such wonderful teaching. The two heard the sound of the door sliding open and Konohamaru came bounding out into the yard. I want to learn too. Naruto ruffled his brother's hair and grinned. Sorry, Atoto. You're too little to learn this. But when you're old enough, I'll show you how to do it, okay? Konohamaru sat down and began to pout. But I want to learn now. Gigi says I need to learn early, so why can't I learn this? Sarutobi laughed at his grandsons and shook his head. Konohamaru, have you unlocked your chakra yet? No. Have you started being a ninja yet? No. I'm afraid I can't teach you this technique yet. I'll show it to you when you're older, okay? But I want to learn with, and one day you will. Now, please stand back and I'll show Naruto how to do this. Konohamaru went and sat down on the porch and watched with his cheeks in his hands. He wanted to be a ninja too. Sarutobi chuckled and turned back to Naruto. Now, you learned the theory faster than I thought you would. Let's see if you can apply it. First, there is only one hand seal to make a Kage Bunshin. Seriously? I thought with as powerful as it is, there would be more seals. Not so much. Several powerful techniques only take a couple of hand seals. It's the chakra capacity that makes them unusable to most. Now, form this cross seal. Naruto mimicked his grandfather to the T. Now, push as much chakra into it as you can so we can see where you stand. Don't worry about wasting chakra at first. We'll get the load of chakra down later. Guy has told me you can do the water walking exercise quite well now. We'll have to move up to something more unorthodox. Anyway, before I go off on a tangent, push as much chakra as you can into the. Naruto nodded and began to channel chakra into the. He concentrated hard and pushed with all his might. When he heard his grandfather and Konohamaru gasp, he opened his eyes and did a little gaping of his own. He'd been taught that the hand signs were simply a focus to help the chakra flow better and manipulate easier. He'd been doing chakra exercises since he was little, so he knew his control was good. He knew his chakra wells were extremely large for a kid his age. So he had expected, with the amount of chakra the move took, to make a couple Bunshin. What he found were almost 10, looking around confused. Sarutobi walked forward and grabbed one by the arm, surprising it and causing it to jerk away. Hey old man, what was that for? Sarutobi curled an eyebrow and glared at Naruto. The boy rubbed the back of his head and grinned. It wasn't me. I'll be taking this one and walking around to the front of the house. I'm going to tell you something and I want you to tell me what I said when I come back. Naruto nodded and watched as the clone and his grandfather walked around the corner. A couple minutes later, images of his grandfather whispering in his ear came into his mind and he blushed, causing Konohamaru to tilt his head in confusion. Sarutobi emerged in a swirl of leaves not a few seconds later and Naruto glared at the man. You are a dirty old man, Jiji. Mom will be angry when she finds out what you told me. If you want to continue learning, I suggest you keep what I told you to yourself. I'll be good. That's what I thought. Now I want you to practice with this a bit more. Have the clones do some chakra exercises and you'll see an improvement if they do them right. I'm starving and I'm going to dinner. Come on Konohamaru, we'll leave your brother to his own devices. Naruto stared at all his clones and they stared back. He raised a hand and waved. Hi. The clones waved back and said hello in a collective voice. So? What should I do now? One clone shrugged and grinned. We dunno. You're the boss. How about the leaf exercise? Naruto thought for a second and then grinned. Nah, that's too easy. I've got a better idea. He bent over and picked up a few pebbles from the ground, tossing them in his hands. Let's go to study and see if we can't find some books on seals and something on my. If you guys can give me memories and learn, then you can balance these pebbles on your foreheads with chakra while you read. Oh, but that sounds hard. Hey, I'm the boss, remember? Now let's go. I want to try to learn something new before I go eat. The 9 clones followed Naruto inside and chose a book from the shelf and a pebble from his hand before lining the walls in a cross-legged position. Whenever a clone learned something of interest, it would read until it had found out everything about that subject and would release it. Naruto had read up on the danger of releasing significant amounts of clones at once and didn't want to slip into a coma from information overload. The last clone was reading on seals and Naruto was happy with his results from the others so far. As they dispelled, they relayed whatever information they had uncovered, along with helpful hints for keeping the pebbles aloft on the forehead. Every time one dispelled, he would adjust his chakra this way or that to accommodate and make the process easier. He'd learned that the melt was indeed an assassination originating from the country of Whirlpool. The clone had dug a little bit further, being curious, and had found that, while there were Uzumakas originating from there were no Sarutobus. None of his mother's family had come from there either. And that bothered him. Another had been learning about seals and had found that one could make explosive seals by making a correct array of seals and imbuing them with chakra. Of course, he'd need his grandfather's permission before he attempted that. His mother would kill him if he blew anything in the household up. All the others had learned little tidbits here and there, but nothing substantial like the other two. Some more on sealing scrolls and the correct application, a couple of things on the cage bunchen that he could try. But the final clone hadn't dispelled yet and he was curious as to what it was reading about. It finally looked up at him and blinked slowly. I studied up on seals and came across a most interesting find. I think you'll want to know this. And probably read it for yourself. What did you read about? Sealing and the? I don't know why, but it caught my attention. Did you? Where have I heard that word before? It's what Kyuubi no Yauko was. You know, the fox that attacked all those years ago and the Yondaime killed. I was interested in that because those things are supposed to be invincible and immortal. How could you seal something like that? The further I read, the more. Well, you. Just read it. The clone dispelled, and when the information hit Naruto's brain, his eyes went wide. He flew to the book and slammed it onto the table before reading it as fast as he could. He was nearly frantic as he skimmed through the passages. Yondaime subdued the beast by summoning the Shinigami. Sacrifice is needed to capture the beasts. Child. Undeveloped chakra coils. Power. Sacrifice. Child. Naruto sat back in the chair and closed the book, trying to stop his hitching breath. What if? No, it couldn't be. Then, he remembered back to when he had first been training with his grandfather. A strange tattoo had appeared on his stomach and he had asked what it was, since it only appeared when he channeled chakra. Sarutobi had faltered in his explanation, but had played it off as a family tattoo, one that hadn't been used in ages. But they'd decided to start the tradition up again with him. He'd bought it then, but now. He ripped his shirt off and stood in front of the full-length mirror in the corner, molding the chakra and watching as the tattoo appeared. Naruto had been studying seals on a limited basis, but he could recognize several things about it. This tattoo had all the makings of an extremely powerful seal. A seal that held something powerful at bay, something that could be dangerous. His thoughts were harried as he sorted through them. This was a seal, no doubt about it. It was a containment seal. He knew that. Now, what did it contain? The clone had said that it had been reading about the Biju. And Naruto's eyes widened. He tried to calm himself by thinking rationally. Okay, first, if it did contain something, what would it be? If it was, which his eyes widened as he came to only one conclusion. He was called a demon by the villagers and either revered or given the cold shoulder by the ninjas. His birthday was the same day as Kyuubi's defeat. The same day as the festival he had never been to. He was born the same day the Kyuubi attacked. He looked at himself closely in the mirror. The clone had read that take on the aspects of their. Kiba and Shino said he smelled like a fox all the time. Those scars that adorned his face looked suspiciously like whisker marks and were very sensitive. And his canines were abnormally long for a human, but he chalked it up to a birth deficiency. But what if it wasn't? He had to be calm, he had to think clearly. His parents loved him and his little brother adored him. His grandfather loved him. The servants loved him. If he was a monster, then would they love a monster? He looked back into the mirror and fingered his blonde hair. It was spiky and neon blonde, not like any of his family. In fact, he looked like. No, that was preposterous. There was no way. But there was only one way he would find out. He slowly walked out of the study, the book tucked firmly under his arm. Sarutobi and his family were talking quietly at the table when they heard Naruto's footsteps approaching slowly. Eri turned to greet her son and gasped at the sight of him, causing everyone to turn and look. What they saw was heartbreaking. Naruto stood with his shirt torn and hanging off his waist, a book in his hands, tears streaming down his face. His chest was heaving with his unwillingness to cry, and his teeth were grinding from his need to let it all out. Eri stood and made her way to her son, only for him to flinch away from her. Naruto, what's wrong? Naruto ignored her and stared at his grandfather with mournful eyes. Is it true? Am I a monster? Sarutobi looked at him in surprise. What do you mean, Naruto? The boy growled and the tears flowed harder. You know exactly what I mean. Or do I have to spell it out for you? He threw the book onto the table and molded chakra so that his seal showed. What is this, Jiji? It's not a tattoo. I may have only studied seals for a little while, but even I know this is a containment seal. Who am I, really? What am I? Sarutobi hung his head. This was a moment he had been dreading for a long time. Aoi, escort Konohamaru to another room and tell everyone not to interfere. Eri, Yuhiko, you stay. Naruto will need your support. Konohamaru looked up to Aoi as they walked out. What's wrong with it? Aoi smiled down at the young boy and ushered him out, closing the door behind them. Nothing, Konohamaru. Just a disagreement with your parents and grandfather. Konohamaru nodded and allowed himself to be led away. Naruto watched him go and turned back to the three before him. Sarutobi motioned to a seat near the head of the table. Please sit with Naruto. This wasn't supposed to be explained to you until much later. But circumstances have seen otherwise. I'll explain whatever I can. Naruto nodded and sat down, his hands balled into fists. Sarutobi sighed and steeled himself for what was to come. First off, Naruto, I want you to know that we love you and we'll never hate you. Just know that and believe it. I'll do my best to explain to you the whole story or the parts I am allowed to say. Naruto nodded and wiped his eyes. I know you love me, Jiji, and I know mom and dad do, but what am I? Am I a monster like the villagers say I am? No. You are most definitely not a monster. You're a hero, Naruto. You keep us safe every day from a terrible beast. What beast? Eri moved around the table to hold him and, though he struggled at first, he soon accepted her embrace. He needed reassurance. Naruto. You hold the Kyuubi no Yauko, the most fearsome of all the tailed beasts. You are its container. I'm a power of human sacrifice. Sarutobi winced. So the boy knew more than he thought. Why don't you tell me what you know about Naruto and I'll fill in the blanks where I can. Naruto nodded and scooted into his mom's embrace a little more. I know it's Kyuubi. I know that I'm hated by the larger population of the village. I know that I'm more powerful than I should be for my age. What I want to know is why me? Why give me this burden? Did Yondaime hate me? Why am I different? Yondaime most certainly did not hate you. The reason he chose you is complicated and one of the things I can't tell you about right now. Why not? No more secrets, Jiji. I want the truth. Eri squeezed his shoulders and he began to sob again. Sarutobi's face was awash with shame and he hung his head. Minato, Kushina, how can I tell him? How can I reassure him? God, help me. Naruto. Several minutes of silence went by as he thought about what to say. Naruto had stopped hiccuping and was now flanked by both of his parents, one on each side. Sarutobi looked up with a single tear running down his craggy face. I can't tell you, Naruto, yet. It's part of a promise I made to a very special man. I'll tell you when I am allowed to and not a minute earlier. I'm sorry. I just can't. Naruto was not happy with that answer. He was pissed, but even he realized that a promise was a promise and you just don't break those. Alright. Jiji. I won't ask again, as long as you promise to tell me later. Sarutobi nodded and wiped away his tears. Naruto took a shuddering breath and stared the old man in the eye. Who are my parents? Eri and Yahiko gasped, and Eri squeezed Naruto into a bone-crushing hug. Naruto, we're your parents. We love you. Can't you see that? I know, Mom. I know you love me. And you're my parents, that's true, but you didn't give birth to me. Eri leaned back shocked and held him by the shoulders. How? How did you know? Naruto let out a small chuckle and pulled a photo out of his pocket. It was a picture taken on the first day of his life when he was brought to the compound. Come on, Mom, I'm not blind and I'm not stupid. Dad's made me study physiology and biology a bit, and I know that a pregnant woman after birth is not that fit. She doesn't look fresh as a daisy, and she's not going to be doing very well right after the greatest demon ever attacks. 2 and 2 makes 4. Sarutobi packed his pipe and leaned forward on his elbows. You're right, Naruto. Eri and Yahiko are not your birth parents. But they are your parents by all rights. They raised you to be a fine young man, and they love you. You can't deny that. No. I can't. But who were my parents? Sarutobi frowned and lit his pipe. Thank God for tobacco. As a future Hokage and knowing protocol as I've taught you, you know there are certain class levels of secrets that are beyond you at the moment. That is one of them. I can't reveal who your parents are, but they were from Whirlpool, right? Sarutobi sighed and blew a large plume of smoke. Your birth mother was, yes. That's as much as I'm telling you. All their records are sealed and are classified as an S-class secret. You'll learn more when I deem you ready. Your parents. Naruto had many enemies. Naruto. Were they bad people? The adults all stared at each other and laughed out loud at the ludicrous thought. Naruto began to get angry and slammed his fist on the table. Boy. It was a serious question. Were they bad people? Is that why they had so many enemies? Hiko got his laughter under control and hugged his son. No, Naruto, they weren't bad people. Quite the contrary, in fact. The reason they had so many enemies is because they were such upstanding citizens. But we'll tell you about them later. Naruto nodded and suddenly an idea came to him. Do I have any living relatives? Someone who knows more about the bloodline? Sarutobi shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, I don't believe that there are any of your relatives living there. If there are, they are scattered to the wind and you're likely never to find them. I'm sorry, Naruto, but it seems that you'll have to learn about yourself the hard way. The boy sighed and leaned back into his seat. He was emotionally drained. So, where do we go from here? I know you want me to be Hokage after Uchiha. Is that because of what I contain? Part of it. Truth be told, Naruto, you don't have a lot of options for a future. Your status and what you hold is general knowledge to the bulk of Konoha. The only ones who don't know are the children your age. I made a law long ago saying that no one would tell the younger generation about you. Tenant. I'd hoped it would allow you to have a somewhat normal life, but from an early age, the people shunned you, even knowing that you were my grandson. Will it affect Konohamaru? I should think not. They refer to him as honorable grandson already, an act you never received. Our family is not popular for our decision to take you in, but we are still revered nonetheless. Don't worry about us. Do you think it wise to make me your successor? Naruto, you were born to be a shinobi. It's in your blood. If you're going to be something, you might as well shoot for the stars. Not only do you have the ability to be Hokage, you have the qualities of one. What do you mean? You constantly put others before yourself. You were worried about how the villagers would treat Konohamaru, not yourself. You seek only to gain power and knowledge so that you can better yourself to help your family. These are things that are paramount in a Hokage and the reason you are my chosen. Sarutobi moved across the room to stand in front of Naruto and placed his hands on the boy's shoulders. You've taken all this better than I could have ever imagined, Naruto, and I'm glad that we got to tell you instead of some ignorant fool that hates you for what you hold. We love you and never let anyone tell you otherwise. We're so proud of you. He wrapped the boy in a hug and Eri and Yahiko watched with pride-filled smiles as Naruto began to sniffle and the tears began to fall again. But tears of joy are different from tears of sadness or anger. They feel sweeter and cooler on the skin and don't burn the eyes. They feel right. I love you all. I'm just glad I'm not a monster. The adults looked at him and all said at the same time. We love you. Naruto grinned and was about to say something, but his stomach let out a thunderous groan and he gripped it tightly. I guess I shouldn't have skipped supper. The adults all laughed and Eri went to fetch him something to eat while Yahiko and Sarutobi sat down again to talk with the boy. So son, how did you read about the Kyuubi? I made my cage bunch and read all about seals and found a book on them. One thing led to another and I ended up thinking about all the things in my life and why I look different from everyone in the family. You used cage bunchen to read. Well. Yeah. Isn't that one thing they're good for? The gleam in Yahiko's eyes didn't settle Naruto for a moment. Whose studies just got tripled because of an overabundance of available time now. Naruto cringed. Sarutobi laughed. At least everything was alright now. Konohamaru ran back into the room in front of Eri and ran to Naruto. "Aniki, why were you crying? Was someone mean to you?" Naruto hugged Konohamaru and laughed over his shoulder. "It was so great having a little brother who looked up to you." "No, no one was mean to me. I was just finding myself." Konohamaru had no idea what that meant, but at least he wasn't crying anymore. The next day, I found Naruto in the Hokage tower with a bright smile on his face. It was infectious to nearly everyone that came across him as he sat at his desk, his hat on sideways, merrily stamping papers. Sarutobi sat at his desk listening to a report from one-handed Kakashi. And that's what happened to Hokage-sama. The goods were delivered and everything turned out alright. "Very good, Kakashi. Just hand Naruto your report and he'll file it away." Kakashi nodded and walked over to the boy's desk. He wondered to himself why some hated the boy for what he held. It wasn't his fault. Kakashi himself was indifferent to the lad. His sensei was dead because of what he held, but he wouldn't hate the boy because of that. Indifference was his answer to the dilemma. "Here is my report, Naruto-san. And what makes you so happy today?" He hadn't really wanted to strike up a conversation with the young boy, but his curiosity could only take so much. Naruto grinned up at him and took the offered paper. "I found myself last night at Kakashi-san. That's all." Kakashi looked at him quizzically before shrugging and walking away. The boy was a strange one. But if you had Mido Guy for a sensei, then you'd be a little strange as well. Once Kakashi left, Naruto looked up at the clock and smiled. It was nearly lunchtime. Today, he thought, it necessitated a shopping trip. "Hey sensei, you up for a trip to the weapons shop? I want to see if I can get that knife commissioned." Sarutobi looked up from a report he was writing and smiled. Yes, he could stand to get out of the office. "Sure Naruto. Consider this a late birthday gift on my behalf and a way of saying how proud I am of you." Naruto beamed and returned to his paperwork, hurrying as fast as he could. Things were starting to look up. Chapter 8. Headaches. Naruto smiled as he and Sarutobi walked down the street back toward the tower. His knife had just been commissioned, and the smithy had said he would notify the Hokage when it was done. As they walked down the street, Naruto nodded to those who smiled at him. Those who didn't he turned his nose up at. They didn't deserve his smile. They weren't worthy. Now that he knew what he held, he had no patience for these people. He would protect them because it was his duty and for no other reason until they came to their senses. Sarutobi and his parents had sat with him at dinner and explained that he should not hold the villagers in contempt. Sarutobi explained the law he had made upon Naruto's birth and the punishments that came with revealing it. This law didn't apply to Naruto though, and he was free to tell whomever he wanted. He nodded and said he would choose who he told with care. Hinata, Shino, and Shikamaru were high on his list of possible confidants. Hihiko explained the psychology behind the whole ordeal. The villagers were ignorant and stupid, but they felt loss and found him an easy target to blame. Human nature demands that there be someone to place the blame on, and Naruto unfortunately drew that lot in life. He had said that he would not seek retribution against them as long as they did not raise a hand against him. Sarutobi had said that was a fair concession. As a future ninja and Hokage, self-defense was a paramount thing. Naruto saw the young Uchiha boy again in the crowd and decided that perhaps a test was in order. He tugged on his grandfather's sleeve and bid him to bend down. "Sensei, I want you to use it to hide and watch what happens when I approach Sasuke. I don't know why he doesn't like me, but he has called me a demon before and I want to find out who told him that." Sarutobi frowned and narrowed his eyes. "Are you looking to get someone in trouble with Naruto?" "No. I'm looking to find out who did it so that maybe I can change his perspective. Sasuke's had it rough, but he's such an ass about everything. Lots of the girls won't play with me anymore because they like him and he doesn't like me. I'd just like to find out why. I'll watch. But the second it gets out of hand, I'll step in, understood?" Naruto nodded and walked off to engage the last Uchiha in Konoha. At least his week wasn't shaping up to be boring. Sasuke saw him coming and immediately turned away. He didn't need this today. He didn't want to have to deal with the blonde that his father had called a demon. Truthfully, he didn't know why his father had called the blonde such a thing, but his father was a wise man and Sasuke wanted his approval, so if he said the blonde was a demon, then he must be a demon. His eyes darted left and right, looking for an exit, but found none readily available. What he didn't know was that Sarutobi had cast a subtlety over the area that made it seem that all the passages were blocked. Sasuke readied himself for whatever came his way while looking for potential help from the villagers. The damn demon wouldn't seduce him, that was for sure. Naruto padded up to Sasuke slowly and gave a friendly wave as he approached. His smile faltered slightly when the brunette glared at him, but he maintained it. Everyone had stopped suddenly and watched as the blonde Hokage-to-be walked up to the Uchiha with a bright smile in place. They were all on edge. Perhaps this would be the day that the boy snapped and tried to finish the job that another demon had started. "Hey Sasuke-san. How's it going?" "Go away." Naruto stared at the boy and tilted his head. This is why he hated trying to make new friends. It was like they were conditioned against him from birth. He slipped his hands inside his sleeves to hide his whitening knuckles from his fists being clenched. His sensitive hearing could pick up the people in the background muttering about how he was mocking the Sandaime by wearing an imitation of his Hokage robes. It's not like Naruto like the damn ensemble. One of the first things he was going to change when he got into office. I'm not going away, Sasuke. I have a couple questions for you, that's all. I don't have to tell you a thing, demon. Naruto heard several people snicker behind him and turned to give them a powerful glare, nailing many to the spot. Sarutobi's lips quivered slightly. The boy had quite the powerful killing intent when he wanted. And did it without realizing it. The blonde turned back to the Uchiha and frowned. Look, I don't know where you get off calling me a demon. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, not demon. Where did you get the idea I'm a demon anyway? Sasuke sneered and put his hands in his pockets. My father said you were a demon in disguise all the time. He had his eye on you for quite some time before he passed on. Naruto noticed the sadness in the boy's voice, but felt little pity. His eyes cut around to find many of the young boy supporters with tears in their eyes. Pitiful. The boy didn't need pity, he needed someone to take care of him. Why his grandfather insisted on letting him live alone was beyond him. It wasn't conducive to his mental health. Sasuke, let me ask, since when have I ever seemed demonic to you? Have I ever hurt you? Have I ever tried to do harm to you? Have I? No. But, father always said you were lying in wait for the right moment to strike. He said you should be killed. And once I have avenged my family, I'll carry out my father's wish. Sarutobi looked around to find many with smug looks on their faces. So, this is what they thought should be done. He'd need to redouble Naruto's training immediately. His ninjutsu training will begin tonight. If death surrounded Naruto even in his home village, then he would need to be able to do what he needed to protect himself. The Sarutobis have obviously been swept up by whatever spell you have them under. Once you're dead, it will break and they can once again become a great clan. They have lost their will of fire since they took you in. Naruto growled and bared his fangs. Many gasped when they saw them. It didn't help his image any. And what would you know of the will of fire? I know you'll never have it. Now, I'll be on my way. I have better things to do than stand here talking to a good-for-nothing demon. Sasuke made a show of walking by Naruto slowly to show he wasn't frightened of the demon. But he found his progress halted by a strong grip on his forearm, a grip which shouldn't have been possible on an 8-year-old. The voice Naruto spoke in was grating and more than a little frightening. And to top it all off, it was like the air had gotten thicker, making it harder to breathe. Tell me, Sasuke, if I was a demon, then wouldn't treating me like this be a surefire death sentence for yourself? If I was a demon, then for treating me like this, I would see you all burn. Naruto let the boy go and the harrowing experience was gone. Naruto turned to Sasuke and all the frightened villagers and smiled widely, his fangs glinting like Guy's teeth in the sunlight. Luckily for you, I'm not a demon. Konoha is my village and I'll protect it, even for ungrateful people like you. Have a nice day. Naruto made his way through the crowd with no resistance, back toward the Hokage tower. Sasuke finally caught his breath and turned away from the people seeing if he was alright, seething to himself. How can he have such a presence? I'll find a demon one day, and on that day, I'll end both yours and Itachi's lives. This I swear. Neither had noticed the pink and blonde-haired girls in the alleyway that had been shadowing the Uchiha. See? My mom said he was a bad person, and Sasuke-kun said he was a demon. Didn't you feel that? Wait. When he looked at Sasuke, it was like the sky fell. Ino frowned and looked at the ground. It had been several years since she had spoken to her fellow blonde and truth be told, she kind of missed him. He was another boy to boss around, and he was nice. But too many people had said he was bad, and she had believed them. And after that little stunt, Ino wasn't sure who was right anymore. It was true what Naruto said, that if he was a demon then they'd all be dead. But what Sasuke had said was true too. Demons were crafty and masters of the wait. He could just be waiting for the moment to strike. Sakura, I'm not sure. Naruto's never hurt any of us. Let's see what happens in the future and then we'll go from there. They looked horrified. You're not going to talk to him, are you? No. But I'm going to keep my eye on him. Naruto is a mystery. And I hate mysteries. The two walked in silence to the playground and fell into the games with the other children, losing themselves in the mindless jazzing and darting about. Soon, they'd start classes at the academy and their lives would change. Sarutobi let his camouflage drop and locked step with his grandson, startling many people as he did. He didn't say a word until they were safely back in his office and he shut the door. Was that really necessary? Naruto looked at him, totally innocent in his demeanor. Was what necessary? You know what I mean. The killing intent, was that necessary? Naruto shrugged and shuffled some papers on his desk. If he won't be my friend and insists on trying to kill me, then I think he should learn to fear me as soon as possible. I'm not going to go out of my way to be friends with these people. Not anymore. Sarutobi blinked and pulled out his pipe slowly. These philosophical battles with Naruto could be so tiring. So? You plan to rule with fear then? That's a poor way to rule Naruto and only bring sorrow. You can't rule through fear alone. Then I'll let my deeds in the name of Konoha guide my way. I won't kowtow to these people only to end up on the short end of the stick later in life when they think they have me under their thumb. Sarutobi nodded and stood facing his panoramic window. The view of the Hokage mountain was a calming thing, something his nerves needed. He didn't notice his grandson scrutinizing the photos on the wall that mirrored the stone faces. Sarutobi heard the mumble and listened intently. Naruto had a bad habit of talking to himself out loud and it led to humorous things at times. Too bad for Sarutobi this wasn't one of those times. Blue eyes. Blonde hair. Same style too. Looks just like I will in a few years probably. The more the boy talked, the more Sarutobi began to sweat and the harder he sucked on his pipe. It's him, isn't it? Sarutobi took a great tug on his pipe, trying to ignore the question. Maybe if he ignored it, it would go away. It's okay Gigi, you don't have to answer. I already know the answer. I know. Because it's so obvious. How could anyone not see it? Naruto. I know. You can't tell me, but that's okay. Sarutobi turned to see the boy beaming and looked back to the picture of the yondaime. Ye gods, he's right. How could anyone not see it? I know who he is and I know where I come from. Now, I'm even more eager to hear about them. Naruto. How did you come to that conclusion? Is this a confession? No, I'm not confirming anything. I just want to know what makes you so sure. Naruto stared at his grandfather in obvious confusion. Standing up, he strode across the room and took the picture off the wall and held it up beside his face. Hello? Is it just me? Or is everyone blind in Konoha? Or do they willingly have blinders on? You know what, don't answer that. I already know. They probably see me as an affront to his legacy since I'm a carbon copy of him and all. Sarutobi winced again. Gods, why couldn't he just tell the boy? It wasn't like he didn't already know. Damn Minato and his stupid promises. The yondaime never had a documented bloodline, so I'm guessing that the melt came from my mother. Naruto. Please. Please, just drop it. Please. I can't tell you, so stop digging. I can tell you when you make Chunin. Those are the rules. The boy nodded and went back to his paperwork. Sarutobi sighed and told his secretary to usher in his next appointment. He frowned when he saw who it was. Ah, Hokage-sama. How are you today? I'm just fine Danzo-san. What can I do for you? Nothing really. I just came to confirm something I heard earlier. Sarutobi was immediately on guard. And that would be? I have heard that there was an altercation between young Naruto and young Sasuke in the marketplace. The rumors say that young Naruto unleashed quite a bit of killing intent on the Uchiha and the civilian populace. Unintentional, I assure you. It was simply an argument between two boys who are going to begin entering puberty in a few years. Boys will be boys. I also heard that they threatened each other with death. Danzo. If you know what is good for you, you'll drop your line of questioning now. This is not under your jurisdiction. In fact, if I remember right, nothing is truly under your jurisdiction. You are on the council, a body of government that acts as advisors in dire circumstances for the good of the people. Don't overstep your boundaries. The one-armed man appeared unaffected on the outside, but on the inside he was seething. He turned to go but was stopped by Sarutobi's quiet voice. I know you Danzo. Don't do anything you regret. The man turned and sent an uncaring eye to Sarutobi. I've never regretted anything. Everything I've done has always been for Konoha, every battle fought, every war waged, every limb lost. Every decision I made was for Konoha. Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. And so has every one of my decisions been for Konoha. Every treaty signed, every battle fought, every life lost under my order. It was all for Konoha. Don't let your ambitions be the death of you. Danzo snorted and shut the door loudly behind him. Once he was gone Naruto shuddered and glanced at his grandfather. I don't like that man. Neither do I. At night, Naruto was outside with Sarutobi, while 10 clones were inside with Yahiko, reading 10 different things at once. Theory of Seals, Theory of, a strategy book on, a book on the history of Konoha, one on Suna, one on Kumo, one on Kiri, a biology book, a history of Kalarippayattu, and a book on the. Naruto was surprised they were letting him read it, but was told that since he knew about his condition, he might as well bone up on the subject. Sarutobi was taking him through Kalarippayattu and found it to be quite an interesting fighting style. Once he was thoroughly sure that the style suited Naruto, he sat the boy down and let him know they were going to begin in earnest now in his training. Naruto, since you have figured out so much at such a young age, I feel obligated to tell you a little more of my plan for your future. I know you like hanging out with your friends and playing in your spare time, but that's going to be put on hold for a while. The boy's face fell, but Sarutobi kept plowing on. It'll only be temporary Naruto. They'll be entering the academy soon and they'll be busy being inundated into their family styles even further than before. I'll be showing you how to further do your duties and then, when you turn 10, I'm packing you off to the academy. Naruto stared up at his grandfather with unbelieving eyes. But sensei, I already know everything they teach at the academy. I don't need to go there. Well, it's true that you know all the lessons there, Naruto, you don't know anything about teamwork. That's one of the biggest lessons that I can't teach you alone. I don't want you thinking you can skip out just because you're my chosen successor. There are certain traditions you have to uphold before you become Hokage. And those are, you'll need to be on a team. It's a tradition of Konoha that we value teamwork above all else. You must graduate from the academy. Not even a future Hokage can simply bypass everything. You must rise through the ranks like a normal ninja. Then, either before you become Hokage, or in my case, well you're Hokage, you must take a team. These are Konoha traditions. Do I really have to go through the academy? Sarutobi glared at his pupil, nailing him to the spot. Yes, you do. No arguments. Any more questions? How are the teams selected? Worried about being on Sasuke's team? The boy nodded. Don't worry. There's a long-standing tradition of putting the Rookie of the Year with the last place candidate of the class, along with the best kunoichi. The others are divided up as needed. Good. There's no chance I'll end up with Uchiha Sasuke then. Unless he's a complete moron at schoolwork. Sarutobi nodded and chuckled to himself. I still don't like the idea of having to go to school. The lectures will probably be boring. Then take a book to read or something. All that's required is that you pass the tests anyway. Now, I'm going to show you a few and you're going to make clones and practice them, alright. Naruto nodded vigorously. He loved to learn. I'll be showing you some I picked up early on in my life. I've learned a lot about Naruto and I've imparted my knowledge to very few. Have the clones memorize the hand seals and then break up to practice different ones. Naruto nodded and formed a group of 20 clones and told them to watch what Sarutobi did. The first was Futen. To Toppa. Naruto watched as Sarutobi made the necessary seals and proceeded to decimate a few trees. The boy was giddy with anticipation and sent 5 clones off to practice. The second one froze Naruto with fear, literally. Sarutobi used Kanashibari on him and then had the clones leave and practice it on each other. There were no hand seals needed, it was simply focusing one's killing intent directly at a target. It just took practice. The third left Naruto without vision. No jutsu, the hiding mist, intrigued the boy. Combined with his melt, it would be a deadly combo. He sent the clones off immediately. The final required them to go to another section of the property altogether. Naruto and his clones followed along obediently behind Sarutobi until they came to a stop beside a creek. Sarutobi turned around and smiled. Naruto, come stand beside me. The real Naruto stepped forward and stood beside the old Hokage, and the clones watched as the old man formed one seal, and Naruto was encased inside of a giant water bubble. What the? This is Suro no Jutsu. It's great for capturing an opponent. Only downsides are that you have to be next to a substantial body of water and you have to keep your arm inside the bubble for the attack to stick. That brings me to our earlier talk of teamwork. Naruto sat with rapt attention, not like he was going anywhere anyway. If this was used to capture the enemy and you had teammates, they could incapacitate the enemy ninja with little resistance. This makes it perfect in conjunction with your team. Naruto nodded in understanding and Sarutobi released a, now, practice hard and remember to come in for dinner. Don't make your mother worry. Naruto nodded and formed a few more clones to practice on. 3 hours later found Naruto lying on the ground holding his head in pain. He'd read about information overload but had thought he could handle it. Not doing that again, that was for damn sure. He held his pounding cranium and made his way back to the house as he sifted through his thoughts. Luckily, his clones inside had dispersed earlier and let him know it was time for supper. He'd had a slight tweak of the brain but ignored it. Now he had to sift through all this information. Thank the gods he had the rest of the evening to go through it all. As he walked inside the house, Naruto groaned and leaned against the wall. That overload shouldn't have taken that much out of him. Knowing that if he ate as he was right now he'd be sick, he sat down to meditate and sort through the information. The information on the history of the countries was just what he thought it would be. Boring. Nothing but boring drivel about how great the countries were and how they were formed. It was valuable information but it was boring. The information on the theory of seals was much more intriguing to him. It opened up a world of possibilities. He rubbed the seal on his stomach. There was no way in hell he would mess with that seal. No way in hell. The book was kind of boring, but with some of the strategies in there, he might be able to back Shikamaru into a corner he'd never get out of. Biology was kind of unassuming. Until he got to the part about reproduction. His father had said he would get the talk soon enough. Whatever that meant. The book on this was the most interesting. The demons didn't appear much throughout history, except in history-altering events or showed up sealed in different people or items. The Kyuubi was the only one that had never been sealed before, and if he understood what Sarutobi had told him, he would be the last. The beast would die with him. For such a powerful being, the Kyuubi was somewhat foolhardy. It had attacked Konoha unprovoked and had been beaten by a man and small child. The man had died, but the child lived. And kept the beast at bay. He shook his head, feeling somewhat less stuffy, and began to sort out the rest. Futon. Totapa was somewhat natural to him, he supposed. He wasn't a master by any stretch of the imagination, but he had at least gotten it to work once. Kanashibari hadn't worked right at all. He'd figure that one out later. No jutsu required good chakra control, and he'd have to keep at it to make it work right. And Suro no jutsu. Well, it was hard to maintain. He needed to concentrate more and his thoughts kept drifting to other subjects. His headache finally subsided and he meandered into the kitchen to find everyone already gone. Naruto groaned and fished the bread out of the cupboard and some meat and cheese from the fridge and made himself a sandwich. Sarutobi, not being able to sleep just yet, heard the boy rummaging around and walked in. Were you able to get any of them down? Kind of. Futon. Totapa was somewhat easy for me, but the others were kind of hard. Kanashibari was the hardest. I just couldn't get the clones to be afraid. Sarutobi nodded and put his hand to his chin. That may be because you can't picture yourself killing yourself. Kanashibari works by instilling fear into the opponent, showing them their own death. Unless you're suicidal, it doesn't work very well. I guess I'll have to find someone to help me perfect it then. I'll just have to do it to people who are unwitting. That's not very noble, Naruto. The boy shrugged. We're ninja Jiji. I believe you told me that ninjas have very loose honor. In certain cases, yes. But you shouldn't use that against unsuspecting people like Naruto. Especially fellow leaf nins. Even ones like Sasuke are those who talk bad about me. Sarutobi grinned and fetched himself a glass of tea. There are exceptions, of course. If any civilians give you trouble, feel free to use a non-threatening like that. Just don't use it against any senior ninjas. They'll know what you're doing and will turn it back on you. Naruto nodded and took the last bite of his sandwich, washing it down with some milk. Suro no Jutsu and Kurigaku do not just require more control. Once I have the level down to where they're easy to control, I'll try pumping more chakra into them and see what happens. That's a good plan. Now, you'd better get to bed. You have a busy day ahead of you tomorrow. Naruto nodded and left for his room. Once he reached the door, he grinned and turned around to Sarutobi. I don't know what I'm thinking. I was about to use the door. The old Hokage watched as Naruto melted into the floor and disappeared from sight. He sighed and cracked his back as he stood. That boy will be the death of me yet. The next few months of Naruto's life went by quickly. His friends all entered the academy at the age of 9 and Naruto kept up his duties at the tower. His knife had been commissioned finally and Sarutobi made him keep it at home until he had learned how to wield it properly. Naruto wasn't happy about that but held his tongue. Bad things usually happened when he went against his grandfather on issues like that. His training kept up with Kage Bunshin and he had read through several books, absorbing the information like a sponge. He had become better to the point where he was now a master of Futon. Totapa, although he rarely got to use the Sarutobi wouldn't teach him any more until he mastered at least 3 of the 4 he'd been taught. So his repertoire now included Kawarimi, Henge, a badass Shunshin, Futon. Totapa, Kalaripeadu, and he'd begun to learn how to handle his blade properly. It was just like Sarutobi had told him. A knife that big was totally different from a sword. He needed to be careful with it. He was still coming along nicely. His abilities with the melt were absolutely brilliant. Now, whenever someone came into the office that Naruto didn't want to see or if Sarutobi wanted him there, well, he spoke to a dignitary so he could see how to handle them but didn't want him to cause a scene, he'd melt into his desk and stay hidden. The black and white view still freaked him out at times but he was getting used to it. Training with Guy had given him a whole new perspective of speed and power. He could move at a pretty good clip while using the melt now and switching substances was now an obstacle hardly worth mentioning. His taijutsu had skyrocketed in the meantime, but he'd found that anyone working with Guy was bound to pick up a thing or two. He might be insane, but the man was a hell of a teacher. Naruto's only thing that he wanted to get better on but didn't really have anyone to help him with were seals. He'd continued making storage scrolls and had refined them to where a scroll could carry as much as possible by modifying the seal slightly. He always had his entire library, very considerable for one his age, on tap in one scroll. It completely baffled Sarutobi and he asked Naruto to make him one as well. He'd sworn to himself to find Jiraiya so that he could teach the boy about seals. Konoha needed another seal master. Naruto had also been allowed to begin making small explosive tags, although the first few didn't come out quite right. The timing seal had been too short and had literally blown up in his face. Sarutobi had not allowed him to try again without more studying. All in all, Naruto's training went without a hitch. Sasuke still had it out for him, and there was talk that the Uchiha was a shoe-in for Rookie of the Year when he graduated. Naruto couldn't have cared less. He didn't want to go to school anyway. His 9th birthday came and went and his friends stayed in touch somewhat over the school year. Hinata missed him badly and made great strides to visit whenever she could. Her mother passed away from whatever illness she had, leaving Hiashi stricken with grief. He trained Hinata and himself relentlessly, if only to forget the grief for a short while. Naruto usually hung his head in shame when the girl's hangdog look came onto her face when it was time to leave. He needed to visit her more often and bring some sunshine into her life. She was so lonely. And they both missed their best friend. Naruto hadn't informed any of his friends he'd be attending the academy. He wanted it to be a surprise. And it would be a surprise. When his 10th birthday rolled around, it was a blast. No one knew that when the semester started back up, he'd be attending and had requested to be put in their class. Misery loves company after all. All of Naruto's birthdays have been typical. Party, gifts, and playing with his friends. But his 10th birthday was also when Naruto's whole world changed once again. No one had ever dared do anything against him or his family before. But one drunk bitter ninja would change all that. And make Naruto face a great truth within himself. Chapter 9. The voice in my head. Naruto lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, clutching his old worn stuffed fox in one hand. His mother told him he was getting too big for it, but he found the thing comforting. Especially when he had a lot to think about. And right now, his mind was going a mile a minute. His party had been typical. He'd played a game with Shikamaru and had nearly had him when the boy pulled that stupid pose out and proceeded to blow him away. He'd never been so frustrated in his life. He'd had it planned out in just 4 more moves and he'd have him. He was still trying to figure out how his lazy friend had pulled it off. He was beginning to suspect that Shikamaru was moving when Naruto blinked. Taoji had given him a booklet of free meals, one for each restaurant in Konoha. Naruto thanked his portly friend profusely. He'd been wanting to try that new dango shop in the southern sector. Shino's gifts were usually as strange as the boy himself. Not that they weren't useful. This year he'd given Naruto a watch with a compass in it. It was nice, but Naruto stared at him quizzically. Shino's answer had set the rest laughing and left Naruto slightly ashamed. Perhaps now you'll find the time to visit your friend Naruto. Sarutobi had looked just as ashamed as the blonde. Perhaps he did need to let the boy get out a little bit more. I had promised him that they would begin to incorporate weapons into their training. Naruto had told his sensei not to mention his knife specifically. He wanted that to be a surprise. Kiba had given him a black collar with spikes, raising many eyebrows. Naruto, not wanting to be rude, had put it on. It looked strange on the blonde and many of the adults snickered. When asked why he was given a collar, Kiba had grinned and leaned in to whisper in Naruto's ear. Because. It goes great with Hinata's gift later this year. When asked what that was, his grin threatened to split his face in twain. I got her a leash so she could lead you around. You know, since whenever you're around her, you act like her bitch. The adults didn't know why Naruto turned blood red and swung a fist at a laughing Kiba, but it was still hilarious nonetheless. He and Kiba could be so entertaining. Once things were settled back down, Hinata gave Naruto her gift, which he accepted with grace, and a blood-red face. He opened it and was delighted by what he saw. It was a pair of black leather gloves, fingerless, with a leaf symbol on plates on the back. They'd work wonders with his taijutsu and weapons training. Hinata had just been concerned he would hurt himself. She didn't know how fast he healed. The rest of the party was normal. Konohamaru gave him a hug and his parents told him they'd give him his gift later. Sarutobi had told him he could learn anew later and everything was right with the world. He couldn't wait. His training with his field knife was coming along nicely. He'd become quite proficient at slitting the throat of his cage buncheons by coming up behind them when they got too close to the house or a tree. He'd found that if he was extra careful, he could sever the spine at the base of the neck and get rid of them easily. He was fast on his way to beginning his training as an assassin. The biggest surprise of the party, however, had been the homecoming of his uncle Asuma. The bear walked into the party unannounced and strode right up to Sarutobi. I'm home, Pop. So I see. Do you want to be reinstated as a shinobi of the leaf? Asuma took a drag on his cigarette and raised an eyebrow. You took me off the books. You left Asuma, under your own power and with my begrudging blessing, to join the Guardians. I had to take you off the active duty roster. The younger bearded man nodded and ground his cigarette out on the ground. Will I still have my ranking? Sarutobi nodded and stood. Yes, you'll be reinstated as a Chunin and can take the Jounin exam at a later date. But for now, you've come home at a time of remembrance and joy. Really? Yes. You should go say hello and happy birthday to your nephew. Asuma turned to look at the blonde and his eyes widened when he saw the whisker marks. Is that? Yes, it is. And he knows of the burden he carries. Asuma watched with wide eyes as the blonde approached him and looked up at him with curious eyes. You know, I didn't think you'd be so big, Uncle Asuma. Any tension was gone immediately. Well, I didn't think you'd be so short. Now there was tension. Asuma had proven to be a pretty laid-back guy, and Naruto could tell he and his uncle would get along just fine. Asuma was also quite powerful and intelligent, though not as much as Yahiko. Asuma had taken the way of the warrior, Yahiko the way of the scholar. Both could hold their own in a fight, but Asuma was the more powerful of the two. And also the laziest. His uncle had decided to get an apartment of his own, rather than living in the compound, since he and Sarutobi still differed on some things, and avoiding a fight was paramount to the family. Naruto's eyes were finally growing heavy, and he was just about to drift off to sleep when an ear-splitting scream from his mother made him bolt upright. Not knowing what was going on, he grabbed his knife and melted into the wall. The Senka Sora had been on the road to a leisurely life as a shinobi 10 years earlier. He was a Chunin, soon to be Jounin, and life was great. He was engaged to a beautiful woman, and their wedding date had been set for later the next year. Then the Kyuubi came and that all changed. Sora had watched as his fiancée was crushed under the thing's foot and all his hopes and dreams came crashing down. He had rushed at the beast in a rage, wanting to get just one good hit in before he died. But destiny had other things in store for him apparently. The Kyuubi had merely looked at the man when he drove a sword into its leg and had swiped hard, knocking him several hundred feet away. The fall had broken both his legs, and he'd never walked right since. Once the thing was defeated, he had been a loud supporter of killing the child containing the beast. When his Hokage had said it would not be killed, he was devastated. His fiancée had lost her life for nothing. Sora fell into a depression after that. He lost himself to alcohol and had lost everything. His family tried to get him to move on, told him that his fiancée would not want him to be like this, but Sora clung to the past. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see that damnable fox, howling in victory as it crushed everything in sight. It was despicable. He couldn't take it anymore. A decade of loneliness and regret were slowly killing him. He was too much of a coward to follow his love into the afterlife. He couldn't kill himself. He wanted someone else to end it. But he wasn't a shinobi anymore and he couldn't take suicide missions. Therefore, as he drowned his sorrows in the bottom of a bottle, he came to a conclusion. He'd go and challenge the beast to a fight and hopefully they'd kill each other and he'd be remembered as a hero. He could meet his love in heaven with his head held high. His family would be proud of him again. His comrades would see him as a ninja again. And all he had to do was face the fox with courage and dignity. But the fox was crafty. He took another swig of the drink and slammed the bottle down. He'd need to bait it to get it to come fight him. It had proven to be quite sneaky in the past few years, saying it wasn't what it was, a demon. He'd show it how much of a demon it was. Sora told the bartender to put it on his tab and wobbled out. He wouldn't be back to pay the bill anyway after tonight. He needed his weapons and all of his cunning. Being drunk would help. It would limit his inhibitions. Seeing the innocent face that the fox had adopted in recent years would only deter him if he was sober. And hesitation would get him killed before he could take his revenge. He gathered up his weapons and headed shakily for the Sarutobi compound. He would need all his cunning. Since forces were still spread thin, there were no Anbu around the compound. After all, the Hokage could take care of himself. Sora climbed over the fence with great difficulty, his weakened legs not helped by the fact that he hadn't worked out in years. But being weakened also made him careful of where and how he stepped. He made his way to a window and slid it open. Eri was sleeping peacefully until she heard the window slide open. She didn't have time to do anything when she felt a hand clamped over her mouth and she was dragged out of bed and down the hall, kicking and punching. Sora snarled when she hit his shin and hit a pressure point on her neck that left her wide awake still able to see what was going on. Sarutobi heard her muffled screams and made his way toward them slowly. He peeked around the corner of the doorway to the living room and grit his teeth when he saw Eri being held by an unfamiliar ninja. This was bad. He stepped from around the corner and drew to his full height, leveling the man with a glare. Sora drew up and pressed his kunai into Eri's throat with a little more force. "What do you want with my family? Who are you?" Sora snarled and drew a little blood from Eri's throat, the droplets rolling down the blade. Sarutobi watched with silent fury and tried to reassure the woman with his eyes. It didn't help when the rest of the household showed up and Konohamaru pushed his way to the front. "Mama." Eri shook her head slightly, tears rolling down her face, trying to tell Konohamaru to stay away. Aoi grabbed the boy around the shoulders and held him close, even as he struggled. Sora sneered at the family and drew himself up closer to the wall, trying to make it so he had no blind spots. "I don't care about Sarutobi, I want the demon. Bring him here and let me fight him or I'll slit her throat. There's no longer a demon. It's gone." "Lies. That thing lives on still, in the guise of our yondaime. And you let it live. How dare you disrespect his memory? Young man, I suggest you let my daughter go. You're drunk and obviously distraught. Let her go and I'll let you off lightly." "Never. You bring me the demon and let me take him in battle. I have to avenge my love." He killed her. Eri began to cry harder as she listened to her father-in-law and the man battle back and forth with words. He wanted Naruto, he wanted her baby. Naruto never killed anyone. How could they continue to think such things? This was the first time that anyone had tried to do anything physically though. And she was now sure it wouldn't be the last. Sora dragged the blade lightly across her throat, letting blood begin to trickle down. Eri closed her eyes and thought about how she'd never hold Yahiko again. Or hug her two sons. Or scold them or get to see them grow or mess with their future girlfriends. Her eyes shot open when she heard a bestial growl from above and felt blood that wasn't hers spray the back of her head. Naruto moved through the walls with great speed, looking frantically for the cause of the scream. He finally saw his family assembled in the den and watched, hidden from view, as Sarutobi tried to reason with the deranged man. As he watched the first drop of blood trickle from his mother's throat, he grit his teeth. Your mother is in danger. Naruto shook his head, thinking he had imagined that voice in the back of his head. He didn't need any distractions now. He watched as more blood flowed from his mother's neck and his teeth punctured his lip. He'll kill her if you don't do something. Don't let her die in vain. This was all over him. Why in the hell couldn't they just leave him and his family alone? And the voice was becoming clearer and louder. If this was his conscience, why in the hell was it acting up now? His eyes sprang open wide when the man dragged the blade across her throat and the blood flowed freely now. If he had applied any pressure. What are you waiting for? Only you can save her. Naruto slid the knife from its scabbard and moved through the wall directly behind and above the man. He couldn't allow his mother to be killed. What would happen to Konohamaru? What would his family think if she was killed because of him? What would his mother think if she died for him? Don't let her die. Without another thought, he melted out of the wall and let out a spine-chilling growl as he placed the blade at the man's throat while grabbing his arm that contained the kunai. Sora looked up when he felt the cold steel against his neck and the uncommonly strong grip around his wrist. The last thing the man saw was the blue-slitted eyes and long fangs of the blonde, half hanging out of the wall, his mouth contorted into a sneer of righteous fury. Naruto pulled the blade to the side just like he'd practiced against his clones as he jerked the blade away from his mother's neck. Crimson flowed. Sarutobi looked in shock at the visage on Naruto's face. He looked resigned to what he'd done, as if there had been no other way. And there hadn't been. Sora, in his deranged state of mind, would have killed Eri if Naruto hadn't shown up. But now, the ability he had was known to the whole family and servants. This could prove troublesome. Hiko was out on a mission and wouldn't be back until tomorrow or the day after. Eri needed consoling and had grabbed hold of Konohamaru and hadn't let go of him. The servants, knowing not to say a word, took the man's body away and began to clean up the room. Sarutobi crossed to Naruto, standing stock still in the middle of the room, his head down, hair shadowing his eyes, his hand gripping his field knife so hard his knuckles had turned white. Sarutobi knelt down in front of the boy and put a hand on his shoulder. Naruto. The boy flinched when he heard his name called and slowly raised his eyes to show the tears. I killed Gigi. Sarutobi pulled the boy into a hug. I know Naruto, I know. But don't blame yourself. If you wouldn't have done it, he might have killed your mother. This is what being a shinobi is about. Weighting the death of your loved ones against the death of an enemy. But he was a leaf ninja, Gigi. I killed a comrade. The comrade doesn't attack unarmed civilians of the village he lives in and hold them hostage. You did the right thing, Naruto. The boy nodded and wiped the blood from his knife absently on his pajama bottoms before sliding it back into its scabbard. Sarutobi watched as the matte black blade disappeared from view. He blinked slowly and clapped his hands on Naruto's shoulders, forcing the boy to look at him. Let's study, Naruto. I need to talk to you about this. I don't want you feeling guilty and retreating inward. But first. Let's get you changed out of those clothes. Naruto nodded weakly and went off to his bedroom to change. Once done, he plodded to the study, his bloodline forgotten for the moment. You did the right thing. Naruto frowned when he heard the voice again. He had a sneaking suspicion who and what it was, but decided he'd ask his grandfather. As he opened the door, he found his grandfather sitting with his legs crossed in his favorite plush chair, another one just like it drawn up opposite and two glasses of hot tea sitting on a side table. Sarutobi motioned to the chair and the tea. Sit and drink. Naruto nodded and took a sip of the tea. It calmed him somewhat when he felt the familiar warmth of the liquid slide down his throat. He needed something calming at the moment. Naruto, tell me how you feel right now. The boy looked up slowly and sat the glass of tea back down. Gigi, I feel vindicated. I feel like what I did was right. And that's what worries me. Should I feel like taking a life is right? In this case, yes. You saved your mother and there is nothing wrong with that. As long as you don't feel pleasure from every kill, you will still retain your humanity. Sarutobi watched the boy wince and asked what was wrong. Naruto's voice came across in a whisper. I think it's speaking to me. Sarutobi's eyes widened, but he needed confirmation. What is Naruto? What's speaking to you? Kyuubi. Oh gods, no. What did it tell you? to save mom. That no one else could but me. And afterward, before the voice faded, it told me that I did the right thing. Sarutobi sat back in his chair and took an extra long drag on his pipe. This could prove either advantageous or extremely bad. Did you speak to it? No. I said nothing. I didn't acknowledge it. Although I think it knows I heard it. Sarutobi nodded and looked Naruto over. Tomorrow, he was taking the day off to take the boy shopping. If he was going to the academy, it was time to start letting him choose his own clothing. Of course, when he was in the office, he still had to wear the robes and hat. It just looked so natural to him. He noticed as well that the knife was now strapped to Naruto's side with a belt and it didn't look like it would be leaving anytime soon. Naruto. I'll allow you to wear that knife. After tonight, I think it would be a good idea. You'll be starting at the academy in a week and we'll get your gifts tomorrow. I don't want you to tell anyone what happened here tonight. I don't want you flaunting your skills at the academy. A ninja's best friend is deception. You don't have to hide your skills, but don't boast and don't flaunt them. Naruto nodded and fingered the knife. It made him feel safe. Your duties at the tower are going to be reduced and I'll talk with your uncle about taking you on to learn about knives and how to wield them properly. He's quite the dab hand with them. You'll learn a lot from him. What about Guy-sensei? He'll still help you, but he'll be taking on a team after this semester, so he won't be available to you all the time. Asuma will have his duties as well, so you might be on your own most of the time. Naruto nodded. At least he'd be able to see his friends more. You'll still be helping me at the tower, so don't get too comfortable. The boy groaned playfully and Sarutobi smiled. Perhaps. Things would be alright after all. He would need to make it clear about the Kyuubi though. Before I pack you off to bed Naruto, I want you to go and talk to your mother and brother. They were very frightened. And if Kyuubi talks to you again, I want you to tell me immediately. Understand? Yes Jiji. Good. Now go find your mother, I'm sure she's worried sick about you. Naruto nodded again and shut the door behind him. Sarutobi followed him soon after. I'm getting too old for this. Naruto swung the door to his mother's room open and was immediately tackled by two sobbing figures. My baby, my poor baby. Why did you have to do that? But mom, he was going to kill you. But you shouldn't have had to kill so young. Naruto sighed and waited for his mother to stop her sobbing. He patted Konohamaru on the head, the little boy clinging to his side, sobbing into his shirt. He was sure Konohamaru had been scared witless when he had emerged from the wall, and even more so when he had slit the throat of that ninja. His thoughts were broken when he heard the two begin to calm down and stared at his mother. Are you alright? I think that's something I should be asking you mom. I'm fine Naruto. My throat's a little sore, but I live. How are you? Are you alright? Yeah. Jiji sat me down and talked to me about what I did and told me how I wasn't to blame. I'm a fine mom. Eri nodded and held him tighter, as if she was trying to smother him. Naruto felt a tug on his sleeve and looked down at Konohamaru. Nikki. What was that you did when you killed that guy? Naruto had to be careful here. He couldn't tell Konohamaru what he'd done, it would be all over the village by tomorrow. The boy was proud of his brother and would tell anyone who would listen. I did something that only I can do. Listen to me, you can't tell anyone about what I did okay? I'll get in trouble if you do. Konohamaru nodded his head and yawned. He was way up past his bedtime. Eri shuffled the two boys to her bed. Come on, we're all sleeping here tonight. But mom, I'm too old. She sent him a hard look. You're still my baby Naruto and I say get in. Besides, I want to be sure that nothing else will happen tonight. For my mind's sake, please. Naruto nodded and got in, placing his knife under his pillow. Konohamaru snuggled up to his mother and Eri put an arm around Naruto. They all drifted into a peaceful sleep, forgetting momentarily about the night's troubles. The next morning found the Sarutobi household carrying on like nothing had happened. All except for 4 members. Sarutobi, Eri, Konohamaru and Naruto had all sat down over breakfast and gone over everything again to make sure everyone knew that what Naruto did had been for the good of his mother. He had saved her. Naruto still held a reserved right of vindication, but he was also a little sad for the ninja that he had killed. The man hadn't been in his right mind. It didn't excuse trying to kill his mother though. Sarutobi, once all the proceedings were over, told them to get dressed and ready to leave for town. When Naruto asked why, he was given a smile. For your present of course. You're going to school right? Naruto nodded, not seeing where his grandfather was going with this. Well, you're old enough to pick out your own clothing now. We'll be buying you a wardrobe for your ninja career. Naruto leapt to his feet and let out a cry of victory. Finally, no more robes or uncomfortable clothes his mother bought for him. You still have to wear the robes at the office. It only dampened his mood slightly. Asuma had met them on their way out the door and had offered to come along, if only to offer advice and make sure Eri didn't doll the boy up. Sarutobi told him quietly what had transpired the night before, making Asuma whistle. He hadn't been that young when he made his first kill. He looked at his newly found nephew with appraising eyes. The boy didn't look like he could kill a fly, and yet, he had unflinchingly killed an enemy when his family was threatened. That was a good thing. He agreed to teach the boy how to handle his knife as well. They entered the clothing shop and Naruto almost went ballistic. Finally, he could dress like a true shinobi. Sarutobi just hoped the boy wouldn't shatter his wallet too badly. They still had to eat lunch after all. And he just knew they'd end up at Ichiraku's. A couple of hours later, I found Naruto emerging from the shop with a wide smile on his face. His new clothing was secure in a storage scroll he had brought along, and he had impressed Asuma with his skill with it. He didn't want to wear any of the clothing until he attended class so he could thoroughly surprise his friends. The next day saw his knife combat training with Asuma begin. Contrary to his uncle's lazy front, he was a taskmaster when it came to training and things he was interested in. And once he found out that Naruto plays shogi, he demanded a match a day. It was a tiresome habit to fall into. His duties at the tower went on in the evening and he awaited the first day of the academy. In a scroll he had his books ready, a game board so he could play Shikamaru at lunch, and his clothes for the first day laid out. The day finally came and Naruto walked to the school slowly, hardly believing that he was going. He knew it was going to be boring, but he was still excited. This was a forum where the children couldn't run away from him, and even if they ignored him, his friends would be there. That thought gave him a small boost. Naruto walked through the doorway of the academy's entrance and touched the frame reverently. This was it, the big moment. He walked down the hall and asked one of the Chunin teachers where Iruka's classroom was. He was pointed in the direction and walked calmly, his feet knocking against a hardwood floor. He took a deep breath when he reached the door and turned the knob slowly. Iruka stood in front of his class, calling the roll as usual, slightly bored as usual, and wishing they would shut the hell up. As usual. As he read further and further down the list, his voice droned more and more until he came to a name familiar to all of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto. He looked up scanning the classroom and saw that the boy wasn't there. When he saw the boy wasn't there, he let out a sigh of relief. He held no animosity against the boy himself, but knew that some of his students' parents and Mizuki did. He didn't need the drama. Either it was a mistake that his name had ended up on the register or he was late. Iruka wasn't lucky like that though. He heard the door swing open and heard someone begin to speak. "Excuse me, is this Iruka-sensei's classroom?" He and most of the class gasped when they saw who it was. Hinata clapped her hands happily, Shino smiled behind his collar, Chaoji grinned and elbowed his sleeping friend, who smirked and muttered troublesome blonde before going back to sleep, and Kibble let out a whoop of happiness. Sasuke let out a grunt of disapproval and went back to staring out the window. Sakura and Ino eyed him up and down, scrutinizing him. He was quite a sight. Letting him choose his own clothing had been a blessing to Naruto. No more shorts and t-shirts. He stood before them in black cargo pants and black combat boots, his field knife strapped to his right leg. His torso was enclosed in a long sleeve, camouflage mesh undershirt, and a black t-shirt with a red fox covered it. Shino was happy that he wore the watch he had given him, Hinata was ecstatic he was wearing the pendant she had given him, and the plated gloves as well, and Kibble looked disgruntled that he wasn't wearing the collar. Not like he would have worn it anyway. Hinata had developed a nasty little joking streak, and she might have brought the leash Kibba had given her. Naruto never thought the two would go in together to humiliate him. He turned to the teacher and smiled. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto." Iruka sighed and rubbed his temples. This year would be total hell. He could already hear the kids whispering. "Thank you Naruto. Take a seat anywhere and we'll begin." Naruto nodded and plodded up the steps to sit beside Hinata and Kibba. Hinata smiled shyly and gave him a hug, which he returned. Kibba leaned over to whisper in his ear. "Glad you came man. Welcome to the 9th circle of hell, otherwise known as the academy. I'm Kibba and I'll be your guide." Naruto chortled and pulled out a book on sealing as Iruka geared up for a lecture. At least he wouldn't be too bored sitting beside Kibba. "Now, the first thing we learn is about the history of Konoha." Iruka turned to where he heard the sound of a head impacting wood and found Naruto with his head down on his desk and amused Hinata and Kibba on either side. Naruto groaned and picked his book back up, drowning out Iruka's voice. Scratch boring, this could prove to be unbearable. Chapter 10. School days. Naruto was realizing that Kibba wasn't lying when he said it would be hell. They'd only been in class an hour and he was becoming bored. And a bored Naruto, as Sarutobi knew, was a dangerous Naruto. Luckily, he still had studying to do that was given by his father. He unrolled a scroll and unsealed a book under the table, rolled the scroll back up and sat the book on the table. Kibba eyed him suspiciously and elbowed the blonde in the side. "Hey man, what are you reading?" "Sealing theory. I'm still learning how to make exploding tags." "Uzumaki-san." "Inuzuka-san. Pay attention." The two boys turned back to face the class and found Mizuki glaring at them. Kibba shifted in his seat and nodded. Naruto narrowed his eyes but complied and sat his book down for the moment. He'd simply wait until the teacher turned back around and go back to reading his book. Iruka watched from the side as Mizuki gave his lecture. The idea behind having two senses was that the switching out of voices would keep the genin hopefuls awake. He watched as Mizuki continued to speak on the subject at hand and scanned around the room. His attention, however, kept coming back to Naruto. Iruka was resentful of the fox for killing his parents. But he was indifferent at best to the boy that housed the beast. He had no desire to get close to the boy. So why did his attention keep coming back to him? As he began his part of the lecture, he continued to notice that the blonde did little things that normal academy students didn't do. He was reading a book on seal theory, a high-level book for someone his age. Iruka had come across the boy in the Hokage's office several times and had found that he was pleasant and intelligent. That didn't mean he wanted anything to do with the boy, however. Mizuki, on the other hand, had openly expressed his hatred of the boy. Iruka had told him that any open aggression against the lad would bring down the wrath of the Hokage upon him, but Mizuki saw Naruto being in their class as a way of killing the fox accidentally. He'd have to keep his eye on Mizuki. He looked up again toward Naruto and found the boy wasn't even paying attention, his nose deep in his book. That little habit would have to go immediately. He decided to make an example of the boy. Naruto. Tell me, what was Shodai Hokage's special ability? Naruto never took his nose out of his book and flipped a page. Mokuton. The entire class turned to look at him. Everyone knew he hadn't been paying attention. Or at least it appeared he hadn't been. Hinata sighed and rested her chin in her hands. Asking Naruto history questions was dumb. His father had already made him learn it all. Iruka didn't know that though. Alright. What weapon style was the Sandaime master at? Bujutsu? Iruka curled an eyebrow and scowled. It seemed the boy was paying attention. Unless he already knew the answers. And he still hadn't taken his nose out of that damned book. Mizuki coughed into his hand and Iruka turned to look at him. Let me ask something about Iruka. The pineapple-haired man nodded and stepped back. Tell me Uzumaki, what are you reading? A book. Mizuki growled under his breath when he heard a few students snicker. He wasn't going to let the fox get the better of him. What is it about? Seal theory. Why are you reading a book on seal theory? Studies given to me by my father. I was told to read up while he is on a mission. And why are you reading it in class? You're supposed to listen to our lectures. All this will be on the test. I am listening. I'm listening and reading at the same time. I've learned to multitask over the years, Mizuki-sensei. It comes with how I've been brought up. Mizuki was about to step back and let that slide, but his pride wouldn't let it go. He grabbed an eraser from the blackboard and launched it at Naruto's head. Everyone watched with wide eyes as he caught the eraser and sat it down on his desk, glaring at the teacher. That was unnecessary. I am listening to your lecture. My eyes don't have to be on you for my ears to hear you. Shino nearly snorted when he heard that. It always amused him how Naruto's more stoic side came out when he became annoyed. His speech improved and he wasn't against making someone feel foolish if they were bothering him. Plus, he sounded exactly like an Abiram. Iruka decided to step in before Mizuki lost his temper and did something rash. He didn't want to have to explain to the Hokage why his grandson was assaulted by a teacher. Besides, the boy had a point. He didn't have to have eye contact to hear someone. That bum Kakashi could follow a conversation and read at the same time after all. Mizuki, that's enough. We've ascertained he's listening. Let's continue the lesson so we can go outside. Mizuki's scowl deepened, but he stepped back and stood beside the blackboard, letting Iruka finish the lesson. I'll get you, you little bastard. Just wait for the Taijutsu spar where we find out your skill level. I'll get you. Come on Naruto, it's lunchtime. Let's go outside. The blonde looked up at Kiba and nodded as he stretched. He had completed several chapters of his book already during the lecture and going outside in the sunlight sounded really good. He already missed training with Guy-sensei. No matter how eccentric the man had been. He began to follow Kiba when he noticed someone wasn't with him. Hinata, aren't you coming? No. That's alright. You boys can go on. I'll eat by myself. Naruto frowned down at her and leaned over the desk. Are you eating with anyone today, Hinata? No. He smiled and grabbed her hand, jerking her out of her desk. Good. Then you can eat with us. The cook made a ton of dango for me today and mom made some of her special tea. You can help me destroy lunch. Hinata smiled as she was dragged along behind Naruto. He always knew how to make her feel better. Her father was becoming more and more strict as far as her training was regarded. She didn't like pressure, preferring to go at her own pace, but it was like her father kept everyone moving, so he wouldn't have time to stop and think about her dearly departed mother. Poor Hanabi was constantly training in the Gyuukin style while Hinata was at school. She felt somewhat sorry for her sister. The Council of Hyuga elders placed a lot on hers and Hanabi's shoulders. And Niji was colder than ever. Hinata smiled as Naruto plopped down beside a tree and beckoned her to sit. At least with Naruto in the academy, she has to see her best friend every day. And the food his cooks made was better than the lunch she had packed. She was still learning to cook well. Hey Shika. How about a game of shogi? No one knew that the lazy boy could move that fast, but he was there immediately before the game board, almost impatiently. His tapping foot gave away his excitement as he agreed in his normal bored voice. Yeah, that sounds good. Hinata sighed and sat back against the tree. Even being near Naruto was calming to her. It was like the boy exuded a natural relaxant. As the two boys began their game and Shino, Kiba, and Choji watched and ate Naruto's portion of his lunch without him realizing, she smiled. It was good to be wanted. Naruto studied his move and took a bishop with one of his knights. He looked up at Shikamaru's face. What was the boy planning? That move was too obvious. Naruto reached back to the pile of dango and groped around without looking. He heard Hinata squeak when he accidentally grabbed her thigh and turned to find all his precious dango gone. He glared at the three boys behind him and nearly throttled Shino when he saw the dango skewer held in his teeth, jutting up over his high collar. You can have some of my lunch, Naruto. I made it myself, so it's not very good. He nodded and turned back to the game board as she handed him a rice ball. He took a bite and smiled. It wasn't good. It was very good. He turned back to Hinata and gave her a big grin. This is a delicious Hinata, much better than my dango. The guys don't know what they're missing. Keep your hands out of that bag, Choji. Jack. Crap. Naruto whipped his head back around to the board and Hinata giggled at the look of concentration. Nothing could ruin this moment. Except the rapidly approaching Uchiha and his flock. Hinata groaned when she saw them coming and turned to the game board. Naruto and Shikamaru were studying the board, ignoring the proceedings, while Kiba, Shino, and Choji were on edge. Sasuke strolled up to the group with his hands in his pockets, looking disinterested, but on the inside he was seething. Ceiling theory. That was a high-level technique that shouldn't be available to an academy student. He wanted to know what the blonde knew, and he always got what he wanted. Let me see that book you're reading. Naruto ignored the Uchiha and moved a pawn into what he hoped would corner Shikamaru's only remaining knight. Shikamaru smirked as he observed Sasuke out of the corner of his eye. This would definitely be a troublesome year. I said let me see that book. Naruto didn't look back, but waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. Shhhh, you're ruining my concentration. Go away. Sasuke was not used to being denied, as was evidenced by the gasp from the group of girls behind him. Ino and Sakura were the first to defend him as always. Listen you jerk, don't talk down to Sasuke-kun. Naruto, just give him the book. Sakura stared at her rival. They had started out as friends, but over time they had drifted apart slightly upon discovering both of them liked Sasuke. They still maintained a healthy rapport of barbs and jabs at each other. That's why Ino's dismissal of Sasuke's wants and needs in such a casual way was startling. Ino just didn't think she could put up with anything today. She knew how Naruto was. He'd ignore the Uchiha completely until the end of time if he thought he'd go away eventually. She just didn't feel like dealing with any shenanigans today. She did something entirely un-Ino-like, she stood back and let whatever events happened take their course. Sasuke grit his teeth and balled his hands into fists. He wanted to know what was in that book and he would not be denied. Listen to Uzumaki, I want to know what was in that book. Let me see it. Naruto held the book up and brought it back down just as swiftly. There, you saw it, now go away. Your move Shika. The girls that had been following Sasuke watched with wide eyes as he approached Naruto from behind, his fist cocked back and ready to swing. He would not let a slight such as that go. As he got within striking distance, a cold voice stopped him. If you want to keep that hand, I'd suggest you go away like I told you to before. Sasuke dropped his fist and turned around, his nose in the air, his hands in his pockets. HMPH. Probably a stupid book anyway. Dope. The fangirls frowned and took off after Sasuke, Sakura and the lead. Ino hung back and looked at Naruto's back before running off. No one noticed her lingering in Naruto's group. Checkmate. You're dirty. Before Naruto could begin his rant, Iruka rang the bell for them to come back in. He sealed the game board away, grumbling all the way back to class about lazy genius bums. Hinata patted him on the back as she smiled. A grumpy Naruto was a funny Naruto. A gloating Shikamaru shuffled up beside Naruto and grinned, never looking at the blonde. You'll never beat me. One day Nara. One day. Iruka watched as they all filed back in and he continued the lecture. After an hour, he stopped and nodded to Mizuki. Alright class, we're going to have a few tests outside to ascertain where your skill levels lie. Everyone outside. Naruto signed and sealed his book away before standing and following the others out. He didn't notice the malicious grin on Mizuki's face. He knew the perfect way to hurt the fox. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, a bored look on his face. The test was a taijutsu spar between a student and either Iruka or Mizuki to see where their strengths and weaknesses lay. The only ones left were him and Sasuke. He guessed they wanted to show off the Uchiha's strength and try to embarrass him. He couldn't have been more right. The object of the exercise was to land one punch on the instructor. The longer it took, the more practice you supposedly needed. Those well-versed in taijutsu, like Hinata and Kiba, didn't take long at all. Those like Sakura and Ino took a little longer to get going. He watched as one of the many girls in the class finished up and Sasuke was called forth. Iruka called Sasuke up and settled into the basic taijutsu stance as Sasuke settled into his family's stance. When Iruka gave him the signal to come, Sasuke shot forward and kicked at Iruka's head. The teacher grabbed the boy's foot and blocked a punch by raising his leg and blocking with his shin. Sasuke pushed off and pivoted in midair, sending a roundhouse kick towards his midsection. Iruka threw himself backward and let go of the boy, hands springing back into a low crouch. Sasuke shot back toward him and tried for a sweep kick, but Iruka leapt into the air and was met with a punch in the gut from Sasuke. The man held up his hand for the boy to cease, and Sasuke smirked as he went back into his laid-back hands-in-pocket pose. Iruka smiled and nodded to the boy as all the girls squealed and cheered for his victory. Mizuki grinned and stepped up for his turn. He'd been waiting for this. Iruka looked at him nervously, but thought his fellow teacher had everything under control. "Come on Uzumaki. Let's see what you've got." Naruto walked forward until he stood before Mizuki and settled into his favorite stance. Mizuki looked at him with interest. "And what's this called?" "Palripayadu." "Hala." "What?" "Palripayadu. It's an ancient martial art. Ready when you are sensei." Mizuki rushed forward, punching at Naruto's head. Iruka's eyes widened. They weren't supposed to attack the students, they were just supposed to dodge. Naruto saw the punch coming and bent backwards out of the way, pivoting his torso and coming up to the side. Mizuki spun on his heel and lashed out with a backhand. Naruto caught it and threw Mizuki's arm to the side, knocking him off balance. The man caught himself by falling forwards and thrusting backwards with a mule kick. Naruto ducked under the kick and pushed upwards with both hands, catching Mizuki in the stomach with a double palm press. They grunted and fell hard. The strength of the boy was misleading, considering his slight frame. Mizuki came up off the ground and caught Naruto with a spinning kick, sending the boy flying. Iruka had tried to stop him, but didn't move fast enough. As Naruto flew through the air, he wondered whether or not it would be worth hitting the building if it meant not revealing his reveal nothing. Channel chakra to your feet and land on the side of the building. Naruto growled under his breath, but quickly did as he was instructed. It bothered him that Kyuubi had twice spoken and given him direction. He didn't like receiving advice from the demon who was sealed inside of him, even if it was good advice. Naruto rolled in midair, channeled the chakra to his feet, and landed hard in a crouch on the side of the building, spiderweb cracks appearing beneath his feet. The kids all gaped as Naruto growled audibly and launched himself off the building, coming for Mizuki full speed. "Mizuki, no." Iruka's warning was not enough. Neither combatant heard him. As Naruto approached rapidly, he saw the sensei pull out a kunai and on instinct, he jerked his field knife from its scabbard. The knives clashed together and Mizuki was surprised to find the boy was stronger than he looked. He wasn't strong enough though, as Mizuki used his superior reach and kicked Naruto in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. Naruto grunted as he hit the ground and rolled backward, avoiding a stomp directed toward his head. He twisted his body out of the way of a stab at his heart and rolled sideways away from the. He saw Iruka grab Mizuki from behind and slowly made his way up as he listened to what was being said. "Mizuki. Snap out of it. Stop it. Let me go. I have to do this. I'll be a hero." "Mizuki, stop. Let him go," to Iruka-sensei. Iruka held the silver-haired man firmly but looked over the man's shoulder to find a fierce-looking Naruto whose voice was so cold it sent shivers down his spine. "Let him go. He wants me, he can come get me. Show no mercy to those who would do you harm." Naruto shook off the voice and glared at the silver-haired man. "I-sensei always said I shouldn't let others fight my battles for me. I don't know what his problem is, but I'll fight him if he wants." As Naruto put his knife in front of him and settled into a defensive position, two Anbu landed in the schoolyard and grabbed Mizuki by both arms. "That won't be necessary for Naruto-san. We've observed everything that went on here." The rat-faced Anbu turned his mask to Mizuki and the smirk could be felt in his voice. "If you would be so kind as to accompany us to visit Ibiki, Mizuki-san. He'd like a word with you about your actions taken against a student of the academy." Mizuki's face was twisted into a rage. "I haven't done anything wrong. That monster shouldn't even be alive." The mole-faced Anbu turned and punched Mizuki in his stomach, knocking the air out of him. "That's enough for you. You wouldn't want to add treason to your list of wrongdoings today. Naruto-san, always a pleasure to see you." "Likewise mole, rat." The two Anbu nodded and sunshine away with an unconscious Mizuki, leaving a group of bewildered children and a flustered Iruka. Naruto collapsed to his knees, the adrenaline leaving him. "Holy crap, what was I thinking? I've only ever been in spars against Guy-sensei and he's never gone all out. That guy could have killed me. He was weak. You could have taken him." Naruto ignored the voice once again. He didn't need this right now. Hinata ran up to him and knelt before him. Are Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. I'm just a bit shaken up, that's all. Kiba and the others bounded up beside him, Kiba grinning like an idiot. Don't know what you did to piss off Mizuki-sensei, but this year proves to be pretty interesting already with you around. Naruto let a small smile across his lips and looked up at his fanged companion. I just hope that's the last interesting thing this year. Iruka ushered the rest back inside, stating that the tests for today were over. Neither Naruto nor his friends noticed the aura coming from Sasuke, the one of pure jealousy. He couldn't believe that the one his father had called a worthless demon had taken on with intent to kill and had survived with hardly a scratch. He wondered who in the hell this guy sensei was and whether or not it would be worth his time to seek the man out. He needed power quickly so he could destroy his brother. The rest of the day passed quickly and without incident. Naruto was kept under the close watch of one Uchiha Sasuke the whole time, and at the end of class, as Iruka was about to let them go, he heard a bird tapping at the window. He retrieved the scroll from its leg and read it quickly. Naruto, the Hokage requests both yours and my presence. We'll go after everyone's gone because I'd like to speak to you beforehand. Naruto nodded and said goodbye to his friends as they left. Hinata threw him a glance at the door and he gave her a reassuring smile. Sasuke glared at him as he left and Naruto glared back, putting a tiny bit of killing intent behind it. As Sasuke's eyes widened, he threw a little more in until Iruka smacked him in the back of the head. Sasuke left like he was shot out of a gun. That isn't very professional, Naruto. I know of your upbringing and I know you know better. Don't use techniques like that against fellow shinobi. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. But he's such a jerk, Iruka-sensei. I can't help it if he doesn't like me. I'm not going to put up with his crap. The only reason he's like that is that everyone bows down to what he wants. Iruka nodded and sighed. He knew it was the truth. That wasn't what he wanted to talk about though. That might be true, but that doesn't excuse your conduct, especially since I know you know better. And I'm sorry about earlier. I should have jumped in as soon as Mizuki kicked you. I'm sorry for what he did. Don't apologize for something you had no control over, Iruka-sensei. Mizuki's getting what he deserves right now. I'm sure Ibiki-san is having fun at least. Iruka shuddered at the casual dismissal of Mizuki. The boy had been exposed to certain things too early in life for his opinion. He knew nothing, of course, of Naruto's first kill over a week ago or his knowledge of the Kyuubi. He looked at the clock and grabbed Naruto's shoulder. We should head toward the tower before it's too late. Hokage-sama is expecting us. Come on, we'll get there sooner the sooner we start. He headed for the door and stopped when he realized Naruto wasn't following him. Something wrong? You don't expect me to walk, do you? Iruka curled an eyebrow and put his hands on his hips. Well, unless you know how to teleport both you and me, then I guess we'll have to walk. Iruka-sensei, can you sense anyone else around here? Iruka stared at the question, but closed his eyes, looking around for any chakra signatures. He found one hidden not far away. It was Uchiha Sasuke. He walked over to Naruto and whispered into his ear. I believe we have an eavesdropper. I'll be right back after I take care of him. Naruto listened carefully and scowled when he heard Iruka politely ask Sasuke to leave. If that had been anyone but the boy, then he would have gotten more than a polite dismissal. Iruka came back into the room with a blank look on his face and walked back over to Naruto. Is he gone now? Yes, he went home. Check again. Iruka was becoming most upset by the boy's paranoia, but checked again. Sasuke was indeed gone. There were no others. Naruto nodded at the confirmation and stood beside Iruka, grabbing his sleeve. You might want to close your eyes to Iruka-sensei. It can get a little disorienting. What do you do? Iruka felt the sudden jerk as they teleported at high speed and soon found himself touching down in a swirl of paper in front of the Hokage's desk. Mean? Ah, Iruka, Naruto, just the two I wanted to see. Sit. And Naruto, pick up those papers. Naruto did as he was told and sat down in front of his grandfather's desk as Iruka bowed and sat beside him. Tell me about what happened at the academy, Iruka. Iruka explained everything that happened in detail as the Sandaime listened, smoked his pipe, and nodded his head at the appropriate intervals. Thank you, Iruka. That was most thorough. Now, Naruto, you should know better than to let your temper get the better of you. But sensei, he attacked me. I was defending myself. I know that. But when Iruka had him held, you shouldn't have pressed the issue. Your other senseis and I have beaten it into your head over and over not to be rash. Yes, sensei. Iruka's head swung back and forth from one to the other. Other senses. Okage-sama, if I may ask, who are Naruto's other senses? I wasn't aware he was receiving training before the academy. Sarutobi smiled and clasped his hands together. Iruka was always a concerned teacher, first and foremost. Naruto is being trained by Mido Guy in the area of Taijutsu, in the area of knife fighting by my son Asuma, in literature by his father, and in the area of ninjutsu by me. Naruto is trained well, but he isn't at an elite level like Mizuki quite yet. It would have been foolish to take him on. Sensei, I could have won. Sarutobi glared at his protege and Naruto wilted under that gaze. Remember Naruto, I know you better than anyone. I know what you're capable of. Yes, you might have held your own for a while, but there is one thing Mizuki has that you lack, experience. He has worlds more experience in battle than you do, and that would have been the deciding factor. You would have lost in the end. Naruto scowled but bowed his head. He knew that it was true. To be fair though Hokage-sama, Naruto did wonderfully for someone who was caught off guard. No one expected Mizuki to snap like he did and fight for real. He could have seriously hurt Naruto, but due to his training, he was able to adapt quickly. It was very impressive. Naruto beamed at the praise, but quickly schooled his face when he saw Sarutobi look at him. Naruto is held to a different standard than the other children Iruka. I expect him to be able to protect himself. His training is different from the others because of his situation. Iruka's eyes widened and he turned to look at Naruto, who sat with a calm look on his face. Speaking of the situation, sensei, it happened again. Sarutobi frowned and let a frown settle onto his visage. It did? When? Right when I was flying towards the wall. It told me not to reveal anything and land on the side. Iruka was sweating bullets. He had blundered into a conversation that was making him very ill to his stomach. Did you reply to it? No, I didn't. I ignored it once again. But I have to know that I can hear it, sensei. Sarutobi nodded and rubbed his hands nervously. Just don't respond to Naruto. That could prove disastrous. Hi, sensei. Naruto. The two turned to face a badly shaken Iruka, who looked scared out of his mind. Are you? Naruto nodded his head and Sarutobi sighed. It was better that Naruto's teacher not fear him. Iruka, you know the law. No one is allowed to talk about it. Except for Naruto. The law does not apply to him. Naruto. The blonde nodded. Iruka-sensei. I know about it. I've known for quite a while now. I know what's inside me. Iruka's mouth flopped open and closed as he tried to make sense of what he just heard. If someone had broken the law, they would have died though, right? I figured it out myself, Iruka-sensei. It wasn't that hard really. There were clues all around. The only thing I want to know is, do you hate me for what I contain? Iruka looked at the boy and blinked slowly. He had only met the boy in person a few times as he handed in a mission report. He'd only been in Iruka's class for less than a day. Iruka thought hard and started slowly. Naruto. I can't honestly say I hate you. But I don't particularly like you either. I don't know you. As wrong as it may seem, you're a constant reminder to me and the other villagers of what we lost. I'd like to ask that you let me get to know you better before asking that question again. Naruto nodded. It was more than he could have hoped for. At least the man was willing to give him a chance. Iruka-sensei. Thank you. Just having someone take a chance to get to know me is more than I usually get. Iruka smiled and nodded his head. Perhaps. It was time to give the boy a chance. He'd never done anything to deserve otherwise. Sarutobi beamed at the scene and coughed into his hand. Iruka, thank you for being rational about this. I don't know who will replace Mizuki as your assistant, but I'll assign someone shortly. In fact, Naruto, you can work on that right now. Pull the files and find a suitable applicant. The boy nodded and slipped on his robes and hat before going through the files of the available. Iruka looked puzzled at the scene, causing Sarutobi to laugh. Now Iruka. Who do you think chose the current academy teachers based on their performance? Iruka's eyes bugged and he pointed at the blonde, who had two other clones flipping through files. You mean, he's the reason I was chosen for the academy? Hi, he was. He thought you would make a suitable teacher due to your easygoing nature and natural empathy. He was right, you know. Naruto is an amazing judge of character. Mizuki was a good pick for your assistant since you two were friends growing up. His hatred of the fox was an unknown variable however. I knew he hated the fox, but I didn't know he hated the boy as well. I'm sorry Hokage-sama. Don't do that Iruka. Iruka stared at the man quizzically and Sarutobi elaborated. The worst thing you can do is pity someone like Naruto. He hates it and he won't forgive you for it. If you want to help change everyone's opinion. You can go now. You have to prepare your lesson for tomorrow. Iruka stood and bowed to the Hokage before saying goodbye to Naruto. One of them waved, he wasn't sure it was the original, and he left the office. Sarutobi turned to Naruto and sighed. Today was a strange day. Have you found anyone who even looks like they would be alright? One of the Narutos looked up and grinned. Yeah, actually, I have. Her name is Yuhi Kurenai. She'd be a natural to teach the girls. The only thing is, she might distract some of the boys. Sarutobi put on a lecherous grin. He knew why Kurenai might distract someone, but he wanted to hear it from Naruto's lips. And why is that, exactly? Well, she's really beautiful. Yes, she is a beautiful woman. Perhaps you should pick a more homely one. No. I mean, she'll do just fine. I'm sure we'll be able to deal with it. I'm sure you will. I'll notify her tomorrow and she can assume her duties the following week. Better give her some time off before she has to deal with your children all day. Yeah, that's probably good. Hey. We're not that bad. Of course you aren't. Now, help me finish these papers and we can go home. Hey Gigi. Can I have some evenings off every now and then? So I can hang out with my friends more? Sarutobi smiled and went back to his paperwork. I thought you'd never ask. I'm surprised it's taken you this long. Naruto gaped like a fish and pointed his finger angrily. You mean you would have let me do this sooner if I'd just asked? Well, yes. I just assumed you liked spending time at the office. Naruto looked like he was about to explode, but as soon as it appeared, it passed. He calmly sat down and began to furiously scribble on a pad of paper. Sarutobi was wary now. An angry Naruto was a vengeful Naruto after all. What are you doing? Making out a design of a new one guaranteed to make you crumble every time. What is it? Why should I tell you? That would take out all of the surprise. Let's just say a certain student of yours inspired it. Now that made Sarutobi sweat. Which one could it possibly be? He prayed to the gods it wasn't Orochimaru. When Naruto returned to class the next day, he was looked at with a mixture of fear and awe. He suspected most of the class had told their parents what they'd seen, and the popular response was to say that Mizuki should have been given a medal instead of being taken away. Naruto sighed and went back to listening to Kiba blabber about something. Mom said that next year I can get my. It'll be so cool, man. I can't wait. Shino pushed his glasses up further on his nose and turned to Kiba. I hope your mother is training you to take care of the poor thing. I don't think you'd like what awaits you if it is mistreated. Aw come on Shino. You know I wouldn't mistreat an animal. We'll see. Hinata noticed how quiet Naruto was and plopped down beside him. That was very brave of what you did yesterday, Naruto-kun, facing down Mizuki-sensei like that. Naruto looked up and gave her a small grin. It wasn't brave Hinata-chan, it was stupid. If he wanted to, he could have trounced me. Just because I'm really good for an academy student doesn't mean I can take on an elite. If not for Iruka-sensei stopping the fight, I might have been killed. Hinata frowned, but quickly put on a smile for him and patted his arm reassuringly. I still believe you could have won. Alright, shut up and sit down. The kids immediately fell into their seats as Iruka walked in with a purpose. Listen up. We'll be getting another assistant for this class since Mizuki-sensei has been detained. She'll be here starting next week and I expect you to show her the proper respect due as sensei. Understood? The class all chimed in a perfectly timed hi Iruka-sensei and he smiled. Good. We'll be studying some more on history today. Not me. Naruto thought as he flopped open a book on variations of Kage Bunshin. He knew all this already. Chapter 11. The Replacement. Hello class, my name is Yuhi Kurenai. You may address me as Kurenai-sensei. I'll be with you at least for the remainder of the year and then I hope to apply for my status. It's good to meet you all. Good morning Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai scanned the room, looking at all the prospective genin. There were quite a few that stuck out, mostly the clan heirs. She smirked to herself when she saw most of the boys paying rapt attention to her. The girls seemed to be staring at her in awe. It was usually like this. She was the envy of women and the desire of men. Very few could resist her charms, and yet, she was known as an ice queen. She simply didn't have time for men. Not that she enjoyed women. Iruka coughed into his hand and Kurenai smiled before stepping back beside the board. At least her fellow teacher was all business when he was in a classroom. She wouldn't have to worry about him ogling her. She did notice the Inyazuka boy drooling at her. She'd have to break him of that habit. As Iruka droned on and on about whatever subject they were on, Kurenai let her expert analytical eyes roam the room. She saw the Aburam heir sitting quietly and that was no surprise. The Aburam were a calm group as a general rule. A couple rows away were the Nara and Akimichi heirs, respectively sleeping and pigging out on chips. Again, no surprises. The Yamanaka heir that would round out the happy trio was sighing wistfully as she stared at the heir of the Uchiha. Kurenai frowned when she saw more than one girl doing that. That would have to go immediately. Her eyes scanned the room once again and found three very interesting people sitting together. The heiress of the Hyuga clan, the only current male ninja of the Inyazuka clan, and the Hokage's adopted grandson. That was a strange combo. What had her more intrigued was that the blonde wasn't even paying attention to the lesson, opting instead to read a scroll on wind. Iruka finished his portion and handed the rest over to her. Kurenai nodded and began to tell of the role of Kunoichis in Konoha's history. She explained about Tsunade and her role in the fashioning of medic nins and her own hope of becoming a well-recognized practitioner of. She frowned when Naruto still hadn't taken his nose out of the scroll and was about to say something when Iruka stopped her. Don't bother Kurenai-san. He's listening, he just doesn't appear to be. I guarantee he heard every word you said. Kurenai nodded and dismissed the children for lunch, watching as they bolted from the room. She watched the ones that caught her interest leave and turned to find Iruka pulling his lunch out of a desk drawer and beckoning for her to sit. So how's your first day been so far? Kurenai sighed and unwrapped the sandwich she had made. We have an interesting class. There are a few in general that intrigue me. Iruka sat his bowl down and leaned back with his arms crossed. Let me guess. The girls in general, the Uchiha boy, and the Hokage's grandson. Yes. Those ones, in that order. If you want to beat some sense into the girls' heads, then by all means, be my guest. I'm not one for the female psyche, but even I can see that most are more interested in Sasuke than learning how to be good ninjas. Speaking of the young Uchiha. What is his problem? I saw him glaring at Uzumaki several times during the class. Do they have a rivalry going? Iruka sighed and blew on his noodles, slurping them up quickly. It's more like an intense hatred. Sasuke hates Naruto for some reason. The boy is unapproachable as well. He won't open up to anyone. I think that he sees Naruto as a measuring stick for himself. He's always been top of the class, you know. Then Naruto came along and held his own in a fight against an elite, even pulling a knife against a man and keeping him in check in a test of strength. To be honest, I don't know whether Naruto could have beaten Mizuki or not. I held Mizuki back and the Anbu stopped any further incidents. We might never know how it could have turned out. Kurenai nodded and took another bite of her sandwich. What about the mental condition of the Uchiha? I can't say. The boy's been to a psychiatrist before, but those records are sealed, even to me. I don't know what to make of him. Personally, I think he's a ticking time bomb. And Naruto is his current target. And that's bad. Naruto isn't the type to go easy on Sasuke just because he's the last Uchiha. If worse came to worst, he'd flat out humiliate the boy. And make it appear easy. Like I said before, I'm not really sure who would have won in that fight. When Naruto hit the wall, he was channeling chakra to his feet, something not taught in the academy. The boys had outside assistants since he was little. Private tutors. Iruka nodded. You could say that. I don't know what his true skill level is, but he's not your average academy student. The Hokage said all he truly lacks is combat experience, but he won't receive any for a few more years. Unless he graduates early. I don't think the Hokage wants him to graduate early. He wants him to interact with children his age. Part of it might have been to see if Naruto could reach Sasuke, but that seems to be beyond even him. Kurenai nodded when a thought came to her. What do you think of Naruto due to his status? I'm indifferent at the moment. I don't know him very well. I'll reserve judgment until I see what he does and what his personality is. I've met him before when I was handing in mission reports. I thought he was sweet. He looked pretty cute wearing the little Hokage robes and hat. Iruka chuckled along with her at that thought. He thought the boy looked silly in the getup. So thoughts on the rest of the class. Kurenai sighed and took another bite. We've got our work cut out for us. Uchiha Sasuke had been brooding more than normal all week since the first day of school. It had been his hope to see Naruto humbled in his spar against Mizuki, but the blonde had surprised everyone by holding his own against A. He grit his teeth, grinding them. He was supposed to be the one everyone aspired to be like. Ever since his brother had slaughtered his family, Sasuke had been alone. He wanted no one to look after him, so secretly the Hokage had had Anbu follow him during the day and watch over him at night. The boy was a risk to himself as had been ascertained by a psychiatrist. The doctor said that his mind had been damaged and that he wasn't in the right frame of mind. The boy craved revenge and had said he would do anything to get it, and Sasuke would. He saw everyone around him as measuring sticks and stepping stones toward his goal. He was the last Uchiha in Konoha and therefore had the task of bringing about the restoration of the once mighty clan. But his goal before that was to bring his brother's head back to Konoha on a pike. Uzumaki bothered him. He walked into class one day and Sasuke felt threatened. He had always been the alpha male and his status was in danger of being revoked. Sasuke was revered by the villagers and pampered everywhere he went. He didn't ask for it and pretended to not care for the attention, but secretly, he loved it. As a child, his father had always showered attention upon Itachi. Sasuke had fought for a tiny bit of praise. And now he had a whole village saying he was their hope, their dream. They praised him as the best. And he couldn't allow anyone to usurp his status. He was the village's hopes and dreams for the revival of a near-dead clan. He was the only one who could kill Itachi and bring him to justice. He was Uchiha Sasuke. And he would not be shown up by some demon that was below his notice. Sasuke sent a final glare towards where the blonde sat and pushed past his fangirls to go back inside. He would redouble his training and defeat both Itachi and the demon his father had despised. When his Sharingan finally awakened they would all be sorry. Kurenai had requested this time to talk to the girls personally. Iruka had wanted to take the boys out of the room, but she had said no. She wanted them to hear what she had to say as well. And with any luck, it might knock some sense into some of them. She stood before the class and put her hands on her hips. It has come to my attention that some of you ladies are here for the wrong reason. All the students perked up at that and she noticed that Naruto even looked up from his scroll. I'm a full-fledged kunoichi. I've taken lives, I've done things I'm not proud of in the name of my village. Part of my being here is to prepare you for what's ahead. She looked around the room to see all eyes on her. Hook, line, and sinker. Kunoichi leads a dangerous life. We run the risk of being caught since we're typically viewed as weaker than our male counterparts. We have to face the reality that if we're caught, we might be tortured, raped, demeaned, and worse. We have better control as a rule than men, but smaller chakra reserves. Our lives are hard. She looked around the room, glaring at each of the ones she had pinpointed as fangirls. Those of you who are here to impress a certain someone need to get out now. You'll be the first to die on your first important mission because you spent more time primping and preening than training. You won't be prepared and I refuse to be the one to blame because you left here underdeveloped. If you don't meet my requirements as Kunoichi, not the academy's but mine, then you will not pass. She glared around the room at all those Kunoichi she had singled out and found a few with introspective looks on their faces. Those, she figured, would be the ones who would reach her standards. If her application for status was given the green light, then she wouldn't be around to see them graduate and therefore not be able to enforce her rule. But if she broke them of their habits now, they might turn out alright. Turning to Iruka, she saw him nod. Take the rest of the day off and reflect on what I've told you. Tomorrow, we will resume your studies and I expect you all to come in with a new attitude. She watched their faces as they left. Most of the girls looked despondent, some had a speculative look on their faces, the boys were still mesmerized by her, but one had a big beaming smile on his face. Uzumaki Naruto was happy with his choice of sensei. He knew he had chosen correctly. Yamanaka Ino's thoughts were in turmoil. She had an insight now into the mind of a true kunoichi, not merely a ninja. She left toward home with a purpose to search her soul for why she was becoming a ninja. No, why she was becoming a kunoichi. Naruto avoided the Hokage office like the plague after school, opting instead to go to Kiba's house with his friends. Hinata had been escorted back to the Hyuga house, much to hers and the boys' displeasure, but had promised to see them again tomorrow at school. Naruto and the rest watched her go until Kiba spoke up. Well, that sucks. Might as well not waste a day though. Let's go see the new litter of puppies. And with that they were off to waste an evening. When Naruto arrived home that evening he was greeted by all four of his senses. This wouldn't bode well. Sarutobi waved them all into his study and made them sit. Naruto's eyes cut back and forth from one to the other. Sarutobi coughed into his hand and lit his pipe while Asuma lit a cigarette, earning glares from both Guy and Yahiko. Naruto, we're here concerning your fight with Mizuki and what happened during and after. Naruto gulped and nodded. Guy started next and he was serious, a sure sign that Naruto was either in trouble or in for hardcore training. Naruto-kun, facing off against your teacher was admirable since he attacked you first. Your use of Kalaripeadu, from what I hear, was exemplary. You used your field knife well too. But we don't believe you are ready to take on someone like Mizuki yet. He was an elite, bordering on. Asuma nodded and cut in. Yeah kid, you did well with your knife. Shows you've been listening to me. But you need more experience if this indicates anything. You're going to have to become more experienced quickly. Unfortunately, none of us are willing to hurt you too badly. That's right son. We'll still be continuing your training in the evening, alternating days, and you'll still have your duties at the tower. But you'll have another sensei, one who isn't afraid to hurt you at all. In fact, she thrives on pain. Naruto's eyes widened in fear. He had a good guess who they were talking about. Look, I promise you guys can hurt me. I kill my clones all the time. See? Nothing to worry about. Sarutobi blew out a large cloud of smoke. It's not the same as real physical pain Naruto. You need to learn real physical pain and what to do when you experience it. You have to learn to work through it. It's the closest thing we can come to besides sending you out on missions and you're not ready for that yet. Naruto hung his head in his hands and asked the inevitable question. Who is she? Yahiko turned to the door and hollered. Alright, you can come in now. Naruto didn't dare look, he just knew he was right. Suddenly he felt pressure on his back and arms wrapped around him from behind. Naruto shuddered when he heard the silky laugh of the one woman he was genuinely afraid of. Why hello there, if it isn't my favorite little blonde. And what's this? He's shaking from anticipation of being my new target. She rubbed her cheek against his and grinned. Thank you so much for my new cuddly Hokage-sama. I've always wanted a foxy blonde. Sarutobi expertly stemmed the blood threatening to escape his nose and breathed deeply. This was one of the few times he envied his grandson. Just for the moment of course. Anko, he's all yours for 2 hours a day after school. Just don't kill him. Anko clapped her hands happily like a little girl and jumped around, her breasts jiggling, the men's eyes following. Yay. New toy, new toy. Me and Neri-chan are gonna have a lot of fun. Drawing a kunai and replacing her happy face with a sadistic one she got right into the boy's face. Aren't we Neri-chan? Naruto nodded dumbly and Anko's smile came back immediately. Good. I'll see you tomorrow after school. I'm gonna cut you up so good. She left out whistling, and Naruto let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. Gigi. You hate me, don't you? Secretly, you want me to die. Now Naruto, you know that's not true. I'm being nice here. It was either Anko or Ibiki. And I know you know what Ibiki is like. Naruto shuddered again and nodded. I guess Anko is the lesser of the two evils. I'll meet her tomorrow. Where exactly am I meeting her tomorrow? She said she'd pick you up after school. All they heard was Naruto gurgle and pass out on the floor. Asuma nudged him with his foot and lit a new cigarette. What a baby. Anko's not that bad. Hihiko raised an eyebrow as he picked up his son and looked at his younger brother. I don't see you offering to spar with her every afternoon. Perhaps you'd like to take Naruto's place. Nah, I'm trying to get a date with that Kurenai girl. She's a lot more sane. Besides, I think Anko likes Naruto. Hihiko leveled his brother with a glare that could cut diamond. My son is 10. If she knows what's good for her, she'll stay away. Asuma shrugged and grinned. He won't be 10 forever. Maybe she's just staking a claim. Hihiko left grumbling and Asuma grinned in victory until he heard twin coughs from behind him. He turned to find Guy and his father glaring at him in disapproval. What? That was the most youthful Asuma-san. Naruto-kun is too young for Anko. I agree with Asuma. That was not funny. But he won't be 10 forever. And he could do a lot worse than Anko as far as looks go. He might even be able to tame her. Sarutobi huffed as his son left the room and he turned to Guy. Did I do the right thing with Anko? I do not know Hokage-sama. Anko-san is a strange one. She'll either help the boy or kill him. Strange, yes. Coming from you that means a lot, Guy. Naruto was nervous all during school that day and Kiba and Hinata, sitting right next to him, couldn't help but notice. Even Kurenai and Iruka had seen the boy glancing nervously around the room and out the windows as if someone was after him. Considering his tenant and the violent reaction he'd had since coming out fully into the public, it wasn't a surprise he was paranoid. Kurenai had had a strange conversation with her friend Anko the night before. The woman had pounded on her door impatiently until she opened up and had leapt onto her couch, speaking in a sing-song voice. I got a new target today. Did you? How long till you destroy this one? Oh, this one can't be destroyed. In fact, I get to use it over and over and over, and by the next day, it's ready to go again. Kurenai squinted her eyebrow and blinked several times. Anko was a strange one, that was to be sure. So? Is it a target that you can repair with chakra? The target contains chakra. It repairs itself. Kurenai sighed and ran a hand through her jet black hair. Anko, just tell me what it is. I'm tired. I started at the academy today, you know. The purple-haired woman huffed and puffed her cheeks out, for all the world looking like a 3-year-old. Fine. My new target is Uzumaki Naruto, and he's a real cutie. Scared of me too. One of your targets is one of my students. Who in their right mind would let you use their child for target practice? The Hokage. He says the boy needs to toughen up and get a little combat experience. Guy isn't afraid to punch him, but he won't pull a knife on the boy. His father Yahiko just can't bring himself to harm his son, and his uncle Asuma is way too lazy. The Hokage doesn't have the time, so. Here I am. They're insane, you'll end up killing him before the week's over. Nah, he'll live. The kid's pretty tough from what I hear. Guy's training sessions were brutal and he survived them. My job is to make sure that he learns how to dodge and counter in a real fight. The Hokage also requested I teach him some of my more subtle skills. Kurenai's eyes bugged out at the lunacy of all this. Teaching an academy student assassination skills. What the hell is that man thinking? The boy can't be older than 11. He's 10 and I started much younger. Kur-chan. The boy has to learn that his life isn't going to be easy. It's going to be one fight after another whether he likes it or not. If he's any good, I might see if they'll let me take him on as an apprentice after his school career is over, but the Hokage told me he wants the boy on a team. That's why I swung by to see you. I want to know how he is. What do you mean? I want to know how he acts in class. I'm taking a vested interest in him and I want to know if he'll be worth my time. He's. Quite really. Always has his nose stuck in a book, but he's paying attention at the same time. He and the Uchiha boy don't get along very well. Anko snorted and leaned back further into her seat, her arms behind her head. Nobody gets along with that kid. I've had to babysit him a few times and observed him. Frankly, the kid is probably more mental than I am. You're crazy by choice, Anko. There's a difference. Yeah. Anyway, long story short, is the Uzumaki boy going to be worth my time in your opinion? Kurenai thought for a little bit before looking back up to her friend. I think he'll be more than worth your time. He has a lot of people interested in him. Anko grinned fiercely and nodded. I'm gonna have so much fun. Kurenai couldn't help but feel sorry for the poor boy. Working in the Hokage's office all those years, he couldn't help but know how Anko acted. And it was obvious he knew who was coming to get him after school from the way he was acting. She glanced at the clock. Nearly time to go. Out of the corner of her eyes, she saw a black ball hurtling toward the window and braced for impact. The black ball hit the window at full speed and exploded outwards, leaving the kunai going to four corners of the classroom. A woman emerged from out of the black banner that was spread and stood with her hands on her hips, grinning like a maniac, dressed only in a tiny miniskirt, fishnet, and a tan trench coat. When Naruto saw what was on the banner, he tried his best to shrink into his desk. If only his grandfather would allow him to use his in public. The ever-sexy and single, Mitarashi Anko. Looking for my new toy, Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata and Kiba swung their eyes to Naruto, Hinata, in concern of what the crazy lady wanted, Kiba with a sour look on his face. I hate you, you know that. Naruto gave him a glare and tried to remain inconspicuous, a hard feat since he had neon yellow hair. Then you go with her and be her freaking kunai target. That's what she wants me for. He felt a familiar pressure on his back and shuddered as those silky arms wound their way around his neck. The entire class watched wide-eyed, Uchiha Sasuke included. Oh, you weren't hiding from me, were you, Neri-chan? Because if you were hiding, that's points against you already. I wasn't hiding, I was looking for my things. Anko pushed a kunai against his cheek and taped it lightly to his heartbeat. You're a horrible liar under pressure, another thing we're going to have to work on. Now come on, let's go. I've got 2 hours to turn you into a pincushion before I hand you over to Yahiko, and I don't want to waste a second. Without any further ado, the two vanished with a shunshin, leaving a sighing Kurenai and a bewildered Iruka in class. Hinata turned to Kiba with a worried look. Do you think he'll be alright? Who cares if he's alright, did you see her boobs? They were hanging out of her trench coat. She's not wearing anything. I'm gonna kill him. Hinata turned her doggy friend out and gathered her things before rushing off to home. She better not do anything inappropriate with Naruto-kun. Sasuke ground his teeth when he saw Naruto disappear with the insane woman. He could only assume that she was training the boy. Well, perhaps it was time for him to get in on some of that training. He'd just have to use the Uchiha charm. Naruto stood stock still in the middle of a clearing. He didn't know when she might try to do something, so the best thing to do was wait. As soon as they'd arrived, Anko had bounded off to God knows where and he hadn't seen her in several minutes. He'd talked enough about battle with his father to know what she was doing though. She was driving up his tension, trying to make him worry and falter. This was a battle tactic that was easy and effective. Keep the enemy guessing where you're at and don't stop moving. She could be anywhere. Suddenly, he felt hands grasp his feet and he was pulled underground. Anko emerged soon after and tapped a kunai, pointing forward, to his forehead. You're dead. You need to be more aware. Naruto nodded and looked up at her, trying to avoid the fact that she was wearing purple undies. Anko-sensei, has Jiji told you everything about me? Anko nodded and knelt down, inadvertently, or maybe on purpose, you never know with Anko, giving him another eyeful. Naruto struggled to keep eye contact, but it was hard. Anko analyzed that in her mind. Struggling not to be perverted, but still maintaining a healthy need to look. Good, good. He might be interesting after all. Your grandfather told me all about you. Said if I wanted to train you to the fullest then I'd need to know everything. Especially about you. Naruto grinned and Anko was immediately wary. Her eyes widened slightly as the boy began to seemingly melt into the ground. Once he was gone fully, a disembodied voice echoed through the air. If you know of me, then you should know that what you just did is useless against me. I don't get detained. I don't get restrained. I just disappear. Anko began to breathe a little heavily, excited at the possibilities that such a technique could offer. She grinned as she licked down the length of her kunai. You're an assassin's wet dream, kiddo. I'm definitely going to fight to make you my apprentice. Become your apprentice. Not a lucky lady. Her grin became more malicious when she felt him come up behind her, his chakra signature fully hidden until he emerged. Who said you had a choice? Found you. Naruto grit his teeth as she held the kunai under his throat. He didn't like being in this position. This isn't what we're here for. We're here to teach you how to fight. Naruto frowned as he stood up. But Gai-sensei and Asuma-sensei already taught me how to fight. Wrong. They taught you how to use your fists and your knife. They didn't teach you anything about attacking or defending against an attacker. They didn't teach you to be ruthless. Then what was all that training for? I'm going to teach you how to be merciless to your enemies, how to defend yourself by showing no mercy. But before I teach you to attack, I'm going to show you why you shouldn't fear an attack. How? She grinned and launched herself at him, stabbing left and right with a kunai. By showing you what pain is and teaching you not to fear it. If you get stabbed enough, you'll lose your fear of being stabbed and will be able to attack with abandon. Now hold still. Odd, I like this woman. Naruto grunted when a quick jab sliced across his arm. This wouldn't bode well. An hour and a half later found a topless Naruto pinned to the ground by 4 snakes, one on each limb, his shirt and fishnet long gone, as Anko made incisions and cuts along his torso and arms, transfixed by his healing ability. Every time she made a shallow cut it would hiss and then just Seal up, mending the flesh. This is so cool. I could do this for hours. Naruto winced as she cut deep again and hissed. I really wish you wouldn't. I'm starting to get lightheaded from blood loss. Ah, you'll be fine, you big baby. I'll take you home now since you're going to cry. I'm not crying, you psycho. You've done nothing but cut me up for 2 hours. I have a right to be upset. Anko whacked him upside the head and dispelled her snakes. Stop it. You're not allowed to cry like a child. That's what this training is for. By the time I'm through with you, you'll forget what pain is. Or just not care anymore. I forget which. Naruto groaned as she picked him up and slung him onto her back. Anko grinned and made the seal for Shunshin. She wasn't far behind the Sarutobi estates. Just a few quick teleports away. As soon as they touched down in the familiar backyard of the Sarutobi estate, Naruto leapt off her shoulders and dashed across the ground. Anko's eyebrow twitched in annoyance and she sneered at the blonde. So? You lied to me. You said you didn't have any energy left. Tomorrow, I'm going to make damn sure you won't be able to move. Naruto thrust his finger accusingly at the purple-haired woman. You're an insane lady. First, you stab me while keeping me on the run and tell me not to fight back, then you hold me down and stab me just because you think my wound's healing was cool. Crazy bitch. Watch your language, young man. Naruto cringed and turned around to find the unhappy face of his mother. When she saw all the holes in his clothing, her eyebrows flew to her hairline and she rushed to his side. What happened to you? You look like you ran through a sawmill. The blonde cut his eyes to his newest sensei and Iri's eyes followed. Anko waved merrily from the side with a huge grin on her face. My new sensei has been assigned to toughen me up. Her methods are unorthodox and painful. And she's scary. Anko pushed the boy aside and bowed before Iri. Iri-san, it's good to see you again. Your son is a bit of a brat. And a fibber as well. He told me he was tired after our training session. Iri sighed and crossed her arms. Anko-san, you really need to act more your age. Seriously, cutting up small children for fun. You should be ashamed. Naruto swung his head back and forth between the two, trying to figure out a connection. Do you two know each other? Iri smiled down at her son. No, not at all. Your grandfather thought it would be a good idea for me to meet her beforehand and explain her method of training so I wouldn't try to kill her when she brought you home. Your grandfather tries to think of everything in advance. Yes, he does. Now come inside and we'll begin your studies for the evening. The blonde sighed and slowly made his way inside to begin his evening lessons. Naru-chan. I'll pick you up tomorrow. She giggled when she saw the boy flinch and continue his trek inside. Her life just got a whole lot better. Anko-san, try not to kill my son. Aw, Yahiko-san, you take all the fun out of my job. Naruto's friends watched as he flinched at every little noise during lunch. Every time a leaf rustled or a blade of grass was bent, his head whipped to find the source of the noise. Hinata touched his arm and he nearly jumped out of his skin. Naruto-kun, are you alright? You're acting strange. It's my new sensei. I keep expecting her to pop up any second and resume her torture. Shino leaned up from his seat and looked in Naruto's direction. You do not approve of your new sensei? I believe Kiba summed it up when he said she was hot. Yeah, Naruto. She's really cool. How could you not like her? The blonde cut his eyes around to the sound of footsteps, completely ignoring his friends and growling when he saw Sasuke approaching, fangirls in tow. Oh wait, Uchiha, I don't have the time or the patience to deal with you today. Sasuke smirked and put his hands in his pockets. I want to speak with you. Alone. I don't want to speak with you. A smirk left Sasuke's face and he stared hard at the blonde. Just hear me out. Come with me. All I ask is 5 minutes of your time. Naruto growled and stood. He wasn't in the mood for any games. I thought your father told you not to associate with demons. Are you going against a dead man's wishes? Sasuke let out a slow breath and grit his teeth, his hands twitching. Sometimes. Sometimes you have to make a deal with devils to avenge angels. All I want to do is talk to you in private. You can grant me that at least. Naruto frowned but nodded and followed Sasuke over to another spot. He heard the sound of footsteps and bared his teeth while growling at the people following them. It was an intimidating sight. He said alone. Are you people deaf? Without another word he walked beside Sasuke to a quiet corner of the schoolyard. Anko had taken it upon herself to follow her new charge to find out what his life was all about and the more she spied on him, the more intrigued she became. This was certainly a new development. It seems my life won't be boring for quite a while. I'll talk with Kur-chan after this. She bounded silently after the two, intent on hearing what had to be said. Chapter 12. The first step to forgiveness. Naruto huffed as he leaned back against the academy building and crossed his arms, his blue eyes latched onto Sasuke's onyx ones. He didn't want to be there at that moment. What do you want, Sasuke? I'm not in the mood for any of your insults today. The Uchiha stood up a bit straighter and steeled himself. He hated situations like these. turning his head to the side slightly so Naruto couldn't see the expression on his face, he spoke with determination. That woman. The one who picked you up yesterday. She is your sensei, yes? Naruto squinted his eyes and shifted his back against the stone wall. What was the Uchiha digging at? Yeah. So? Sasuke closed his eyes and swallowed, looking like he had drunk sour milk. He hated asking for help, it always left a bad taste in his mouth. Ever since his brother refused to help him. He grit his teeth and opened his eyes slowly. I want her to teach me. You went up against him and were able to land decisive blows on him. I need that power, Uzumaki. I need to get stronger quickly. She has to teach me. Ask her to teach me. Naruto blinked slowly and uncrossed his arms. So. That's what this was all about. He looked up at the sky and sighed. This probably wouldn't go over well. Not my call. You want her to teach you, you go ask her. Anko-sensei doesn't do anything she doesn't want to do, never has, never will. But. If you want to be her new pincushion, then by all means, be my guest. If you're there, perhaps she won't cut me up so bad. The more Naruto mused on the situation in an amused manner, the more Sasuke's blood boiled. He hated being ignored, he hated being made fun of. Especially by someone he held as being beneath him. With a lunge forward, he grabbed Naruto by the collar and thrust him against the building, ending the boy's thoughts immediately. Don't patronize me. I need power now. I have to avenge my family. Their blood cries out from the soil. Naruto glared at the boy and shoved his arms away, turning his body so he presented less of a target in case the Uchiha decided to attack. I'm not playing around, Uzumaki. These little academy games. They aren't helping me at all. I need power to accomplish my goal. I'm going to kill him and revive my clan. Your sensei is strong, I can use her power to grow stronger. Naruto frowned and tensed, his fist balling up. See? That's the whole problem. You said the word use. You can't use people like Sasuke. Not for that purpose. It's wrong. You're going about this the wrong way. Sasuke ground his teeth and pointed his finger in Naruto's face, not 2 inches from his nose, the heat of the moment fueling his anger. And that would you know. You don't know what it's like to be alone, to have no one. You still have parents. You still have a family. You have people who care about you. Naruto growled, a bestial growl that shook Sasuke, even in his anger, and jabbed his own finger in the Uchiha's face, his fangs on full display. And you would if you take that stick out of your ass. You have a village full of people who love you because you're the last Uchiha. You don't know what it's like to be hated for something you have no control over. You don't know what it's like to be called a demon. Sasuke lowered his finger and glowered at Naruto, who lowered his finger, and the two stood chest to chest, snarling. So? You won't ask your sensei to teach me? Ask her yourself. You want her to teach you so bad, go find her and ask her. I'm not your slave, Sasuke, and I'm not going to bow down to you like the rest of them. Sasuke turned his back, having been denied what he wanted for the first time in a long time. It was hard and yet refreshing at the same time. He might not have the help of the demon sensei, but he'd find someone stronger. There was always someone stronger. Before he walked back around the corner, he turned and sneered at Naruto. I didn't actually think you'd help me. After all, why would a demon help the one who is set to destroy him? I'll avenge my family and then I'll complete my father's wish. Without another word, Sasuke walked around the corner and back to his favorite spot in the schoolyard, his fangirls falling in behind him. Naruto emerged moments later and plodded back over to his friends, flopping down beside Hinata. He reached around behind him and plucked something minuscule off his back, turning it in his hands as all his friends watched. Narrowing his eyes, he held out the small bug to Shino. Next time you place one of your little friends on me, Shino, I'll squish it. And don't you tell anyone what was said, understood? Shino nodded and let the bug crawl into his sleeves. I apologize for my actions, Naruto. I simply thought it best to send one of my bugs in case Sasuke tried to be abrupt. I had the situation under control. Naruto turned to Hinata and frowned at the look on her face. She looked disappointed in him. You were watching with your Byakugan, weren't you? And reading lips, I suppose. Yes, I was. Some of those things you said to Sasuke-san were harsh and unlike you. Of course, that was no excuse for his actions either. Naruto sighed and put his hand to Hinata's ear, making her blush from the close contact. Hinata-chan, please, don't tell anyone anything you heard. I'll explain what all was said one day, since I trust you more than anyone. Just don't ask me right now, okay? Hinata nodded and Frauder blushed down, as the boys all looked on with smirks. Kiba couldn't help himself. So? Moving in on Hinata already, huh, Naruto? The blonde blushed and glared at his doggy friend. If you know what's good for you, you'll drop this right now. Kiba grinned and latched his arms around the necks of Shikamaru and Choji. Come on guys, it's time for a song. You know which one. DCH. I'm not singing that. Yeah, Naruto will kill us. Kiba frowned and decided to sweeten the deal, whispering to them. Help me make fun of him and I'll buy you a puzzle book and a big bag of chips. TCH. Troublesome. I'm in. Any flavor I want. Any flavor you want. Choji grinned and waited for Kiba to start. Naruto might hurt them in the end, but it was a free bag of chips. Kiba cinched his arm around their necks tighter and belted out the lyrics. Naruto and Hinata sitting in a tree. Shikamaru and Choji grinned and joined in. KISSING. You're all dead. Hinata and Shino watched in barely contained amusement as a vengeful Naruto chased the three laughing boys all around the schoolyard, barely missing them until Shikamaru caught him in his Kajimane and tried not to release it as the blonde was tickled mercilessly by Kiba and Choji. Shino scooted closer to Hinata, still staring at the ongoing shenanigans. You heard what was said as well. She nodded, giggling at Naruto's predicament. Yes, I read their lips. I can't believe that the Uchiha has held such beliefs about Naruto-kun. Nor can I. He has given no indication that he has done anything demonic. The growl is somewhat disturbing, but I chalk that up to intimidation and using chakra to massage his throat muscles as he expels air. Quite a useful intimidation tactic. I believe we should keep an eye on Naruto's back from now on. Sasuke is not one to let a slight go lightly. Hinata nodded grimly and tried not to laugh as Shikamaru marched Naruto up in front of her, still caught in the Kajimane, and made him kneel down in front of her. Hinata was immediately wary, but with Naruto blocking her way, she couldn't move. Naruto was struggling to get out, but Shikamaru was holding him firm. He could practically feel the grin from the three boys on the back of his head. Kiba came around so he could see him and smirked. Now, Naruto, you know what the song said. We can't have you being a bad boyfriend to Hinata. The blonde growled and bore his teeth. Kiba. You better tell Shikamaru to let me go. Choji smacked on his chips and smiled, happy for once that Naruto was the one in a bind. Nah, I think you should. Give Hinata a big old kiss, Naruto. The brunette girl and the blonde boy's eyes flew open and Naruto struggled harder. Damn it, Shikamaru, let me go. The lazy shadow user grinned and leaned in a little bit further. I don't think so. With a quick jolt forward, Naruto's lips impacted with Hinata's and the girl turned blood red before passing out with a small smile on her lips. Naruto was keeping his thoughts somewhere between marveling at how soft Hinata's lips were and the wholesale slaughter of his friends. He shook with fury and Shikamaru couldn't keep up and contain his laughter at the same time. Naruto rounded on his three friends with a crazed look in his eye, his fangs glinting in the sunlight. You should run now. The three took off like bats out of hell, Naruto in hot pursuit. The blonde waited until they were gone and walked back over, sitting down beside Hinata. He sighed and shook the girl's shoulder. Hinata-chan, wake up. A small smile on her face grew as she mumbled. Tasty. Like. Dango. Naruto frowned and sat her upright, letting her lean against his shoulder. He turned to Shino, whose lips could easily be seen quirked up into a smile, even under his high collar. Not a word, Abiram. Wouldn't think of it. Lover boy. Naruto growled and went back to trying to wake up Hinata before lunch was over. Jackass. Kurenai and Anko watched the shenanigans from the window, laughing heartily at the antics of the students. Once they saw that it was mostly over, Anko turned to Kurenai with a serious look on her face. So? You were there as well. Kurenai blinked in surprise. She was sure that she had been foolproof. Yes, I was. I heard everything. So? Are you going to teach him? Anko frowned and looked back out the window. Hell no. He's a selfish, whiny, manipulative little brat and I'm not sharing my knowledge so he can go and get himself killed by his brother. I'll stick to my current student. But you've spent most of the time carving up. You know, I just had a thought. Anko smirked and turned around to face her friend. Oh really? Kurenai smiled and leaned against Iruka's desk. Revenge was sweet sometimes. I remember you saying that you thought Naruto was cute and worth your time. I didn't know you were into younger guys. Anko huffed angrily and held her hand up, ticking off fingers. 1. He's like, what, 10 years old? That's just wrong. 2. I'm not a pedophile. I'll leave that to him. 3. Well, who knows what he'll be like when he's older. I'll reserve judgment until then. Kurenai gaped at her snaky friend and plastered her hand over her face. Oh gods, you're staking a claim on him. Anko, you should be ashamed. Anko rolled her eyes and groaned. I'm not staking a claim. I'm just saying he won't be 10 forever. Who knows what could happen later. Sicko. You love me anyway. Kurenai sighed and looked at the clock. Look, I have to let the kids back in, so you need to disappear. Try not to bust any more windows when you pick Naruto up this evening. Anko pouted and slid the window open. Spoil sport. Months passed and there were no more incidents from Sasuke on Naruto's part. Anko, however, had been stopped by the boy on the way out of her favorite dango shop. She'd known he was tailing her, but had ignored it since she had no intention of teaching him anything. When he had stood in her way, she had put her hands on her hips and glared at him. What do you want, brat? Sasuke had given her a cold look and bowed before her. Anko was sure the boy's back was about to break from the strain. Uchihas didn't bow to those below their station. I humbly ask that you take me on as a student so that I can learn to fight. Denied. Sasuke growled and looked up into Anko's unamused eyes. Why? Because you want power for the wrong reasons. I'm not helping a delusional brat get himself killed. People had begun to stop on the streets now and listen to the proceedings. Anko wasn't a popular figure in Konoha, but no one doubted her skill. What amazed them was that she was refusing to teach the last Uchiha. Most would give their right arms for the honor. Anko spun on her heel and began to walk off when Sasuke yelled out. You think you know everything, huh? You don't know anything about my situation. Anko rounded on him immediately, calling on her Tsunade Jashu and pinning the boy to the wall with snakes on either side of his head. Don't talk down to me, brat. I know more about betrayal than you'll know in a lifetime. Don't preach to me and don't presume that I'm one of your worshippers. You'll never be a student of mine, ever. Sasuke watched her go and seethed. Why was it that he seemed to be on the short end of the stick lately? Naruto had chuckled when she told him the story. He pitied the kid's situation, but he was going about it the wrong way. He couldn't stand that. His skill with his knife had grown by leaps and bounds to the point where he could sometimes catch Anko off guard. His training with Asuma had been a boon. Guy had run him into the ground, forcing him to new levels, and his speed and strength had improved greatly. Sarutobi had been busier than ever though, and hadn't had time to teach him much of anything else, so Naruto had taken to reading and trying things on his own. He'd learned a few but nothing powerful. He had improved the most. His speed underground was almost as fast as his speed above ground, and after several experiments at the Hokage office, he had found that his chakra signature was completely hidden from the Sharingan and the Byakugan. It seemed he actually became the object he was in. He was completely hidden. I had found it to be almost like a game, trying to figure out where Naruto would pop up next in their spars. Asuma found it to be very troublesome, since his training involved sharp pointy things. Anko loved it, absolutely loved it. She'd swore that in his final academy year, she'd begin to teach him the skills of the assassin. Naruto couldn't wait. He'd begun to notice that Hinata acted strange around him ever since that kiss, and whenever he'd ask her what was wrong, she'd blush and say nothing. As long as he kept at it though, eventually she'd stop blushing and be able to hold a conversation. By the next day though, she'd be back to looking like a cherry. He blamed his friends for her predicament and vowed to get them back. Naruto was now sitting at the top of the class, the top slot alternating between him and Sasuke. Naruto really didn't care one way or the other if he was number one and decided he didn't want to encourage Sasuke to turn it into a competition. So, he did the only thing he could think of and slipped to number 2 in classwork. He didn't let the physical stuff slide though. That was his domain. He noticed a trend in the girls of his class as Kurenai began to mold them. Some were beginning to actually take their studies seriously, some had dropped out completely. Others were coming along more slowly, and the truly fanatical fangirls among them had made no progress whatsoever. Kurenai knew she couldn't really hold them back, but she had hoped her threat would carry a little more weight. Her lessons on being true kunoichi had broken through to one girl in particular however. This is why we find Yamanaka Ino approaching one Uzumaki Naruto as he prepared to walk outside for lunch one day. Yamanaka Ino had been popular her whole life. She had helped her friend Sakura with her confidence issues early on in life and had gained a friend. But she'd also lost one in gaining Sakura since none of the girls would play with her if she was friends with Naruto. She'd asked the boy one day what he had done to make them angry, but he seemed to genuinely not know what the problem was. She told him if he was going to run off with her new friends, then she didn't want anything to do with him, and she'd stuck to that. Naruto had not pressed her either. But even Ino had to admit that the boy had been fun to hang around and play with. Shikamaru, Choji, and the rest had stuck by him and had suffered no ill effects. As the years went on, she began to think perhaps she had been too hasty in tossing him aside. She'd gone on over the years to obsess over Sasuke, as he was the coolest boy in school, and being the most popular girl herself, she thought it was a perfect match. No matter how much she or any other girl tried though, they couldn't break through his cold exterior. No matter what they did, no matter how pretty they were or how hard they trained, Sasuke would not be moved. He was a sympathetic figure and every girl fantasized about mending his broken heart. Once Naruto joined the class, Ino had been more preoccupied than ever with her thoughts. She'd even been arguing with Sakura less and less over Sasuke. Naruto hadn't once looked her way and for some reason that bothered her. She knew she was a good-looking girl, and when she got older and started developing more she'd be a knockout. But the only girl Naruto interacted with was Hinata. She monopolized him. Even if the other girls weren't interested, you don't monopolize a boy. She'd watched how Sasuke interacted with him and every time had become less and less impressed with the Uchiha's attitude. Not that she was giving up on Sasuke anytime soon. But she was starting to see her fellow blonde in a new light. Then Kurenai-sensei had come along and turned her world upside down as to how a true kunoichi acted. Kurenai was beautiful, the envy of women and the object of desire for men, but she was all business. That was a true kunoichi. And Ino wanted that. Hell, even Naruto's weird sensei Anko was a hot eye and everyone knew she killed for fun. After weighing her options and digging through her heart and soul, Ino had come to one inevitable conclusion. She had wronged Naruto when they were little and she needed to ask for forgiveness. She could only hope he'd accept. Naruto watched with interest as Ino approached him and remained seated. Hinata opted to stay as well. Just in case. She couldn't explain it, but since that kiss, she'd felt strange around Naruto. If only she could put her finger on it. Ino gulped as she walked up, under the scrutinizing blue eyes of Uzumaki Naruto. She'd forgotten how you could get lost in them, like they went on forever. Shaking that thought from her head, she smiled shyly and waved. Ino-san. How can I help you? Ino's hand dropped to her side. That was a much cooler reception than she'd figured on, but then again, maybe she deserved it. She slipped her small smile back on and put her hands behind her back. Can I talk to you? Naruto sighed and turned to his brunette friend, taking notice of the unhappy look on her face. She didn't like it when he talked to other girls. Hinata-chan, go ahead and start eating. I won't be long. Hinata nodded and grabbed both of their lunches before starting down the steps, glaring at Ino as she went by. The platinum blonde girl cocked an eyebrow and watched Hinata walk out the door, turning around at the doorway to look at Naruto again. Surely the two weren't dating. Ino-san. Ino turned around again to find Naruto standing with his hands in his pockets, looking at her with disinterest. This was not going how she had planned. Naruto. What happened? Naruto gave her a funny look and took his hands out of his pockets. What do you mean? Ino tilted her head toward the floor and shuffled her feet. This wasn't going how she had planned at all. When we were little and I said that I wouldn't play with you if you ran off my new friends. Why didn't you try to play with me? Ino. You're the one who pushed me away, not the other way around. You were the one who believed I was a bad person. Ino's eyes widened and she interjected quickly. I never thought you were a bad person. I just. Naruto narrowed his eyes and Ino cringed under their gaze. Those pools of blue were petrifying when they were trained on you in a malicious way. You just what? Didn't care that you hurt my feelings back then and in no way, shape or form in the past few years have made any strides to mend anything. Why now, Ino? Why talk to me now? Want to find out what Sasuke said to me? Or were you sent by him to beg on his behalf? Ino's eyes kept widening the more he went on and tears began to well up in her eyes. That's not it at all. I just wanted to apologize to you. Naruto ran a hand through his hair and sighed, looking at Hinata out the window. He wanted to be down there with his friends, not up here with Ino. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly and locked eyes with the girl in front of him. If you want to apologize, prove to me that you are serious. Actually be friendly to me and eventually I might consider you a friend. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late to lunch with my friend. As he pushed past her, Ino grabbed his arm. Naruto slowly let his gaze rise from her hand to her face and gave her a questioning look. Are you and Hinata? You know. Dating? Naruto frowned and shook her hand loose. Not that it matters, but no, we're not. Maybe one day though. Good day, Ino-san. Without another word he was out the door and headed down the hall. Ino watched as he waved happily to Hinata and she smiled as she handed him his lunch. Ino sighed wistfully and put her hand to the glass. From her vantage point, she could see two opposite ends of the spectrum. Naruto and his warmth, laughing and joking with his friends. Sasuke and his cold demeanor, brooding and glaring at anyone and everyone that came near. Truly, the two were night and day. Ino just needed to find out whether she preferred sunrise or sunset. Hinata beamed at Naruto as he flopped down beside her and handed him his lunch. So? How'd Naruto-kun go? Naruto fished the apple packed for him out of the bag and took a bite, leaving imprints where his fangs cut through. He chewed slowly and smiled at Hinata, swallowing before he spoke. Ino wanted to apologize for not being my friend all these years. He took another bite and stared ahead. Hinata looked at him expectantly and after several moments of nothing, began to get a little peeved. And? Naruto stared at her blankly for several moments before realization dawned on him and his mouth formed an O. Oh. I told her to act friendly if she wanted to be my friend. That was that, I think. Oh. She also wanted to know if we were going out. I told her no. Hinata's head sank a little, but she retained her smile. Oh, okay. Naruto grinned at her reaction. Messing with Hinata was fun. He'd never known her to be the jealous type. Maybe in a couple years he'd be willing to date her. Wasn't like he'd find another girl interested in him anyway. Hinata-chan, why do you sound so down? You're not. Are you jealous? Hinata blushed and hunched down inside her jacket. The boy could be so embarrassing sometimes. I'm not jealous. I was just worried that she was being mean to you. Naruto nodded and dug into his sack again, pulling out a sandwich. Sure you were Hinata-chan. Hey Naruto. Whatcha talking about? Naruto glared at his other friends, seated several feet away. He'd banished them from underneath his and Hinata's tree until he was willing to forgive them for the kiss. No matter how good it felt. He blushed slightly at the memory. Be quiet Kiba. If it's important, I'll let you know. Ass. Flea-ridden mongrel. You take that back. I am not flea-ridden. Naruto grinned and it was visible, even from where Kiba sat. But you are a mongrel. He heard Hinata giggle and leaned back against the tree with his arms behind his head. Life was good. More months passed and it was now the next to last day of the school year. Naruto had been looking forward to and dreading this day, for good reason. It was the day he had to say goodbye to a mentor. I stood before his pupil with a solemn look on his face. He'd taught the boy for years, and now that he was taking a genin team of his own, he wouldn't have time for Naruto. As sad as it was, their time together was over. Naruto-kun, I have to say that our years together as sensei and pupil have been memorable. I got to have a hand in a future Hokage's training, got to see an ancient reborn, and have learned much while I taught you. It has been the most youthful run. Naruto smiled and nodded. He didn't trust his voice at the moment. He'd come far under Guy's tutelage, and even though the man was weird, he would miss him. Guy noticed the wetness growing in the boy's eyes and decided to stem it before it got too bad. Come now, Naruto-kun, no tears. I'm not going away forever. This just marks the end of one facet of our relationship and the beginning of another. I look forward to the day we can have a match as fellow Konoha shinobi. By the time that happens, you will have learned more, become more experienced, become stronger, and we can have a truly youthful match. Naruto nodded and wiped at his eyes. Guy knelt down to his level and placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. My last request as your sensei, Naruto, is that you grant me one final spar, for old time's sake. My Goken versus your Kalaripeadu. Let this be a precursor to our match in the future. Naruto smiled and settled into his favorite position, while Guy leapt away and landed in his Goken stance. The two stared at each other for a while before Guy rushed forward, kicking at Naruto's head. Naruto ducked under the kick and pressed upward with his palm, gently knocking Guy's leg away. They weren't going all out, more like dancing with each other in a dance that had no set moves. They twirled and tumbled around each other, the dance becoming faster and faster, and until it could be called an all-out battle. The two ran back and forth across the field, throwing punches and kicks left and right. All blows were blocked, and it would have been considered a true fight, if not for one simple fact. Both of them had huge grins on their faces. Anko watched from the trees as the two maneuvered back and forth across the clearing. It was calming to watch them, the way they moved was perfect. Goken with its stiff, straightforward kicks and punches, Kalaripeadu with its gradual increase of the power behind the blows and the fluid way that any and all attacks were avoided. She felt a weight land beside her and bowed her head when she recognized the white robes. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi smiled at Anko and turned his head back to watch the fight. They're quite a pair, aren't they? I wish Guy had waited to take a team, but he insisted on helping a certain boy that caught his eye. I had wanted for him to have Naruto on his team. Anko watched the two swing away and thought out her words carefully. Hokage-sama. I would still like to take the boy under my wing. He's the only one I've ever found worth teaching. Sarutobi watched the two in silence for a bit longer, listening to the wind whistle through the leaves of the tree. I'll consider it, Anko. It's been my wish for him to follow tradition and be on a team. I'd still like for that to happen. Sometimes traditions don't work in Hokage-sama. Sometimes, tradition must be broken so that new traditions can take hold. Sarutobi turned to the woman and chuckled, getting a raised eyebrow. He coughed into his hand and straightened himself out. It's nothing, Anko. I just find it hard to believe that something so philosophical came out of your mouth. Anko growled and turned to where Guy and Naruto were bowing to one another in reverence, their final act as student and teacher done. She smiled slightly and sighed. Don't expect it to happen too often. That boy just brings out the best in me, I guess. Or the worst if you listen to him. A chuckle came from beside her and she smiled softly, something that rarely happened. Please consider my offer. I think it would be beneficial for all parties. Sarutobi nodded and leapt out of the tree, Anko following him as he began his trek back to the tower. He put his hands behind his back and turned to her. Anko. I want you to begin teaching him the ways of the assassin. Her grin was so bright it could have lit up a city block. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.